Oh, hey guys. How's it going? How's everybody's day? Happy Monday, guys. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Ooh. Oh, how's everybody doing? How is everyone doing? How is everybody doing? Oh, hi, Mark. How is everybody? How's everybody's Monday? Everybody's Monday going pretty good? Let's see, Meringue Jellies is here. Literally is here. Mitty-Chew is here. Toasty. Doodle Donks, Meringue Jellies. We've got Sylvie, Pastel. We've got Toasty Marshy Jitters Critters, Laura. We also have Dopamine, Lesser Older Tales, Windows XP Frog, Very Kino. We have 208 Get a Life. We've got Crumbly Toast. We've got Pipty Bird. We have Slug Jug Bug. We have also got with us Little Fly. We have Philly. Oh, we have Nerdy Nora. We have DJ Sunny. We have Kirby. Love to see it. Love to see it. We also have with us this fine afternoon, if my eyes would let, we have Phenomeno. Cringe Moment 420. Blaze it. Let's go, brother. And then we have DZ. DZ is here, which we love to see. Happy to see that we're on the clock. And then, can somebody ban this Rowan bitch from my chat? No, I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. Oh, what is going on, guys? What is going on, guys? How is everybody's day? How is everybody's day? I hope that everybody is having a wonderful Monday, guys. I hope everybody's having a great Monday. I hope everybody had a good weekend as well. And Killjoy is here. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Happy to see you guys. Happy to see you guys. It's been a long time, hasn't it? It's been a long time, hasn't it? It's been like a week, right? Has it been a week already? Just about a week. Wow. It's been a week, guys. It's been a week. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright, guys. We've got a fat docket today. We're just going to go ahead and jump right in, I believe. We're going to be doing that. Okay, let me get my notepad out. Okay, that's 40 minutes. Hang on. Let me just get all my shit together, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me get all my shit together here. 1 second. 1 second. Let me get all my shit together. 1, 2.
I'm sorry that this response took so long.
Jump scare. Sorry, guys. 2. My computer's gonna fucking explode because I have so much shit open, I'm sure. What was the other thing I was looking at here? Bylonic! Good to see you. For the 199, yes, I am alive. Sad to see. Everybody witness, please. Alright, where is this video? Where the fuck did this come from? Wow, these are long ones. That's fine. That's fine. We'll work up to those. We're gonna go ahead and get started. We're just gonna go ahead and dive right in, you guys. We're just gonna jump right in. Let me get all my shit together, though. Hang on. Sorry. Watch your ears. Watch your ears. Okie dokie, artichokes. Let's... Alright, let's begin. Before we start, make sure you like the stream. Makes me happy. What do you guys love more in life than seeing me smile? Hopefully the answer is nothing. Hopefully you guys love to see me smile. Hopefully you guys see this. So let me pull this up. So if you guys remember, not that long ago, we covered the Turkey Tom allegations. The allegations are that Tom is a degenerate gooner, engages in very rough, borderline sexual assault sex, that Tom is into weird age play stuff, and that he was physically abusive to his intimate partners outside of the bedroom in a BDSM context. A lot of it, almost all of it, was just kind of narratives, which have their place, of course, guys. But there wasn't a lot of evidence. And then just the other day, this is from earlier today, actually. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at here. So this is another person on Kiwi Farms that is alleging allegations against Tom. Alleging allegations. You guys like that one, don't you? So this person says, "Hi, I'm trying to reply to your post, but sadly I need a moderator approval. I'm 18 now. Tom followed me on January 11th, 2023, which was actually my 15th birthday. I'm also very sorry that I'm not familiar with how to navigate Kiwi Farms. I don't want to put misinformation out, saying he knew I was 15 because I never told him." So this is Turkey Tom requesting to follow her when she was allegedly underage. I mean, again, it says in here, like, a lot of these are just, I don't know, they're very unsubstantiated, I guess, because I don't want to put misinfo that he knew that I was 15. Okay, so he was being a gooner, and he may or may not have, like, requested to follow somebody on Instagram that was underage, but if he didn't know, I don't know if we can hold people, you know, accountable for that. But nonetheless, so Tom has finally responded, guys. He's finally responded. Oh no, wrong video. Oh, wrong video. Okay, here we go. Jesus. Okay, so this is where we're at, guys, and I can put my I'll put my camera on. Sorry, I have my silly guy. Let me put my camera back on. Oh, hey, it's me. Perfect. All right, and then MB Hughes for the 199. Who did Turkish Thomas respond to? I think it's just all of it. I think it's all of it, guys. I think it's all of it. Witness, please. So we're gonna watch this. I have this video from Mick Mad that we're gonna watch, friend of the channel, Mick Mad. I'm interested in this. And then Ape Gamer, you guys, sent me a recommendation. And if you guys are familiar with Ape Gamer's recommendations, they're always fucking goated. Ape Gamer was the one that found us Leadhead. So my interest is piqued over this, this stuff that Ape Gamer has sent me. So we'll take a peek at that. So let's begin, guys. Everybody lock and load. Hold on to your butts. Let's begin.
Along, I wanted to make sure I had all the facts together before saying anything. Recently, I've been accused by an ex-girlfriend, along with an ex-partner, of non-consensually filming sexual encounters, being so rough and inconsiderate during sexual encounters that it bordered on assault, encouraging eating disorders, being into age play, along with a litany of other completely baseless, false accusations. The two women who are accusing me, Sacramento89, real name Rowan, and Left 4 Dead, real name Katie, took to gossip forum Kiwi Farms to post the accusations, along with carefully cherry-picked screenshots to back up their claims. These claims aren't super difficult to debunk just because of the overwhelming amount of evidence I have on my side. So without further ado, let's start with Sacramento or Rowan. This is a girl I dated for about 7 months, from May of 2025 until January 10th of 2026. 4 days later, she made her first post. Here, she alleges that I am a real freak and like to, quote, record sexual encounters without asking for consent. This is blatantly untrue. I have never recorded any sexual encounter without explicit consent. As a matter of fact, with Rowan, she was the one who initiated the idea of filming sex acts in the first place. On Tuesday, August 19th, after 3 months of knowing each other and being...
Oh, you should get those meta glasses when you crack me. For what? Cracking time. Yep. Good night, Tom. Good night, Rowan. Sweet dreams. Okay. See, this is what I feared. This is what I feared, is that he would have screenshots to be able to disprove some of these claims, because it sounds like, at the very least, according to this screenshot, that it was her idea to film it. That doesn't give him consent, obviously, to share this with other people. But if the allegation is strictly that they were porking and recording it, it sounds like it was her idea here. Okay.
Being sexually active, Rowan texted me saying, "You should get those meta glasses when you crack me." I responded,
also, that's a new one for cracking. Yeah, guys, crack me. Let's go. MB Hughes for the 499. I'm going to be real, given his presence on YouTube and connections. If he filmed anything, I think he only filmed to have evidence of consent. Oh, never mind. Oh, ha, jumped ahead of yourself. Thank you for the 499. Witness, please. Yeah, guys, can you believe that the Rowan in our chat, the Rowan that we know and love, is the one that wanted to get cracked by Turkey Tom? Very sad.
by saying, "For what?" And she answers again, "Cracking time," alluding to me filming her with the glasses onboard camera. Now, at the time, I did not feed into this. I did not show enthusiasm. I didn't even agree to get the glasses. I just responded and said, "Good night, sweet dreams." So one whole week goes by without us talking about it whatsoever, and then on August 25th, Rowan texts me saying, "You should get those meta things for real." So I respond by saying, "I think I'm going to avoid filming anything involving sex for a while," showing that I'm clearly not the person interested in filming our sexual encounters. She is.
Damn. Okay, so he was the one, no, I don't want to film it. That's crazy. I bet that he was paranoid because Destiny got clapped for that. But okay, so at the very least, this was not a thing. And then she says, what recent events? Oh, and then she said, N-word, you did that before. SMH, can't have any first with a ran through N-word. Okay. Thank you, Cracker.
Is. As you can see in the text, even when I say I don't want to film us having sex, she pushes the issue.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's why you record it with the glasses. How does that prevent or change anything? I mean, I guess if it's just on a hard drive somewhere, it's fine.
Now, to be clear, we did eventually take videos of ourselves being intimate, but I was given explicit consent every single time. And on a few occasions, she even took the phone out of my hand and was holding it while filming us. To be clear, there was never a tripod or a hidden camera. It was always handheld. And in every single video...
The other allegation is that he's bad at sex, but I think that we knew that.
She was clearly aware of the camera, making eye contact with the camera lens. Also, on September 8th, Rowan texts me, "I do miss it though," in regards to our sexual interactions. She follows it up by saying, "Send the..."
I do miss it though, hashtag send the videos. I won't leak or be hacked or whatever. I can send them later though, I don't want to look at them right now. I'm gonna pop a stiffy. I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready, no. No, these are all crackers that are involved in the salacious use of the N-word. All crackers.
The videos. Keep in mind, these are videos that she claims in present day were taken without her consent. She then goes on to say, and I quote, "I will watch them and keep them close to my heart," clearly indicating she has no problem whatsoever with them existing. I'm an extremely paranoid person when it comes to my personal life and my sex life and my dating life. As a public figure, I just like to keep my private life private. So I was very hesitant to send Rowan any sexual videos we had taken. However, I did send her one single still image from one of the videos where my face is obscured. I guess there was some lingering thought in the back of my mind that if her accounts were not locked down super well and if she had been hacked, then the videos could have been made public. Now, there's an implication she makes a few different times that I'm basically blackmailing her with these videos.
Somebody asked if you had any intention of getting any sort of like law enforcement involved, but I feel like you answered this where you just want to try to compel him to delete whatever he has on you, and that's like the the extent of your interest.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, I don't know. I'm kind of confused about what to do, but we'll see.
At no point anywhere did Rowan provide any proof of me threatening to release these videos of us having sex or threatening to send them anywhere, so she has no reason to believe that I would ever release them. The idea that I, a person who makes a living as a public figure, would publicly release videos of me fucking my ex-girlfriend to get back at her is so insane. Not only would that incur...
Yeah, like, if anything, doesn't that make her look like the bozo for fucking him? Like, let's be for fucking real. GG for the 2, it's crackerin' time. Yes, sir. Everybody witness, please. It's not looking good, Chief. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for the girls. It's not looking good for the girls at all.
Reputational harm beyond belief, but also serious legal consequences. The only person who has ever sent an image of us having sex to anyone is, ironically, Rowan. Days after I broke up with her, she, without my consent, sent the only image she has of us having sex to the owner of Kiwi Farms. Here, listen to him describe it.
Oh, and one other thing I forgot about.
The revenge pornographer that you feared was the revenge pornographer that was in the mirror. Wow. That's prolific.
But you actually, Sacramento had sent me a picture that was like censored. Apparently, the only picture that he would send you is one where his face isn't clearly visible in it. But you can, I can tell the desk, like his computer is moved onto the table, but I can still see like the monster is like on the cozy.
Yes, this is very true, MB Hughes. This is why you don't date e-thoughts. Very true. This is a strong message. Everybody witness, please.
That's like on the table, like in the exact same position. So I can tell that's clearly his desk.
I guess I just find it ironic that someone who's accusing me of blackmailing her with her nudes literally sent a picture of us having sex to a man that she has never met. Now, Josh recounts seeing this image and talks about how hard it looks like I was grabbing Rowan on the mouth, essentially using it as evidence to support another claim she makes that I'm too rough during sex, which I find very interesting because after I sent Rowan this photo, she texted me saying, "I like when you cover my mouth like that." Again, she texts me asking me to send her the videos, and she says, "Yeah, whenever you're not locked in, send the video."
I'm gonna take my Joe Rogan calm pills. Joe Rogan is a wise old bald player. Listen to him intently. Yeah, whenever you're not locked in, send the videos. It will fix me for about a week. Goon sesh. That's crazy. Okay. And then, obviously, you guys, if you want to engage in salacious BDSM play or anything like that, obviously that's not carte blanche to, like, punch people in the face in, like, a, you know, outside of these agreed-upon sexual encounters. But it sounds like, and even with Kai's testimony, it sounds like he was not domestically abusive. It was just like rough sex. And it seems like that was agreed upon by the parties, but it just seems like we were bad at sex, and that's not a crime.
Videos, it will fix me for about a week. Goon sesh. This is clear evidence that she has no problem with these videos existing. To this day, she has provided zero proof that the videos were recorded non-consensually, or that I was blackmailing her with them, or that I had any intention of sending them to anyone. Reason being, I never did any of those things. In Rowan's interview, she claims that I never asked for consent to film these sex acts, and says that she wouldn't notice I was filming until 30 seconds to 1 minute into it.
I'm not sure of an exact date, but maybe like 2 or 3 months into our relationship, he never asked me. He would just pull out his phone and record, and I wouldn't notice until maybe 30 seconds in a minute or a minute into it.
Now, I obviously can't and would never show these videos to anyone, but in them, it's undeniable that she is staring directly into the camera from the moment the video starts. She never once questions why I'm filming or what I'm doing, because the reality is that every single time we recorded, I had explicit permission. Ask your...
Yeah, I mean, how do you disprove this without posting the images? Or the videos? Like, how would you do that? That's kind of insane. That's pretty fucked. The only way that you can prove this wrong is if you dump your porn stash. That's kind of crazy. Oh my goodness, it's don't smoke in bed. Hi, smile.
Ask yourself, how could she possibly have never consented to filming when she's literally holding my phone next to her face as she sucks my dick? In the interview, she says that what...
Whoa. Whoa, slow down. Slow down. What the fuck? What the frick, bro? Okay, let's relax a little bit. Okay.
Really concerns her is that I wouldn't send her any of the sexual videos we took.
I've asked him multiple times if he could please send me the videos, so like he's not the only one who has videos of me naked, and he either ignored the question or was just like, no.
As I said earlier, I was paranoid to send these videos to anyone, even her, for fear of them leaking. Weirdly, in messages at the time, she seems to actually get it, saying, I want to see them videos, goon time, before following up by saying that she actually understands why I'm scared to send them to her. Now we're going to fast forward to October 17th in our text, and Rowan says, do you ever go back and watch our videos? And I reply, yes, I do sometimes, actually. Rowan responds that she's thinking about that right now, and then says, quote, need that big white cock. It's also...
Ah! Ah! Please, guys, never goon.
Kind of strange to me that at the time she referred to them as our videos, but in the present she's claiming she doesn't even want them to exist. On November 6th, Rowan asked me why I never ask her for nudes. I say I have a bunch of videos already, and that's why. She does not express that she has a problem with me having the videos. She doesn't complain about it. She doesn't say they were taken without her consent. In fact, throughout the entire relationship, she was sending me nude photos of herself unsolicited every single month. Why would you send nude photos?
She was sending unsolicited nudes? Wow, it sounds like she's actually the problem. She was sending unsolicited nudes without asking? That's crazy. It is not looking good for the girls. It's not looking good for the girls, guys. I think the girls are losing it because, you know, all of the allegations were contingent on Tom being able or unable to disprove some of the allegations. And so far we're doing a decent job of disproving the allegations. Like, he filmed me without consent. Obviously, by the text messages, that's not true. Damn, get this hoe some water, bro.
Photos of yourself to someone you think could use them against you. Rowan personally posted dozens of screenshots of our texts, and not a single one shows her bringing up any of the videos being non-consensual. Another interesting fact is that during our breakup, she texted me a pros and cons list, which she apparently had written...
A pro and con list? Okay, guys, I'm gonna read you the pro and con list. You tell me smash or pass. Smash or pass, okay? Pretend this isn't Turkey Tom. I'm reading you the pro and con list. We're playing smash or pass. Okay, ready? So, pros. Sweet sometimes. Dates are nice. Tries to make it work. Funny. Pays for meals. Makes me feel secure. Muscles. Cons. Oh my god. Chopped in the face. And thinks we're matched in life. Holy fuck. Cheated on ex. Dude... Someone out there, one of my exes has this exact pro or con list, and it's like chopped in the face, and it's oh my god, it's like being tased. Holy fuck, that's evil. Cheated on ex, and then also, ladies. I need all the ladies, all the single ladies, or you know, not single ladies. You need to take this into consideration. If the guy that you're fucking is quote unquote chopped, that's a reflection of you. You're the one that's letting chopped smash. Okay. All these girls are like, oh my god, this guy that I let hit it is like a total fucking loser. This guy's a bum. This guy doesn't make any fucking money. This guy's ugly. This guy's dirty. This guy's nasty. You let him fuck. You let him fuck. What does that say about you? He might be dirty, nasty, smelly, whatever. You let a dirty, nasty, smelly fella smash. That's a reflection of you, bitch, okay? He's chopped, okay? You're the one that let, fucking chopped smash. That was you. That was you. The reflection of you, okay? MB Hughes for the $4.99. She's not thirsty. She's suffering from extreme dehydration. Like, how are you that thirsty over Turkey Tom? True. Everybody witness. Thank you, MB Hughes, for the $4.99. Follows his friends around like a dog. Seems depressed all the time. No surprises. Takes hours to respond. So dry and vague. Rarely compliments me. Doesn't leave the house. Online all the time. No hobbies other than gym or video games. Talks about other women lustfully in front of me. Following IG models, only fangirls, even when I asked him to stop. No romance, doesn't seem to want to support me at all in the future. Seems like he still feels some type of way towards his ex. Every time I bring up a valid concern, he says, quote, I'm nice to you, though, so stop complaining. Sends dick pics to a Belle Delphine copycat. Sex is all about him. Ran through. Looks up to Sam Hyde unironically. Said he likes hurting me during sex, even when I bleed. Seems kind of self-obsessed. Doesn't talk about us, just him. Doesn't really seem to care about my goals at all. Everything is just about him. I do the bare minimum, therefore you're not allowed to feel upset. So if you're writing down this pro and cons list, and your con list is 4 times the size of your pro list, and you still let him fuck, sorry, but you're the loser in this situation. I'm sorry. If this is the list that you wrote down, if God guided your hand in writing this list, and you still let him smash, you're the fucking bozo here. You're the one that has on the clown nose, okay? You are a clown. If this is the kind of pro-con list that you're making about your partner and you still let them fuck. Yeah, no, sorry. You're the loser in this situation, babe. MB Hughes for the $1.99. Sounds like my brother's toxic ex. We all know one. Everybody witness, please. So generous today. Okay, so smash your pass, guys. Smash your pass.
About me on January 4th of 2026. And in the con section, she complains about a lot of things, but she doesn't mention non-consensual videos whatsoever. With that out of the way, we can move on to Rowan's claim that I was sexually abusive towards her. In that same pros and cons list, Rowan wrote, says he likes hurting me during sex and making me bleed. This also reflects her public claims about me, but the great irony is that I never even said this. She did. On September 14th, 2025, Rowan sent me a text saying, quote, I'm such a freak. I like when it hurts and bleeds after. Something Wong.
Somebody's got to put a leash on these white bitches, bro. Somebody has to put a leash on these white bitches, bro. This is insane.
In one of her public-facing posts about me, she posts an interaction which reads as follows. She says, quote, like, we don't need to do it 3 times in one day, or do it so hard I hurt and bleed. And I said, well, if you don't want to have as much sex, we don't gotta. We can do other things. And she says, okay, I like doing other things too. The way this screenshot is cropped, it comes across like I'm some, just super callous freak who's brutally jackhammering her vagina like Steve mining diamonds. But in the full uncropped screenshot, her immediate response to me after that is, I'm a freak, I say this, and as soon as I see you, I'm gonna be freaky again. I can't resist.
What are these full screenshots? Like, we don't need to do it 3 times in one day, or do it so hard I hurt and bleed. And he says we can do other things. And she says, okay, I like doing other things too. For the record, you were just as lustful in this regard as I am. I am not alone. And she says, I'm a freak, but I still want to be special in the future when we're more serious. And then I say this, and then as soon as I see you, I'm going to be freaky again. SMH. I just can't resist. Delicious Tom. And then we have Marquise Larry 34 for the $5 dues. When did gooning change the definition from edging to having kind of any sex drive at all? It's kind of colloquially morphed into like just meaning like a depraved, degenerate sex freak. That's really all that means. But thank you very much for the 5, everybody. Witness. And all this during Black History Month? Insane. I agree. That's a strong message. I agree. No freedom till we're equal. Damn right I support it.
Immediate response to me after that is, I'm a freak, I say this, and as soon as I see you, I'm going to be freaky again. I can't resist. In the interview, she elaborates on this even more, specifically claiming that she would bleed almost every time we had sex.
Okay, and you would bleed?
Yes.
Same. And you didn't stop?
Yeah, I would bleed almost every time.
This is just blatantly untrue as well, and it's easy to see by going through our text messages. On August 17th of 2025, the day after my birthday,
God, why would she do this? Why would she set herself up like this? She knows that he has the messages. She knows that he does. Why would she do this? Why would she do this? Why? Why? We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. Tom, I started my period. That sucks. I'm 40 away. Do you mind getting your sword blood? God, I'm blind. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I can't see. I've been stabbed. Do you mind getting your sword bloody? I'll be okay, LOL. I don't mind. Okay, he. The mass. She's going to mass? The mass starts at 5:30, so we have some time. This fucking harlot is on her way to mass to dwell in the house of the Lord to receive the bountiful gift of the body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. And she's talking about getting your pork sword bloody. To the stocks. Burn her. Burn her. She's a witch. What a thought. No. Oh my God. Guys, what the fuck? Guys, what the hell? Oh.
Guys! 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 Come back!
God. God in heaven. Oh.
Rowan and I were planning to go to mass, and she wanted to have sex with me. So she texted me saying,
Insane sentences. Insane sentences. Oh my God. Sorry, I can't focus on this sermon. I'm so fucking horny thinking about your bloody pork sword. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay.
Tom, I started my period. I was driving, so I couldn't say much, but I replied by saying, that sucks, I'm 40 minutes away. She follows up by asking me if I mind getting my sword bloody, and I say I'll be okay. So if it wasn't already clear, she's asking me if I'm okay with getting blood on my dick. Why would this be something she's even asking if every time we have sex, I'm making her bleed? Keep in mind, this is months into us going out and being sexually active, and she's still worried that the idea of bleeding during sex would gross me out. Now, as soon as she began posting about me, people were naturally perplexed by her claim that she was bleeding from sex every single time. They asked if she had some kind of medical problem, and she says, I have no health issue that I know of, never bled during sex before, it was the aggression. Just gave into it after a while and told him I liked it, but I bled after almost every single time. I feel like most of this statement has already been dispelled, but even the smallest detail of no medical condition that I know of is also false. On September 24th of 2025, Rowan texted me saying that she's going to switch from her current birth control, Nexplanon, to the pill because she has month-long periods that cause her to bleed. So regardless.
Okay, so she was a chronic bleeder. Got it. Got it. I can't recover. I'm trying really hard. I'm trying to recover. I'm sorry. I'm good. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Little fly for the two. If you read too close, you're gonna get a crash off. Yeah, I feel like it. I'm already there. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Everybody, what is? I'm fine.
Regardless of sex, Rowan admittedly bleeds for an entire month at a time. One of Rowan's main criticisms is that I'm too rough. In fact, she describes our sexual interactions as intense, violent aggression every single time.
I genuinely did think that he would maybe change and stop being so aggressive, because he told me before that he would like kind of chill out, but he never did chill out, and it kept being the same very intense, violent aggression every single time.
She also alleges that I hit, choked, and beat her without asking, essentially painting me as an abusive partner.
Unfortunately, I did still stay with him, and I know a lot of people seem to have a lot of questions about that, and honestly, you were completely correct to question my judgment as to why I stayed with him, even though he was, hitting and choking and beating me.
There's this idea she's trying to paint that in the relationship, I was constantly pushing this rough, violative sex onto her, and even though she didn't like it and was being abused, she stayed with me. I've seen some people question her saying things like, well, if you hated it, why didn't you just leave? But realistically, sometimes people do stay with abusive partners, and I don't want to invalidate their stories through my response. The real
dude, Kino, he's fucking killing this. By the way. This is fucking goated. Even if he is a wife beater, a girlfriend beater, an ethot beater, he's fucking crushing these allegations, dude. Like, everybody was, like, he's even defending her in this video, being like, a lot of people were saying, if I was really abusive, why didn't she just leave? And that's, like, actually a really dangerous myth. So even if I was abusive, I don't think that it's fair to, like, use that line against her. The girls are cooked, you guys. The girls are fucked. This is, okay. This is a good response. Whether or not you agree with him or think that he's innocent or guilty, this is a good response. KP, take notes. KP, get out your fucking Lilo and Stitch iPad. Okay, this is important.
real reason that she didn't leave is because she loved having sex with me, and throughout our entire relationship was constantly begging me to validate her fantasies. In this first screenshot here, she expresses that she is
Have you seen tomorrow's teachings? Yes, it's fire. I wish I was falling asleep with it. That seems kind of painful, awkward, but it could be epic. Never mind then, freaking matched. We could have sleep sex, dream sex. Nah, but for real, I'm a freak, like I want to be kidnapped on some real shit, yeah. What made you like that, do you think? Nothing. Maybe it was the strange cards. I don't know, man. IDK if get kidnapped is the right word. She just wanted somebody to match her freak. That's so cute. Also, just to zero in because I see you guys arguing about this. Certain forms of birth control fuck up your cycle, and you can have periods that last for like a month. This is a really common issue with Nexplanon. That's why Nexplanon fucking sucks. Depo-Provera is also a form of birth control where it can like totally backfire, and then you just get like constant period. That's a decently common side effect of hormonal birth control. Just word of the wise.
Is a real freak and says that she wants me to kidnap her, even saying, I want to be tied up, taken to the woods, and pounded. So maybe there's something wrong with me.
That's crazy. Wow. I need to pray about this, I think.
Respond by saying that we should not have sex in the woods. And she says, you nervous? Right here in this next one, Rowan says, I yearn to be manhandled and led across a dark room. That's why I like you. I reply saying, you are like a dungeon person. And she says, you are big like a caveman and I feel small next to you. In fact, anytime I wanted to have more loving, slow, I guess sensual intercourse with Rowan in the bedroom, she actually had a problem with that. I remember one specific instance where I was being more slow and sensual, and I remember her whispering in my ear saying, I want you to pound me. And that's probably why.
God, this is just, I want you to pound me. Use your park sword. I'm so upset.
On June 5th, 2025, she texted me saying, I need to get face fucked for an hour. And I
Please! It's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. The healing light of Christ will purify me. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Replied by saying, damn, exams suck. On June 7th, she texts me and says, I'm excited to get fucked borderline domestic violently. At one point in the interview...
What? Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god, this is a really good... That shit does not look good on paper, does it? Like, imagine dying and going to heaven and St. Peter is fucking reading these text messages back to you and you're just like, yeah, you're right. In hindsight, that does sound kind of crazy. You're right. I want to be fucked. Domestic violence. They need to be going to mass a lot more. Holy shit, what the fuck?
Interview, she states that one time I was angry at my ex-girlfriend, and that the next time we had sex, I was particularly aggressive. This is a very strange thing to accuse me of, given that on October 13th, Rowan says, verbatim, sometimes I want to fight you just so you be more angry when you fuck me. She clarifies, saying, I do like that though, even without the fighting. So at every opportunity, this girl is publicly saying, oh my god, look at all this horrible shit he did to me. And then she's texting me that she wants me to kidnap her, tie her up, and pound her in the woods. And if anyone is putting up any resistance to that, it's me. She once again lies about weird little things in the interview, like she says that I was her second boyfriend.
He was I guess my second boyfriend.
And when I heard this, I was very confused because she told me that I was her third. In my opinion, she said this to make herself seem less sexually experienced than she really is, to make the case stronger that I was taking advantage of her. Now, in this next post, she writes, again, I'm not alleging anything illegal, just that he would hit and choke because he was a super gooner. Sort of normalize it in my head, but it's definitely not okay to do that. So for information on how I supposedly normalize this behavior, let's go back to the beginning of our relationship and see what our conversations about sex were like. On Wednesday, May 14th, after only hanging out with Rowan once, she texted me saying she's excited to hang out with me again, and she already knows my penis is massive, without me saying anything sexual to her at this point. So as you might suspect, we did have intercourse on our second date, and after this first sexual encounter, Rowan texts me saying, quote, rape thing is so hot.
Dude, she's so cooked. Consensual sex is good.
I never did that before. You should tie me up next time. My response to this is consensual sex is good. And she says, you know what I meant by that. I don't know what to call it. So from the very first interaction we have, she calls our sex rape for some reason, saying how hot it is, to which I...
MB Hughes for the 199. Holding your hand during this, Malcolm. Thank you. Please place both hands on your orbs for me. I really need it. And then Ember Rose, the heart react on the size. Double witness, guys. Woo!
I clarify that it was consensual, and she says, I know what you mean. And for the record, I never indulged in her fantasy to be...
Yeah, Kaiji, I completely agree. For the $2, that's it. No one's allowed to have sex anymore. I completely agree. You guys have lost your privileges. Everybody witness. We've lost it. Rowan, brutalize me, Captain. Stop! I hate you guys. Thank you for the 199 witness. Please ponder your orbs for me. Pray for me.
To be tied up, just not something I was interested in any way. And we also never did anything in the woods, in case you're curious about that. To hammer this point home, let's go over some more text where Rowan talks about sex. On Friday, May 16th, she texts me.
Let's talk about sex more. Let's do it. Oh, fuck. Okay. Missing that big dick. Wow, don't say But yeah, they say it's large and in charge in some areas. She says, it is, I need it. Good morning. Dude, he can't fuck that good. He can't fuck that good. There's no way. There's no way the dick is this bomb. There's no shot. Impossible. Impossible. I refuse to believe the dick is this bomb. Like, these bitches are acting straight delusional for this dick. That's insane. This is like a mental illness.
Asking when I'm free and says that she needs my, quote, big dick. And I say, don't say and she says, it is, and I need it. On May 18th, Rowan says she's not used to being with someone with his...
I'm so sorry. I started tweaking when we had sex. I've never been with anyone who is big as you, and it hurt a little bit, not gonna lie. I found it to be a nice experience, and overall, fun and enjoyable. Okay, we redo, but I'm not gonna be a pussy next time. I see you soon.
big of a dick as mine. She says that it hurt her, but she wants to do it again, and she won't be a pussy about it. Some of her public claims about me are more desperate and weird than others. Like she complains that I didn't eat her out.
Like, he never once ate me out, but he would demand that I would constantly suck his dick. And, like, yeah.
But here is a text message of me directly telling her, look, I'm a selfish lover.
I want to sit on your face so bad. IDK if you're an eater, though. Not gonna lie, I'm not. I'm a selfish lover. LOL, that's okay. Sorry. It's okay. I like sucking dick more than I like getting eaten out. I'm a real freak. Big win, not gonna lie. That's a big win. Okay, so she knew that he didn't eat pussy, and then she was like, but he wouldn't eat my butt. She had the contract signed on the dotted line and then was like, what? I think that all these people are gay. I think that all these men are gay. I was listening to a little bit of Tectone stream the other day, and he was like, pussy is just disgusting. It's like, are you gay? Be honest. Are you gay? I think that if you are somebody who is attracted to women, and you don't like eating pussy, you think that vaginas are like, ew, icky, it's like, you're gay. You're gay. That's okay. You can just say it. There's nothing wrong with being gay. It's 2026, but if they're like, oh, pussy pics, you're gay. You're gay, bro. Sorry. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
And she says, it's okay, I like sucking dick more than getting eaten out. I'm a real freak. Despite her acting like I am a sexual degenerate, repeatedly doing sex acts she doesn't enjoy. Here she is saying, you match my freak, kind of. Not you're too freaky or we've been too freaky. She says that I match her freak. Here in this next one, she says, I'm getting on my knees as soon as I see you, by the way, freak mode.
Hopefully to pray. Hopefully to pray. Hopefully to pray. Hopefully we're getting on our knees to pray, please.
In this next one, I give a little bit of input. I tell her I'm thinking about her pussy. And she
was thinking about the pussy just. Hey. Thinking about that pussy. Oh my god. I'm gonna be celibate for the rest of my life. Sorry, we have to sleep in separate beds now, babe. I can't even stomach the thought of sex ever again.
She wants to be saying, you gonna tear it up or what? Now, my question for you in the audience would be, do people who are into slow, romantic, candlelit sex describe intercourse as their pussy getting torn up? I would say probably not. Here in this next...
Meow, meow, kitty.
one, she says she's going to leave mass early on Sunday to...
I'm gonna leave mass early to get some dick? Oh my god! Crucify her! Crucify her! Crucify her. Get her ass on the crucifix now! What are you You're gonna leave mass early to suck some dick? You're in the house of the Lord! And you're like, God, I can't stop thinking about Turkey Tom's dick. Fuck! Dude! Oh my god, get her the heretics fork. Get her one of those fucking cages that they put on the faces of women who were whores in the Salem witch trials. What is that? What are those called? Not the heretics fork. Cage. Cage mask for witches. What is this one? Which is Salem torture. It's not the Heretics fork. It's like one of these fuckers. Oh, fuck. I have too many tabs open. My shit just biffed it. I'm not... Get her a muzzle or something. I don't know. Get her a muzzle. What the fuck is going on?
To go get some dick. And keep in mind, I don't want to reveal any of this information, okay? I don't want to be saying this. I don't want to be here right now. And I would never intend on sexually shaming an ex-partner. But she's gone out of her way to not only shame me, but also to lie in an effort to paint me as some gooner, freak, borderline rapist. So let's keep going. Here, Rowan makes a post saying that I am a Patrick Bateman gooner because I flexed in the mirror after we had sex. But the strange part about this is that I have a text of her saying, quote, I keep thinking about how hot it was watching myself take your big dick in the mirror. Gooner as fuck, sorry. Reading through what she says about me publicly, it's like every accusation she makes towards me is actually some kind of confession to her own behavior. On June 25th, she
I know this one is the Scold's Bridal. The Scold's Bridal. Yep, one of those. Get one of those.
texts me wondering if she can give me head after getting
The image is AI generated. Me and my friend, the man, her boy version mogged me. Do you think I'll be able to give head after I get my wisdom teeth out or nah? Alright. Mm-hmm.
getting her wisdom teeth taken out. She obviously wouldn't be able to do that because it causes your face to swell up like a blimp. And she responds with, no, I gotta do it as much as possible before. Here, Rowan's asking me, am I the tightest, most perfect girl you ever fucked? On July 2nd, she says, I miss that big dick so much, I'm under spells. On July 5th, I bring up us wearing condoms, and Rowan says, ew, no, and then tells me that she wants me to cream pie her. And then she's
Come on, come on, come on, come on! Oh my god. Please, dude. I don't want to be here anymore.
a real freak. After I say
We're not
happy
even
birthday to
halfway done with the fucking video.
before her 21st, she says that all she wants for her birthday is my big white In this next one, she texts me saying, I miss feeling like I'm going to break in half, not gonna lie. In this next one, she says, I like when you make me choke on it and call me a good girl. On July 23rd, she says, can I come over and suck on it Friday night? Which I don't accept. I tell her that I'm busy. She then says, I have the big white cock addiction. Interestingly enough, in this next one, she's asking me if I can have sex with her while holding her in the air, essentially, and tells me that I should try to do it. Once again, a pretty bizarre thing to ask someone to do who allegedly has been abusing you for 3 months by now with overly rough sex. On July 21st, she starts off by texting me, I hate gooner men, and then not even 1 minute later, she says, I need that big white cock. On August 23rd, she says, whenever I wake up without my morning Tom face fuck, I am sad. On September 2nd, she expresses that she wished she lived closer to me, but if she did, it would be an issue because she would want to come suck my dick all the time. On September 17th, she sends me an Instagram reel of someone praying the rosary. I don't respond, and she follows up by saying, I miss that dick so much. Here in this next photo,
After the video of the rosary? Dude, come on. Literally crucify her.
sends me a picture of her in lingerie with the caption, when it's
What is rape? Dude! Your Honor, the defendant is a whore.
rape time. And after she said that, all I did was respond with a photo of the movie Just Friends. On Thursday, September 25th at 7:30 a.m., Rowan says, I hope you come. I got something special for our rape times. I say,
Oh, this is the screenshot that she posted, but it's cropped. I hope you can come this weekend. I got something special for our rape times. Do not say rape times. Okay, sorry. Change that to consensual sexual encounters, which they are. Thank you. I know. Okay, sounds good.
change that to consensual sexual encounters, and she says, I know. She expands on this particular message and says, are you mad at me? I know it's consensual. So even as we're approaching over 4 months of being together, she's still telling me that our sex is consensual and that she likes it. Now that I've gone through a lot of our messages, I think it's pertinent that we get into the month of October. This is the month that Rowan has publicly claimed that there was one specific incident that occurred during which she asked me to stop having sex with her, and I did not. To be perfectly clear, this never happened. But just to have some fun, we can go through our text day by day in this month to see which day this horrific incident could have possibly occurred. On October 2nd, she texts me saying, you are perfect. On October 3rd and 4th, we hung out. She asked me if I got home okay, and she says that I am her formal date in her heart. She then says that she hates when anyone comments on her body, even in a positive way, and I tell her that she should eat slop and go for a walk and not worry about it, and that she is beautiful. On October 8th, she continues being sexual, complimenting my arm. She then resends me a meme that says, me if I do not have violent sex very soon.
She's going to hell. She's going to hell. She's going to hell. She's so cooked, bro. She's so cooked, bro.
On October 8th, she also says, I miss my handsome husband. Here, I tell her I landed in Texas. She says, I miss sucking on.
Ah, stop! Ah, She's a freak.
on it. She then texts me saying, you got to start putting rape time in your reminders. On October 9th, she says that she wants to hang out. I say I arrived. On October 10th, she says, let me know when you get back safe. I always have such a fun time with you. On October 14th, she says she wishes she was waking up to me in the morning. And she then expresses sadness that I'm not moving closer to the city where she's from to live near her. She then states that her life has improved since meeting me because previously she was partying and going out, and now she spends time with me. On October 15th, she says, I started my period. I wish I could come suck on it. And that evening, she says, I would kill myself if I had to talk to any other man but you. I say, that's true. I'm a nice guy. And she says, yeah, I'm the bad guy. On October 17th, we've already read this, but this is once again where she says, do you ever go back and watch our videos? And I say, yeah, I do sometimes actually. And she responds to me that she's thinking about that right now and says, quote, need that big white cock. In the mirror, you deadass look like the Hulk compared to me. Now, one thing to note here is that at no point does she express that the videos were taken without her consent. Once again, I just want to have that hammered down here. On October 19th, she texts me saying she needs my milk right now. She then says,
Mother's milk. I need mother's milk.
I miss my perfect jacked boyfriend, and that night she sends me nudes. At 10 p.m., she sends me a photo of a guy with a clock in his hand and says, I need that dick. On October 21st, I send her a bicep photo. She responds saying, you look good, Tom. I can't wait to suck your dick. She says, I love you. You're a great boyfriend. She then says, you never officially asked me to be your girlfriend, to which I say that we did. On October 23rd, there's proof we hung out that day. She then says, text me when you get home safe, and I say, I made it. She also texted me saying, I love when my bed smells like your musk.
Your musk. Your musk. Oh, that word is worse than moist. Your musk. Your musk. God. Big white cock! White cock down. I love that movie. White cock down.
October 24th, she says, good night, you're the best boyfriend ever. October 25th, she sends me a photo of herself in a deer outfit and says, meow, I miss Tom's big white dick. That night, she said,
what a fucking idiot. Deers don't say meow. What'd she say about a Four Loco? There's something
good night, you're the best boyfriend ever. October 25th,
she said Four Loco time. Oh yeah, she's a thought. Oh yeah, she's a thought. Women who drink Four Locos are crazy. Men who drink Four Locos are reckless. Wild boys, you know, guys are like garbage cans. They'll drink anything. Girls that drink Four Locos will kill your mom. Write that down.
She sends me a photo of herself in a deer outfit and says, meow, I miss Tom's big white dick. That night, she says, I'm going to send you ass pics tomorrow. On October 26th, we've read this one before, but here she says, next time during our epic rape time, you can tie me up. I say, you mean consensual sex? And she follows it up by saying, you know what I mean, Tom, rough sex. Once again, these are really weird messages to be sending to someone that you now claim is
Nope, we're going all the way through.
Actually abusing you on a weekly basis.
Thank you for the 2.
Now that evening, the evening of October 26th, we can see that I hang out at Rowan's house and I sleep over. Then there's a text that shows that I'm leaving and mention that I took my friend to the hospital. On October 27th, she says that she hopes I'm doing well. She loves me so much. On October 30th, she says that we'll be married in 2 years. October 31st at 12:30 in the morning, she texts me and says, I had a nightmare you broke up with me. Oh my god. She then says that I should cut a hole in my Batman suit for my dick. On October 31st in the afternoon, she says, oh Tom, I yearn for the big white cock. On November 1st at 1:28.
I think that he's just like reading all these to like show like how bad she wants his dick. He's like, my dick game is so crazy. This girl is like straight psychotic for my big white cock. That's crazy. Oh my god.
And she says, up. No good night. I love you. Yeah, it's fucking over. I tell her that I'm falling asleep, and she says, you was madly in love with her and not me. I'm gonna kill myself. I tell her, good night. I'll see you tomorrow. And I then say, do not say anything like that ever again. Now, for a little more context on this specific message and what she's talking about here, during our entire relationship, she was extremely insecure about the fact that before I was with her, I had lived with a girl, and she wanted me to basically show more commitment in the relationship than I was willing to show, as far as like moving physically closer to her. And at a few points, she suggested that we move in together, and I said, well, you know, it's just too soon. We're not really ready for that. I don't think that makes sense after dating for just a few months to move in together. So that's the context of this. She would constantly bring up shit and compare herself to my ex, or ex-sexual partners in general, but my ex-girlfriend, and I was like, don't say stuff like that. Like, I'm dating you right now. Stop worrying about this. So later on in the night, she texts me saying, mass is needed. I am such a sweet girl and have love in my heart for you. I know this. And this carries into the more.
We're obviously not going to mass nearly enough. Send this fucking whore to a convent. Jesus Christ. The only man that this person needs in their life is fucking Jesus Christ.
Morning where she says, hi, my sweet love. The next day around noon, she says, sorry for being kind of bitchy. Let me know when you're on your way. I say that I've arrived. We take a photo in our Halloween outfits. And on November 2nd, I say that I made it home. And she says that she hopes that I have a good day. So we've now made it through the entire
Was that a PewDiePie
photo in our Halloween outfits. And on November 2nd,
it's not PewDiePie, it's a Halloween costume, but it's Hassan and the dog. That's awesome.
I say that I made it home, and she says that she hopes that I have a good day. So we've now
and then he said, don't send me this shit.
made it through the entire month of October, and there's no indication of any kind of abuse, any kind of mistreatment, or even really anything negative. But almost every single day, she says something about how she loves me, how I'm perfect, how everything is good, and she keeps sending me sexual stuff the entire time without me even asking. At the risk of belaboring the point, I do want to go through a few more messages just for the hell of it, just so I can confidently show that she was extremely sexual.
Tell us about your cock more,
and never expressed
please.
any reservations about the sex we were
Please, tell
having.
me
On Wednesday,
more.
November 5th, 5th, out of nowhere, she texts me saying, I'm trying to make you nut. I just don't respond. On December 12th, she sends me nudes again. Kind of a weird thing to send to someone who apparently has sexual blackmail on you again, is it not? On December 24th, she says that I'm a sweetie pie. She's grateful for me. She wants to make me nut again, in her words, and she hopes we're married for a long time. On January 2nd, she sends me a naked photo of herself again, unprompted. And the morning of January 8th, Rowan texts me saying that before she comes to visit me, she needs to know that my dick is working. Less than 36 hours later, I broke up with her. So as you can see, the texts don't lie. Rowan was blatantly the more sexual one in the relationship. I've produced evidence of this nearly every single week, and she didn't produce any.
She's cooked, I fear.
Because there isn't any. But apart from the idea that I filmed her without her consent, and apart from the idea that I was a sexually abusive partner, she actually made some other claims as well. So another claim she made is that I encouraged her eating disorder.
Yeah, I told him very early on, like, hey, like, I've struggled with eating issues in the past, and I'm kind of still trying to gain some weight and make sure everything's okay. And he would tell me, oh, I love how skinny you are, I like how small you are, you know, like, I love how your body is, like, skinny, and, like, just say all this stuff that was incredibly hard to hear.
This is also a pretty serious claim, and if true, would undoubtedly make me a pretty fucked up guy, but it's just not true. Here, I directly discourage her eating disorder, even giving her advice on gaining weight, and I say starving yourself is very bad for you. In this next screenshot, she says she used to be thick, but she self-nuked. I say you look the same more or less. I guess you lost some weight, but I think both are attractive. In this next one, she says that she feels skinny fat. I say I don't agree, and I say that working out is good. In this next one, she sends me an
Also, here's another thing as well, is like, if you're in a relationship with somebody that has like an eating disorder or something, like, it's not your job to fucking fix that person either. Like, of course, you shouldn't be, like, encouraging this. Like, yeah, you're right. You are getting really fucking fat. True. Like, you obviously shouldn't be encouraging this behavior. But what is he supposed to do in this situation if she has an eating disorder? Like, force feed her? Like, you know what I mean? It's not his job to, like, fix her eating disorder or whatever. Like, I don't know what the expectation is there. And also, there's nothing wrong with liking petite women, by the way. That was something that was also loaded as, like, something negative about him. If he did say the shit about, like, oh, you look like you're 15, that's so hot. That's insane. But just being into petite women is not a fucking crime, and it doesn't make you a fucking pedophile. This is insane. Molly with the big 5 gifted. So grateful, so generous, so happy to be here. Thank you so much. Everybody witness Molly, please. Oh yeah, brother, let's go.
An image that says nothing tastes as good as skinny feels, and I say that's a sickening image. Now, for those who don't know, this is like it's like a pro anorexia slogan, I guess you would call it. Here in this next screenshot, she asked me if I'd still like her if she gained weight, and I say yes. Here in this next one, I tell her explicitly she should eat more food and drink protein shakes to gain weight, and I also tell her that gaining weight would be healthy for her, as well as saying I just want you to be healthy. Here in this next one, I tell her that I find her sexy how she is, but that it could be healthy for her to gain 5 to 10 pounds. So this is now 7 instances of me actively discouraging her eating disorder, despite her lying and saying that I was egging it on. Now, one of the other allegations that Rowan has levied towards me is that I'm into age play. She's not alleging that I did it with her. She's alleging that I did it with another girl named Ellie, who I briefly talked to 2 years ago. Now, there's no proof whatsoever that I did anything close to age play, but I did text her about these allegations, and she clearly states that I've never done age play. The next whatsoever that I did anything close to age play, but I did text her about these allegations.
I really don't want to post it to my story. I don't feel like coming back to social media right now, but you have never done age play, lol. And then he says, you don't have to post it yourself or whatever. It's fine. I'm sorry you're going through this whole thing. She says, would prefer if you could get people to, like, leave me the fuck out of it. We barely dated. And he said, I'm going to try my best to minimize you, even being talked about, but yeah. I mean, my opinion is that if you're buying OnlyFans content from a Belle Delphine, like, lolly cosplayer and shit like that, you're probably into it. I don't think that you're buying content that you don't like. I don't think that you're like, oh no, I guess I'll buy this OnlyFans content that I fucking hate. Like, obviously, I think that he's probably into it, but I mean, I think that's weird freak shit for sure. But yeah, I've been like fucking shot in the face like 27 times by the big white cock.
Allegations, and she clearly states that I've never done age play. An ex-girlfriend of mine named Kai, who I dated for 3 years, also publicly posted on Twitter saying that I never abused her and that we never did anything related to age play. So this brings the total counter up to 5 people: Rowan, Katie, Ellie, Kai, and another random girl I banged a year ago named Maddie, who for some reason came out in the midst of all of this to post pictures of herself in my house. And all of these people say that I never was into this fetish with them. The closest thing I've ever engaged in when it comes to age play is that sometimes girls do call me daddy during sex. It's a little embarrassing given that.
Thank you, Daddy Tom. Thank you. Thank you. Like, I think that a lot of people misconstrue, like, I think that there's a gradient with all things. On one end is, like, very milquetoast, like a girlfriend calling her boyfriend daddy or some shit. And then on the other end, it's like, goo goo gaga, I'm a baby, change my diaper. Like, I don't think that because somebody is like, ooh, call me daddy or something, I don't think that you're, like an age play, like, pedophile person. I think that if you have to be, like, coddled and dressed and swaddled with a pacifier and a diaper on and shit like that to fuck, then yeah, I'd probably say that I'd probably categorize that person as a pedophile. I don't think just like saying daddy when you're fucking means like that you're like a pedophile. I think that's crazy. I think the only dad that she needs to be worried about is the big dad in the sky, guys. What is he thinking about this? What is the true father thinking about this, okay? What is he thinking? He's not happy, all right? This is this is my Sodom and Gomorrah, okay?
that I am me. I accept that it's something people are going to see is a little bit strange. All I can really do at this point is accept that it's something that I've done. And I think that Rowan should accept it about herself too, given that she also called me daddy during sex and over text repeatedly. In the same vein as this accusation, Rowan stated, one more thing to add I thought was odd. Never really expressed any interest in Hello Kitty or that type of e-girl stuff, but I had like one Hello Kitty figure in my car. As a gift, Tom bought me Hello Kitty pajamas and
I fucking hate all these young people. They don't understand the power of the Harajuku girls, okay? Fuck you.
bunch of Hello Kitty stuff. So Rowan essentially wants you to believe that I'm pushing Hello Kitty onto her as if I have some kind of weird fascination with it. But the truth is that I am a 23-year-old man, and I don't give a fuck about Hello Kitty, okay? The only reason I bought her anything Hello Kitty themed at all, which was once, by the way, was because she frequently expressed interest in it. Here she is sending me a photo with a Hello Kitty figurine next to her printer. Here she is sending me a photo with a hand-drawn and
Oh my god, this bitch even lied about the Hello Kitty. She liked Hello Kitty. Oh my god, this fucking lying trollop. Take her to the stocks.
colored Hello Kitty image on her wall. Yeah, she made these herself. Here, in regards to her decorating my room, she says, no Hello Kitty.
She has a Lolita poster. Enough. Enough. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. Tom did not rape. Tom did not rape. Tom didn't do anything wrong. This bitch has a Lolita poster. Spend more time in church.
With a frowny face, and I say, correct. And something interesting about these texts is that she shows that she has a poster of the movie Lolita on her wall. I wonder what the movie Lolita could possibly be about. This film is about a middle-aged professor who is sexually attracted to adolescent girls he calls nymphettes. He rents a room in the house of a young widow to get closer to her 14-year-old daughter, Dolores Hayes Lowe, whom he calls Lolita. Obsessed with the girl, he eventually gains control over her after he takes her cross-country with him. Rowan even says that I should watch this movie, to which I reply,
It's like Black Swan. It's not like Black Swan at all. What are you talking about? That... Alright, I'm gonna head out. Enough. Baker actor. Baker actor, put her away, get the fucking loony bin, get the wambulance, put this bitch in a padded room, get a straight jacket and a chastity belt. Like, I'm ill. I'm ill, brother, I'm ill.
screenshot, Rowan asks me, if I start dressing like a weird Hello Kitty e-girl, would you still fuck with me? And I replied, no, I don't want you to do that. I find it kind of repulsive. Here, Rowan is texting me upset that she has to take down all of the Hello Kitties from her dorm room. And this next one is probably the strangest reference to Hello Kitty out of all of them. Here, she's sending me a video that says, get you a man that takes you to the Hello Kitty hotel. And under it, she writes, imagine the rape here.
Raped at the Hello Kitty hotel. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Raped at the Hello Kitty hotel. This is a lot to think about. This is a rich text.
And I say, I will not imagine. Now, with some of the more insane projections and lies out of the way, I'd like to get into some strange details that Rowan also decided to lie about for whatever reason she may have. One thing that a lot of people pointed out that's strange is that Rowan had taken a photo of us matching on Tinder before we met in person.
Yeah, I took a picture of a match because I could kind of tell there was like something weird about this guy. Like I didn't know if he was famous or whatever. And also I did that to other people as well on Tinder.
Just like everybody you matched with to like gossip with, like girlfriends?
Yeah, like a couple of them. But yeah, he seemed like kind of weird. So I took pictures of our match.
She's also stated repeatedly that she's not a very online person multiple times throughout her testimony. But the wild thing about this is Rowan had sent me a message on my YouTube connected Instagram all the way back on February 21st of 2024.
Oh my god, she's a star fucker! You guys, it's Emu Emmy Part 2! Oh my god! Oh my god, she's a star fucker! I wouldn't describe Turkey Tom as a star, but oh my god, you guys, we were bamboozled. You guys, we were tricked. You guys, she is a whore! Oh my god, wow.
15 months before matching me on Tinder, where she said, you have to do a video on this crazy guy on Twitter who only has like 3,000 followers, but this man is a menace. I even confronted her about this when we first hung out because I found it very strange that she lied to my face when she first met me and said she didn't know who I was. I said, hey, I looked at our messages on Instagram and saw you DM me over a year ago.
I didn't want to tell you, but I watched one of your vids a while ago and I thought you were cute and I thought it would be awkward. I kind of lied about some stuff. I was like a niche internet micro-celebrity on Twitter. For a little bit, too chronically, I'm online. You guys, she's a liar. She's a whore. She's a trollop. She's a star fucker. Oh, Turkey Tom is innocent. He didn't rape. Turkey Tom didn't rape. Tell everybody. Fucking Paul Revere in this bitch. Turkey Tom didn't rape. Turkey Tom didn't rape. Tell everybody. Tell everybody. Make it known. Make it known. This is another example of an evil woman. An evil woman. And you know, I get accused of being a misogynist a lot, okay? First of all, correct. Second of all, women are not setting their best, okay? Some, I assume, are good people. They send their starfuckers. They send their baby trappers. They send their gold diggers. Some, I assume, are good people, okay? Give me something better to work with, ladies, okay? If you're tired of the 900th video of Malcolm shitting all over women, act better. Act right. Act right. Don't be doing this crazy Looney Tunes shit, okay? Act better, all right? Look in the mirror, all right? Look in the mirror. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Crazy. And B. Hughes for the $4.99. I feel so validated about my feelings towards this drama. I am so happy. What a day, guys. What a day. What a day. What a day. Oh, what a lovely day.
Rowan said, oops, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to tell you, but I watched one of your vids a while ago and thought you were cute, but I thought it would be awkward. I responded, that's okay. I was just surprised. She replied, I know I probably look crazy. I said, I mean, a little bit. It's okay. I just wish you told me. That's all. She answered, I didn't want to because I thought it would be weird. I'm sorry. Kind of lied about some stuff. I was like a niche internet micro celebrity on Twitter for a little bit too. I'm chronically
liar
and didn't want to
She's a liar, guys. Liar.
Liar! Admit it, lol. I've gotten better about it. Once again, this is just another detail that it doesn't even make sense to publicly lie about, but it's just one of those things that makes me question her intentions throughout the entire relationship looking back. Publicly, she's also misrepresented the end of our relationship. In the interview, it stated that our breakup took place in December, and that after that, she realized how bad it was, and she felt the need to contact Katie, who we're gonna get into later. This is blatantly untrue. We broke up on January 10th of this year, 2026, and she began posting about me on January 14th, literally days later. She says the breakup was kind of mutual, an idea that is just bitterly ironic because that's not the case. Immediately after I told Rowan that I wanted to break up with her, she began threatening to post about me online, and even began attempting to blackmail me into having sex with her again. I don't know what you want me to say to you. I just want to move on from our relationship.
You guys, oh my god, she's a horse-tortionist. Holy fuck, oh my god, what is this?
And have you go be in your corner, you can meet other guys and it'll be fine. I'll go meet other girls, we'll just break, we'll break up.
No, you won't, because I'm gonna make it hard for you to ever be in a relationship.
Oh my god, she's insane!
Why?
Because you don't deserve one.
Why?
Because you're a piece of shit.
Why?
Because our whole relationship, you act like everything is all about you the whole time.
Okay.
You don't give a fuck. You're just an awful guy, and I'm so sorry that your mom raised you. She seemed like a nice lady, but clearly she...
Ooh, I gotta tell you right now, okay? Those are fighting words, okay? Those are fighting words, all right? Your mom should have raised you better. Keep my mom's name out of your filthy cock trap, you little liar! Oh my god, this is insane!
Very wrong.
Okay, Rowan, I just want to move on and have my life, and you'll move on and have your life. And
she's gotta hit him with a 1 HP voice.
We can be in our own corners. We don't have to do damage to each other. We don't have to cause each other any more anguish, okay?
I just want to see you again, though. Like, do you think we'll ever be able to see each other?
After the way these conversations have gone today, I really don't think so.
Why?
Why? Dude. She's like the 1% that would fucking kill you. That's crazy.
Because you're like threatening to blackmail me?
I'm not. Well, if you don't come see me, then I will.
I stated blatantly that I did.
You're threatening to blackmail me. No, but I will. Dude, she's cooked. Even if Turkey Tom is an evil rapist pedophile, even if Turkey Tom was on Epstein's island, okay? He's gonna get away forever. Because this bitch is crazy. Holy shit.
I did not want to have sex with her. I didn't want to be with her anymore. I just wanted out of the relationship. This is something she was completely unwilling to accept. And that's why after I stopped talking to her, she proceeded to call me over 30 times and...
I get a restraining order! She's crazy! You guys, 30 times? Oh my god. Oh my god! What a psycho!
texted me 80 times with no response.
Dude, holy shit. Oh, it's over. It's over.
While begging me to fuck her again.
Like you've done all this like weird shit. Like I don't like it. Like you're so weird. You treat me badly, especially during sex. And like over the phone, I just listed everything that he had done wrong. And he was like, "Well, you can leave me if you want." And I was like, "Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave you." That's basically what happened.
But there was no like specific like. Did you guys talk at all between breaking up and then?
Tom and I.
Yeah.
I don't believe so, because I blocked him.
Even this detail is also so insane. While it is true that once she started to lose her mind, I did stop talking to her, she continued speaking at me, alternating between begging me to forgive her for breaking up with her, saying she wanted to have sex with me again, and sending me psychotic text messages filled with lies that she came up with once I dumped her. Now, with Rowan dealt with, the next person I'd like to address is Clorox Katie. Katie's a girl I had a brief...
We don't even have to talk about Katie. It's over. It's a wrap. The girls are fucked. Send them to Guantanamo Bay. Put them in the stocks. Whores!
Sexual relationship with 2 years ago, and she began posting about me on the same day as Rowan. Now, back when we were hanging out, she flew all the way from California to Maine to hang out with me twice. In the interview, she describes her time with me as the worst experience of her life.
And then you fly back. And how did that go? How long did you stay?
Horrible. That was the worst experience of my life, I think.
And she also took to the forum to make some posts about me. Yes, Tom is extremely harsh during sex. I've been down the kink roads in my life, and how he acts is actually just evil and almost sadistic. Not even kinked up, just actually a Patrick Bateman type gooner. When asked how things between us ended, here's what she had to say. I just truly thought he was a cringe who definitely was going to beat me later if I stayed around. We only had a 2...
Okay, well then, again, what does that say about you? You're the one that let this cringe FAG fucking hit it. What does that say about you?
month fling, but even my insane ass was scared of how he acted, and he was also just stupid. I hated conversation with him. He was just extremely weird to me and also evil as fuck during sex. Naturally, people asked her why she hadn't reported me to the police, and her response was, I thought about the police and looked into it, but again, it being across my own state lines and in Maine, it would have had to been filed there, and I lived on the opposite side of the country, so it just didn't seem feasible. These claims are once again so absurd to me that the best way to dispel them is to just look through our messages together. In these two DMs, you see that Katie comes to visit.
Taking off, bouncing up and down so soon. I'm ready. I'm ready. 2 more hours. So crazy. 1 hour. It's over, but we are so back. We're back. Just landed. Didn't die on the plane. Made it to SF. Glad you made it home. We literally were bobbing up and down. Okay.
Visit me for the first time on January 20th and leaves on January 23rd. She comes to visit me. She says she's excited. She then goes home. And after leaving my house the first time, she immediately texted me saying, I had so much fun, Tom. You can kidnap me whenever. I feel so alone in my bed.
Dude, why? What is with all these girls and having kidnapping fetishes? Is this new? What the fuck is this? I feel like the stranger in the night, like kink or whatever, is not unheard of. Like it's somewhat rare, but not really rare. Kidnapping specifically, I feel like is pretty out there. What are the odds that we found 2 girls that are like, kidnap me and murder me? Like, what the fuck?
She then says that she has to come back. Now, days after coming the first time, she sends me nudes. Once again, this is kind of a weird thing to send to somebody that you're claiming is recording sex with you without your consent. Why would you send this person nudes? She then sends me nudes a second time, says she...
Oh, I 100% believe that the girl is conspired. 100%.
Needs it, says, so starved, so deprived, and she says that she misses me so much. I say, let's hang out in March. She says, I'm down, but waiting until March will be so hard. On February 1st, Katie says that she misses me. On February 2nd, she slides up on my story and says she is counting down the days until she can see me again. She then says that she needs to see me ASAP, and she misses all the things about me. On February 4th...
All right, I've decided... I need Turkey Tom to post hog pictures immediately. We need to see this big white cock. I need to see what's driving these hoes insane. We need to do a test to determine if it is the BWC that is making these bitches insane, or if they were already insane from the jump, okay? We need to get our best scientists on this. We need our best BWC experts. We need to get to the bottom of this. These are really big questions.
She says she wishes that she woke up cuddling me. On February 8th, she says she wants to have sex with me again. Once again, this is after the first time we hung out. February 18th, she says she's going to swallow me, and she then sends me naked photos of herself willingly. Keep in mind, once again, she's accusing me of recording sex with her without her consent, and then she keeps sending me naked photos of herself. She even sent me a video, by the way. She says, I need you right meow. I need you ASAP. February 22nd and February 24th, we have I miss you and are you home yet? February 28th, she slides up on my story and says, I'm gonna suck you so good. She then says, I need to see you now more than ever. Lots of hugs and hot sex. On March 2nd, she says, I like you lots.
I hate the way this bitch texts as well. I like you lots. OMG, this is the best thing I ever heard. Time needs to hurry. I'm ready with an eye to see you. If, again, this is like Cookie Monster pajama pants and Etnies behavior. No, okay? This is, can I has cheeseburger like fucking cringe hot Cheeto girl shit. This is fucking cringe, dude. If somebody sends you lols with a U and like 4 Z's, block them. They're insane. I don't even need to see the dick anymore.
And I reciprocate. She says she can't wait to see me again. She then says that she's excited to see me that coming Saturday. In the next screenshot, I say, your pussy's gonna be so sore. And Katie responds with, good thing we had to wait a while because then I can take a beating. She then says, I'm ready for you to throw me around. Now, when we were discussing how many days she would want to stay, she says, as long as you want, and that we'll have so much sex and party so hard. And she then once again expresses how excited she is. On March 7th, she sends me a barrage of unsolicited sexual photos, including her with BDSM leather on her butt. On March 8th, she says all she can think about is me, and she can't wait for my dick to be down her throat. And on March 10th at 7 in the morning, which is 4 a.m. her time, she says that she is so excited to see me that she cannot sleep. Now, with the Instagram messages out of the way, we can move on to the text messages. So on March 10th, this is the second bit.
I thought someone had the hog pictures. I don't know. He must be slanging some impressive meat to make these hoes go this crazy. Everybody witness JG free! And here, guys, this will keep you safe. Take this with you. Don't be scared. This will keep you safe. Amen.
visit, right? Prior to getting there, she says that she is starving for me. Now, March 15th, this is when she leaves. She says, I still have her toothbrush, but that I have to let her come back. Now, keep in mind, Katie, in her own words, said that the second time visiting me was the worst experience of her entire life.
How long did you stay?
Horrible. That was the worst experience of my life, I think.
She basically describes being physically abused in the interview. She even says that while we were having sex, she would ask me to stop doing something, and I wouldn't. But that did not happen. You may also recall her stating that she ended things with me because I was such an insufferable person to be around. She claims that after the second trip, she began to realize she was a victim.
Yeah, and that's kind of like when things really started piecing together to me that I was
A victim of your own psychosis, perhaps?
like, wait, I think I am a victim right now. Like, something's not right here.
In her words, this is why she stopped talking to me. She says that she was scared of me. She says she was scared that I would beat her. Well, on March 20th, which is after the second visit, she texted me saying, Tom, I really like spending time with you, but I'm kind of worried about if you actually like me or just using me. Lol. I'm just BPDing, and so I'm tweaking and need reassurance. Are you just having fun with me or do we have something? To which I respond, well, I like you and I think you're cool, and perhaps we even have something. However, I would make a bad boyfriend, so I don't really want to date anyone officially, I guess. Yeah. I was abundantly clear with my intentions with her. I did not want anything serious at that time.
Dude, don't hate the player, hate the game. You hoes got played. Sorry, I don't know what to say.
But apparently, this is the period she began to realize the true extent of my abuse, which is probably why after we had already hung out the second time, Katie tries to arrange a third meeting with me, saying she wishes that she was in Ohio, where I was at the time, and I did not reciprocate. After this proposition, she slid up on my Instagram story 12 times over the next 10 months, and I did not slide up on her story once, not a single time. So ask yourself, did these texts sound like a girl texting a guy that she finds evil and sadistic, a guy that she was even debating going to the police about? Because to me, it seems crystal clear that she enjoyed our time together and even wanted to hang out a third time. You gotta keep in mind here, she flew across the entire North American continent twice, from California to Maine to see me. After the second time, she wanted me to be her boyfriend. I didn't want to, and she then repeatedly made efforts to contact me and hang out with me again. Now, to close off the video, I think I'd like to share some interesting texts that Rowan sent me about her dear friend Katie, as they're both accusing me of, I mean, whatever it is they're even trying to say at this point. After she saw that I was following Katie on Instagram, she messaged me on December 8th saying, did you know Clorox Katie tried to fuck Jet Neptune? Those girls too make themselves easy targets with the hair and piercings because they have sexual trauma. She then
Girl, so do you. Holy shit, you're the one that's like fucking gooting in mass that you want to be kidnapped and raped in the Hello Kitty mansion. May he who is without sin cast the first stone. What are you talking about? You are also, like, deranged. What?
says they complain about sexual assault a lot because they will fuck anything that breathes. 1 month and 2
Girl, the call's coming from inside the house!
days later, I broke up with Rowan, and in the middle of her unhinged tirade about me, she told me that she would be messaging as many girls I had been with as possible.
They were colluding. Oh my god. The gaggle of whores were colluding, you guys. Oh my god. Women are evil.
And find whatever dirt she could so that she could run to the internet about it. Now, I've seen a lot of people say things to the effect of, you know, Tom's a hypocrite. He gooned. And you're right, I did goon, okay? I did not stop gooning. So maybe in the end, the hats are more relevant than ever. Anyway, that's about it. I've said everything I...
Wow. That's insane. You guys, it was the trollops all along. That's crazy. That's insane, you guys. That's crazy. I wouldn't have guessed it. I wouldn't have guessed it. I gotta be totally honest with you. I was like, I don't know. I mean, he could probably just be like kind of a weird gooner sex freak, I guess. I don't know. Oh my god. These girls are straight dumb. Did they really think that he didn't have, like, the text message? Like, why would you lie about something that can be proven to be not true? Like, if you're gonna lie about something that can't be proven false? Like, lie and be like, yeah, when I was 8 years old, I caught a fucking 9-foot sturgeon. Okay, how are you gonna disprove that? Yesterday, I did not talk to DZ. DZ could just dump logs right now. What do you... Oh my god. I hate women. The trollops of Turkey Tom. This is a wrong message. Oh my god. Wow. I feel like I have been made crazy by proxy by Tom's dick. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Okay, so Tom did not rape. We have determined through the Malcolm Court of Justice that Tom did not rape. Okay. Okay, I need to go piss and pray. Everybody, get a water, get a snack, say your prayers, 5 Our Fathers, 10 Hail Marys, and you will be absolved of the sin of listening to this conversation. All right, everybody behave. I'll be back in just a moment. Your poll is up for your democratically elected required mandatory voting. Okay, no ID required. Make sure that you're voting and participating in your local elections. That's how you see the change that you want to see in the world, okay? Love you guys lots. I'll be back in just a second. Key jangling just for you. Everyone behave.
I've had many of history's harlots, but none tasted as sweet as your Beatrice.
You are weak, coward.
We came here to kill these heretics!
We came to reclaim the Holy Land!
Since when are heretics worth a Christian life? Enough!
My children are avenged. Have I not cause for joy? Oh, would you not do the same for your family? The temple of heaven, glorious.
Amen. Now, my son, the city of Dis draws near, housing its condemned citizens within. The eternal fire.
Oh, what the fuck, guys? How do we recover? How do we recover? I don't know how to. I don't know how. I don't know how. To recover. I don't know how. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how. I have no idea who I am, what year it is. I have no idea. No idea. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Yeah, dude. Fuck alcohol. We need crack, guys. That is a KGB USSR Border Patrol uniform. What that is? Hang on, I have to see. Oh. Okay. That's winning. Does anyone have a relevant timestamp for when D'Angelo Wallace talks about Caleb Hammer? Oh, he has timestamps on this. Perfect. That actually makes everything so much better. Or maybe it doesn't. Hello? Are there timestamps on this? No. Does anyone have a relevant timestamp? This is a 4-hour VOD. I mean, I guess I can just flick through it, but for the D'Angelo Wallace and Caleb Hammer thing, this D'Angelo Wallace video is 4 hours long. And I will not be tortured. Oh, he uploaded a thing of just the segment. Shut up! I don't want to look at the transcript. Videos. The only one I have is Caleb Hammer is threatening to sue me over this video. Is that the one that I need to watch? Because the live stream is 4 hours long. Because this VOD is 4 hours long and it's Caleb Hammer is everything that's wrong with YouTube. And there's a 40-minute response to that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fine, I'll look at the transcript. Good God, I have to do everything around here. Show transcript. Oh my God. I don't see it. I don't see the one on his channel. Why is this playing? I did not give you permission to play. Ah! Okay, hang on. Too many things going on at once. Too many things going on at once. Just watch what one? Hello? Okay, I'm watching Caleb Hammer is threatening to sue me over this video. That's the one that I'm watching. Okay, got it. I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I got it. But first, we're going to have a little bit of autism time. We're going to have a little bit of autism time because I need it. Because I need it. Autism time. Autism time. Oh, it's R.E. Caleb Hammer. That's the one that I'm looking for. Oh my god, like 17 people just messaged me. Stop, you guys. Okay. Okay. Everybody chill. 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 Okay, it's R.E. Caleb Hammer. Okay, got it. Got it. JK, it's this one. Okay, R.E. Caleb Hammer, got it. Okay, here guys, let's have a little bit of autism time. Let me turn this down for your sensitive little ear. Oh my god, juicy, delicious, show-stopping, brilliant, incredible. Wow. Wow, big white cocks. Sorry. Sick fuck. No, not that. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I love Rez. Love her. Love her. God, I love her so much. I cannot express to you guys how much I love her. More than anything. God, I love her so much. I love her so much. So much it hurts. So much it hurts. I would kill my entire family for a Rez set. I would do it. I would do it. And then... I recorded this for Tito, but I'll share it with you guys. I know, she's so slay. I recorded this for Tito, but this is Meow Meow Kitty for you guys. Here you go. Yeah! Excuse me. Ah, to be alive, to be alive. That was just for Tito. If you're not Tito, keep scrolling. That was just for Tito. That was just for Tito. That was just for Tito. The plur leaves my body regularly whenever I go to shows and shit. Cause like, dude, people are so fucking rude. I was on the rail all fucking day. All fucking day. And all these bitches were like, excuse me. And I was like, where are you trying to go? And they were like, right there. Right there. And I was like, that's crazy. There's no room. That's where I'm standing. Fuck off. Fuck off. That's insane. Ugh. Terrible. Terrible. Can you post a video just talking off the cuff about Rez? Oh. Yeah, well, Rez is one of my favorites because, hang on, let me cue up this video because I can't talk and do this at the same time. Rez is one of my favorite, like, artists for several reasons. Rez's music is really hard to listen to. It's best consumed live. The best consumption of Rez music is live because it's like a whole production. It's a whole thing. And Rez is just such a unique talent where, like, her music is like really slow and hypnotic, and she's put so much money into like the production of all of her shit. She says that if you ever go to a Rez show, people will bring in totems. She doesn't allow totems because they fuck up her pictures. Everybody's like, well, that's pretentious. And it's like, yeah, dude, she's spent like her whole life building this. Like, of course, the first concert that she ever went to, she used to wait tables at Hard Rock Cafe, and she went to a Dead Mouse concert, and she said it was like the most incredible experience of her life. She was like, I went to this concert, and I just stood there, completely captivated by the production, not just the music, not just the visuals, not just lights, the entire production was like so captivating. She was like, I stood in one spot the entire set and I didn't move. I didn't dance. I was just captivated by like this form of art that I didn't even know existed. And so she's like, that's what I try to do at my shows. She was like, I don't want like a bunch of totems and shit, like making it light. I don't want like light pollution in there. I don't want people like having their view obscured. I don't want like crazy hard music where people are like going sicko mode. I want to create like a captivating experience. Like I want to emulate that feeling that I got when I was first exposed, to this kind of art. It's lovely. It's lovely. She's amazing. She's amazing. She's simply amazing. And if she doesn't go to Shambhala, I'm gonna fucking freak my shit, dude. I'm gonna go crazy if she doesn't go to Shambhala. She has to go. She has to go. I'm gonna be so upset. More than halfway to Shambhala, guys. More than halfway. I will fucking freak out if I don't. I'll freak out. I'll freak out if I don't get... No, yeah. And the other thing, too, is that she only plays her music. So whenever you, if you like EDM at all, when you go to EDM shows, you don't just hear that artist's music, you hear everybody's music. So they'll play each other's songs, they'll flip each other's songs, like they'll like add variations and like different versions of songs. They're called flips. So it's like if there's a song, like say, John Smith puts out the song Purple Elephant, Jane Doe will do a flip of Purple Elephant, and it's like her version of that song. Rez doesn't do that. Like if you go to Rez's show, you're listening to Rez's music, period. And a lot of people blow up because they'll send their music to artists. Like they'll send their flips and their music to artists and be like, hey, I made this remix of your song. And if they like it, they'll play it at their shows. And people will try to shit all over Rez because people will send her remixes. And she'll respond and be like, hey, that's fucking awesome. Like, I really like it. And they're like, are you going to play it at your show? And she's like, fuck no, I'm not going to play it at my show. This is my show. This is not your show. This is my show. People come to see me and my music. That's what I'm playing at the show. And everybody's like, oh, she's so pretentious and rude. And it's like, no, dude. It's like a whole fucking experience. It's not just like, it's not like a regular rave. It's like you are there for the experience. That's what you're there for. It's not for the it's for all of it. It's not just the music. It's not just the visuals. It is the entire experience of seeing her perform. That's the art. That's the art of it. Have you ever talked to Rez in person? No, but she likes my tweets all the time. I tweeted when she was at the Brooklyn Mirage 2 years ago. I tweeted and I was like, I would kill my entire family to see this set live, and she liked that. So we're basically besties. And the other thing that's really funny as well is Rez is a lesbian. She has a very cultish community of lesbians, also known as Resbians, that follow her around. They're groupies, basically. But she's really good friends with all of these people. Like, she is good friends with all these people. She'll, like, put them up in hotels. She'll go and hang out with them after the show. She makes sure they get, like, good spots in the crowd and shit like that. Awesome. She's so cool. She's so cool. I saw another thing the other day where Tomorrowland tickets sold out, like, almost instantly. Like, if you wanted to go to Tomorrowland, good luck. Go fuck yourself. There was some dude that was like, oh, fuck, I don't get to see Rez at Tomorrowland. That sucks or whatever. And she responded to his tweet and was like, send me all your shit. I'll get you a ticket. I'll see what my guest book looks like. I'll get you a ticket. Amazing. 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 She's such a giver. She's so humble. I love her so much. EDM sparks joy. EDM brings me life. I was talking the other day about it. Because I have like an extra ticket to Shambhala, 2 extra tickets to Shambhala actually, and I was trying to get my mom to go, and my mom was like, I don't know, and I was like, you don't understand. Like, I think that you would really appreciate this experience. She's been to shows with me before, but nothing like Shambhala. Shambhala is like a pilgrimage. Unironically, it's like it's so cool. And it's like I want her to go with me because obviously my mom has this horrible perception of what I like to do in my spare time. She's like, all you do is drugs and get fucked up and everybody's like gonna steal your shit and drug you and all this other shit, you know, whatever. And it's like, I have never experienced true selflessness, true kindness, and true community than when I started raving. That's the community is like the addicting part of it, because I have never been in an environment where every single person that you come across will drop every single thing that they are doing to help you. I've never experienced something like that, where if you're having a hard time putting up your tent, 3 people will just spawn out of nowhere and be like, hey, can I help you? If you're thirsty, somebody will go and get water for you. A stranger will go and get water for you. If you're not feeling good and you need to get out of the crowd, people will physically move other people to help get you out. If somebody overdoses, there's immediately like 10 people that have Narcan that are ready to go. People are so unequivocally kind. When we were at Shambhala, I hyperextended my knee. I walked right into a fucking hole with my knee locked, and I hyperextended my knee. And I was at the river just like chilling. I had my knee in the water. The water's like ice cold. It was like an ice bath. And I was talking to these people, and I was like, yeah, I hyperextended my knee. I'm going to go in and see, you know, if I can get somebody to tape my knee, but I need to be able to find KT tape. These people walked all the way back to their campsite and came back with a knee brace. And they were like, you can have this. And I was like, you mean I can have this? And they were like, you need it, you can have it. And I was like, okay, cool, thanks. And then somebody asked, like, overheard us talking about KT tape, and they were like, oh, I have some at my camp, I'll go get you some. Really? Are you sure? You don't have to give that to me. I know I don't have to give it to you, I'll go get it right now. Everybody is, the pure, unfiltered kindness and community does not exist anywhere else that I'm aware of. Than in the rave community. And I have never experienced like total, complete acceptance, community, altruism. Like if anybody needs anything, people will so selflessly go out of their way to help you. And I've never experienced something like that. And I think it would be cool for my mom to go to that with me, because it is something that I have never, ever, 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 ever fucking experienced before in my life. It's amazing. It's amazing. Drugs? Malcolm, drugs? Dude, I don't even do drugs. I've never even done them. That's crazy. Speaking of drugs at raves, have you seen the channel of the Herbs and Alters? They talk about early 2000s rave culture and talk about becoming sober on their journey with stuff like that. Yes. I think that sobriety is a really good litmus test that if people are actually there, like, for the community, or if they're there just to party and get fucked up. Because, of course, there's people that go there just to party and get fucked up. It's an excuse to do drugs. Lots of really crazy, fun drugs that most people don't have normal engagement to. You know, I learned about so many different kinds of drugs that I had never even fucking heard of before, that I didn't even know were a thing in the rave community. But the culture around it is so unique, because it's like, it's not encouraged per se, and it's incredibly safe. Because at Shambhala, for example, they have medical grade, like lab grade testing for any drugs that you buy. So they don't ask where you got it. You're not going to get any trouble. You bring it to them, and they put it through like a light refractor, and it picks up out of like 2,000 different databases what is actually in that. And they'll do that for you for free. And I have been sober raving for about a year. On occasion, like, I don't drink anymore. On occasion, I'll partake in a little tomfoolery here and there. But it's like, I have the most fun at shows when I'm completely sober, because I remember everything. It's not, it's fun. Yeah, it's fun to get fucked up. It's fun, sure. But like, the experience itself is like intoxicating enough. And that sounds like the gayest thing I've ever said. But like, just that experience is enough for me. I don't need to be fucked up to enjoy it. And I think that people that need to be fucked up to enjoy that kind of music, they're not really there for the right reasons, in my opinion. But yeah, exactly, DJ Sunny. That's how everything is supposed to be. Yeah, we were at Res at Pagoda, and I had to drive in the morning, so I couldn't take anything. I was putting time out. I couldn't take anything, so I was sober Sally. And this girl was like, "You're going absolutely fucking insane. What are you on?" And I was like, "The Spectrum." And she was like, "Oh, no, really?" I was like, "No, deadass, I'm sober." She was like, "Oh." It's crazy. It's crazy. Because people are going to party. People are going to party. Why not make it, like, safe? Why not? People are going to do it anyway. I always have Narcan on me. Always. I always have fet strips on me. Always. You never know. Better to be safe than sorry because people are going to do it anyway. So, might as well be safe. Alright, guys. Shall we get into this Caleb Hammer stuff? Shall we? Shall we? I feel like we shall. Before we get started, guys, make sure that you like the video. Okay? It sparks a lot of joy for me. Makes me happy, and it's free. Discord is also free, if you feel like it, if you're feeling adventurous. If you hate free shit, you can always check out my merch, guys. Incredible, show-stopping, and brilliant. You can always gift super chat, or buy super chats, gift memberships, buy memberships, that kind of shit. You know, the huge. So please feel free to do that. If you're not going to like the video, you can at the very least give me money. And if you don't want to give me money, you can like the video. There's really not an option for you not to engage with this phenomenal content that I have put together for you today. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, alright guys, so this is D'Angelo Wallace responding to Caleb Hammer, okay? And then if I... what was the... I remember D'Angelo Wallace's Blair White video, I remember that. But so, let's introduce our players for people who don't know. So this is D'Angelo Wallace. D'Angelo Wallace does basically like commentary kind of stuff. The video that I'm most familiar with is the Blair White video, where D'Angelo Wallace talks a lot about how Blair White is a grifter, basically. Talks a lot about, you know, different internet celebrities, real celebrities, shit like that. Caleb Hammer is this guy right here. Caleb Hammer is the finance bro, so he does Financial Audit. Financial Audit is a show where people basically come onto his show and they give him all of their financial records, and he basically just verbally berates them the entire time for being like, I'm $10,000 in debt, but I can't stop buying Starbucks. And I will not be shy. I will not be shy. I love Caleb Hammer. Not gonna be shy. Not gonna be shy at all. I love Caleb Hammer's content, okay? I love Financial Audit. I love it. I think it's fucking hilarious. Big fan. Yeah. So, I'll just unpack my biases at the start, and yes, I do love this episode of RuPaul's Drag Race. RuPaul is doing great, as we can see. And then, thank you very much, Flozzy, for the membership. I haven't watched his videos in ages. Me either. Everybody witness, please. Alright. And then, so, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and lock in, and we're gonna check this out. I am starting on the side of Caleb Hammer because I think Financial Audit is awesome. I think it's fucking hilarious, so let's begin.
One of the largest financial creators on not just YouTube, but the entire internet actually went on live yesterday and told everybody that he's going to sue me. And I don't think anyone realized because the live didn't get that many views.
Oh,
but
fuck. This is the wrong one. No, this is the right one, sorry.
Kind of a big deal, in my opinion. I may be biased. I don't usually post videos on Sunday. I post on Monday, but the Monday video is what he threatened to sue me over. Okay, here's a little context if you're new to the channel. I live stream on YouTube right here, and then I cut those videos into videos that come out the next day or a couple days after. Yesterday, I went live talking about Caleb Hammer, and before I could even cut this video, he reacted to that live for 4 hours straight. He is in there calling me slurs.
What is wrong with you?
He's threatening to sue me.
You don't think I know how to do legal strategy? You have no idea what's happening behind the scenes. I destroy people. I will destroy you. You don't get to do this without consequences.
Multiple threats to sue me.
Dude, do you not know what you are doing right now? You are literally walking yourself into a law. I'm talking to my lawyers on Monday. Or Tuesday. Whichever one I have more time on.
He's just, in general, it's a crash out of biblical proportions.
I don't want to hear it. You've never helped one person in your damn life, and you'll never be remembered for anything. You have no legacy. You're pathetic. You're a slop commentator. You are nothing.
That's the crash out. And I take this personally. I take this personally as a slop creator. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy.
Sit the f down.
Oh, hang on. Let me put, I need my trans on trans violence. Sorry, guys. I have the wrong GIF. Oh, how fucking embarrassing. Where's my trans on trans? Where is it? Hello? Dude, where the fuck is my trans on trans violence? Did I accidentally... Guys! Oh no, I think I accidentally replaced it with something. Oh, here it is. I see it. I'm just fucking blind. Never mind.
No contributor of anything in this entire world. Shut the f up. You were gone for a year and no one cared and no one's life changed. Shut up, bitch.
I'm a little stunned. I won't lie. So this is just a little acknowledgement of that. I'm sort of gathering my bearings and I'm going to put out a slightly more coherent response to that later. In fact, I'm going to post it tomorrow when I would have posted this video that you're watching today. I'm going to tell you right now, this isn't going to be some sort of back and forth. This is not Kendrick versus Drake, because if it was, Caleb would be J. Cole, okay? I don't know what he thinks this is. It's not that. So you go ahead and watch this video. I'm going to leave it up to you to decide if you think this is worth suing me over. And then tomorrow, in about 24 hours from right now when this video goes up...
Wait, what video am I watching?
I'll come back and we'll talk about some other things that I didn't have time to get into this video, but if you want to sue me over this, you're going to hate tomorrow's video, Caleb. Anyways, enjoy. Unless you're Caleb Hammer, you are not going to enjoy this. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Oh, this is the video. Okay, got it.
All right, anyways, bye, y'all. Thank you for watching. Or hi.
Also, why does he not do any video description? I think that's weird. Whatever.
Caleb Hammer is like, if everything wrong with YouTube was a person, I think it would actually be this dude. Have you heard about that finance guy who everybody keeps saying is posting really weird misogynist content disguised as finance? That's bro. So if I had to sum him up, I would say he's known for straight talking, like financial advice, despite not seeming to have too many qualifications. But you know what? I don't either. So I can't speak too much to the financial side of things.
Caleb Hammer got himself out of a ton of debt. And I think that generally speaking, somebody that the problem is that Caleb Hammer's content, it's like, you would have to be dumb not to realize this, right? Like, I'm $30,000 in credit card debt, and I'm spending $6,000 a month. I make $3,000 a month, and 60% of my expenses are DoorDash and Uber Eats. I feel like I don't think that you need like a degree in finance to do that, but that's just me personally.
All I can say is that his content goes crazy. 2.8 million subscribers is a lot, obviously, but it's actually the fact that dude has 2.9 billion views. This is actually one of the most viewed channels I've ever talked about. He's constantly going viral. And it's not even just on this platform either, right? If I pull him up on TikTok, you've got 179 million likes. That's not even saying how many people have actually viewed this content on TikTok. So the first thing that was obvious to me before I did any sort of research was Caleb Hammer clearly has a packaging problem. Whenever he's talking about a woman, the video titles are actually insane. So here's a man, for example. He says, arrogant freak, thinks he knows more about money than me. So for the dudes on the channel, they may get called arrogant freaks, right? They may get called kind of dumb or whatever. How come whenever he has a woman on the channel that he's not rocking with, you get titles like dumb, spoiled, B-word, I effing hate her? First of all, I didn't really know you could name a video, I effing hate her, and put the B-word in the thumbnail and gets 600,000 views, but you can't.
I mean, you can as long as it's censored, yeah.
It's like, oh, he did this one time. No, you've also got really fun stuff over here. Fun, heavy quotes. Like...
Oh, DZ sent me the wrong video. Thanks, DZ.
I kicked off his B-wife. It's really, 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 really common. He's aggressive. He's nasty in the way he talks about these people. I've never hated a more vile piece of trash. Goth freak. Oh, wait. And of course, we do have septum piercing freak. So from one septum piercing freak to another, I'm sure this is not going to be an excruciating watch at all. Someone said incel vibes.
Okay, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. I have my septum pierced. Septum pierced freaks. Septum pierced freaks. Yes, it's true. The septum piercing is a warning from God. Yes, as somebody with a septum piercing, I agree. This is the one that I'm supposed to watch first? That's not true. You're sending them to me out of order. Watch. They're out of order. You're sending them out of order. Because this is the one that we're watching right now. This is the RE Caleb Hammer. So we're watching this one and then we're watching this one. Yeah? Correct? Right? Yes? This one, then this one? Right, guys? This one and then this one? I'm watching them in order, so whatever. I don't care. You guys do your own shit.
For sure. Oh, just you wait. Anyways, it is absolutely a gender bias. You have this dude on here, right here, on the left, who is actually a deadbeat. I went through this episode. Bro is a freeloader out here wasting his partner's money, spending it all on OnlyFans, and the video is named Financial Audit's First Affair. You don't get any of this insane language. But then you take a woman who it really seems like her biggest sin was actually just being annoying? Question mark? And she is the one who gets called the dumb, spoiled B-word. He effing hates her, etc. Essentially, this dude is making anti-SJW content.
We don't listen to people that look like you anymore. I don't know if you know this. You've lost all the power.
What does that even mean? Is it a woman thing?
No, SJW thing.
So you're sexist.
I said SJW. Is that women?
Well, I mean...
Yes, Caleb. SJW does mean woman. SJW means woman, person of color, queer person, any sort of possible minority just gets labeled an SJW for merely existing. But hold on.
I don't know what SJW is, but
Social
you like to
justice
talk
warrior?
over women all the time.
I talk over everybody, including myself.
You can't talk over yourself.
Oh, yes, I do. And that's why I flub so many words.
If you're thinking to yourself, he sounds stupid. I have so many clips of this man, not too many. He sounds stupid in every single one of them, while simultaneously saying stuff that is equally harmful. It's actually pretty painful.
I talk faster than I think. I don't know what I'm saying half the time.
Well, then maybe you should stop and think for a minute.
We don't listen to people like you anymore. We really don't. You guys have no power. You guys were like 0.5% of the population.
He actually sounds like a toddler. We don't listen to people like you anymore. He kind of sounds like an SJW. He kind of sounds triggered. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. So what with him being anti-SJW content in the year of our Lord 2026, what does that mean exactly? You're thinking, well, they must have evolved some kind of way if we've been doing this for like 10, 15 years, etc. No, it's the same thing. It's taking people who use different pronouns, who look different ways, and presenting them to your audience as if like, oh, you're an absolute freak. Here, I've got the goth freak for you right here.
I mean, I do identify as it as well.
Do you actually?
I accept all pronouns, you know? Yes. So the theme...
We're doing some roasting. We're doing some roasting. We're doing some roasting. I love a good little roast. Like, these people willingly come onto, like, his show to be roasted and accosted. Like, that's, like, the whole point of going on the show. But, yeah, like, this is just kind of his genre of content. I mean, I would have an issue with it, of course, if these people, like, didn't agree to this. But they literally agree to go on his show and be, like, verbally accosted over how dumb they are with money. Like, I don't know if I can really be mad at him for, like, being very clear about what kind of show he does, and then they come on, and then it's the kind of content that he told them it was going to be. Like, you can watch his YouTube channel. You're aware of how he talks to people. I mean, I guess it is what it is, I guess. Who's up hammering? They Caleb. Very true. That is certainly me. Everybody witness. Thank you, Glenn. Everybody will witness.
Twilight wedding.
Oh my god, you try to get wolf.
Oh my god, this goth freak. She uses multiple pronouns. She likes Twilight. Look, is that a septum piercing? At this point, some of you may be wondering,
call the cops.
What does this have to do with finance? This is ostensibly a finance channel, helping people get their lives together, helping people get their money together. But no, you get stuff like this, inviting the most out there people you can find. I'm not even talking about out there in terms of presentation. It's more so getting people who actually are toxic and labeling them, oh, you're LGBT. $369,000 of LGBTQIA plus debt. He's just bad with money and not nice to his partner. Why are you making this a gay thing?
Oh, okay. That episode specifically is because they spend all of their income on, like, kinky shit, which is fine. Okay, if you guys are into that shit, like, that's fine. Whatever. Go with God. If you go anywhere, okay? But, like, if you have, like, $60,000 in credit card debt, I'm so sorry, but we cannot get another fucking foxtail butt plug, babe. We have to start chipping away at the debt, okay? I know that you really, really want the Cinderella, the Cinderella dildo, but I'm so sorry, babe. We're in debt, like.
Because you're homophobic. Earlier this week, we were already talking about the resurgence of the R slur. If you're wondering the trickle-down effects and what kinds of people are pushing this, it's people like this. So here he is talking to a woman about her autistic child.
That has so.
She's not.
Well, but you're getting payments.
No, it's not payments. It's to help.
Yeah, that's not cool. I don't feel that is cool at all. To describe disability as R-word payments, I would consider that to be deeply inappropriate. I've made it very clear that I don't like that word. Use that word. It's part of my vocabulary. I don't like it. I don't want to use it. I do not use it. But I also understand, obviously, that people are gonna be saying that shit. Like, some people find it to be acceptable. Like, if you guys are watching me, I assume that you're somewhere in the commentary sphere, right? That's the kind of content that you guys like. I think that I'm one of the only people in commentary that doesn't say that word. I think if I racking my brain, I can't think of anybody else who is like, I'm not going to say that. So, you know, it is the culture of this corner of the internet, I suppose. But obviously I think it's inappropriate, but it's also like, it is very normalized in this corner of the internet, right? Or on the internet broadly, I should say, even societally, it's very normalized. I think it's inappropriate, so I don't say it. And I don't let people say it in my Discord, but yeah, I don't think that there's anybody else in commentary that does not say that word, which is interesting, but...
Help with her. It's to help her learn how to be a person and, like, help her function, you know? And, like she's got...
You don't have to explain it. I'm sorry that this is happening to you.
She's not...
Well, that's not a bad thing.
Here we get this weasel behavior that you get with all dudes like this, where they can't actually stand tall in their douche hood, if you will, and it has to be like, oh, I wasn't being bad. I wasn't saying it bad.
So mean.
Well, no, I was meaning it in the clinical. The clinical sense is mental retardation.
Autism is...
No, that hasn't been a diagnosis since 2013 with the DSM. It all got categorized under ASD, so Asperger's isn't a diagnosis anymore. Mental retardation isn't a diagnosis anymore. That's not true, and it hasn't been for more than 10 years. 13 years, actually.
This is not mental retardation. That's two. I'm not going to comment on that.
Infuriating. We get the point. Also, his stupid excuse that, like, oh, this is just the clinical term. He literally comes right out about 6 minutes later and admits why he actually said it. Bro, you can't even keep your story straight here.
I'll call her, trigger some people in the audience. I don't care. That's all hee hee ha ha.
It is literally just to trigger people. So, I mean, have we already sort of covered, like, homophobia, ableism in here, misogyny? I don't even think I've showed you guys a sum total of 2 minutes of this guy's content at this point. It's funny, I could almost end the video here. I think some of you are like, D'Angelo, please end the video here. But I have more points to make. Any one episode of the show essentially has all the problems happening.
Guys, I needed to take a small pivot really quick, you guys. I've been having an existential crisis. I've read all of the I am up to date with the current Jeffrey Epstein leaks. okay? And my psyche has been broken. I don't know what's real. I don't know what to believe. I don't know who I am. I don't know what the purpose of life is. I don't know why anything matters. Everything that I thought was true was a lie. Alex Jones was vindicated entirely. Do you guys think that Ghislaine Maxwell was involved in the disappearance of Jean-Benet Ramsey? Because I think the answer to that is yes. I think the answer to that is yes. I'm noticing things. They call me a noticer. And I'm just unwell.
At once. You don't have to like scroll through this guy's channel and try to build a picture of who he is. You can literally just watch 5 minutes and see. He's a massive creep when it comes to anytime he has a woman on as a guest. It's not just that he's being misogynistic. He's also just so icky. We're 59 seconds into this video, mind you. This is actually among the first things he's about to say to her.
Am I able to consent to roast you and whatnot and stuff before I go into this whole thing?
Absolutely.
Okay, then why the fuck are your tits pointing to the ceiling? And then
Yeah.
why this? Because
Okay, I'm sorry. This girl has on like a mega push-up bra. That's
consent
I'm
to
sorry.
roast you and whatnot and stuff before I go into this.
Like her tits are like here. Her tit shelf is like right here. Your boobs don't sit right here. Like, okay, I'm sorry. This girl has like the fucking Nagasaki bombshell bra. Like, okay, yes, dude. Yes, dude. Our gazongas are a little too up high. Okay, all right. He's not wrong. Okay, he's not wrong.
Absolutely.
Okay, then why the fuck are your tits pointing to the ceiling? And then why this? Because
you never seen a goth person?
The idea of actually commenting on somebody's body like this within a minute of encountering them is wild to me. I don't know how much strange content you have to be consuming on a daily basis where you're like, this is appropriate first impression material. I'm going to mention your body. No, dude. God, this is such weird this is such weird content to be the meta right now. It is so weird that this is the meta. Also, we have this really painful conversation about being alt.
You know what's funny? The shade name is Clown White, so we love that. I mean, if you look at the alt community, it's hard to find a good alternative community like
there's
gothic.
an alternative community.
Are you
A community
that
that is
dense? Like,
just alternative. Well, isn't like everyone alternative?
I mean, I guess you could argue
alternative
that.
to what?
He's so stupid. He's not only stupid. It's not the kind of stupidity where you can just write off everything he does as, oh, he's harmless because he's not very smart. He is pretty harmful and also just such an idiot. As she said, are you dense? Also, as somebody who is part of the alt community, if you're clicking to this video and you're like, oh, what's going on with the hat? I purposely dressed a little bit more alt than usual just for this video. I want to stand in solidarity. I am in solidarity.
The only way that makeup would be relevant to finances is if you're spending all your money at Sephora while your home is getting foreclosed. Can be relevant. Can be.
Solidarity with goth freak. Can we please stop making fun of people for things that don't matter? You can put on clown makeup all you want, and I still struggle to understand what any of this has to do with finance. I think maybe the thing that's so fascinating to me is back when, unfortunately, I was radicalized by anti-SJW content like 10 years ago. The people making it at least try to seem cooler than the people they were talking about. It didn't work, and you would only really seem cooler to a teenager or like a deeply uncritical person. But yeah, I think this doesn't work anymore. People have voices. No one even gets triggered. She's not actually mad. I think even the other woman was very calmly explaining.
Well, yeah, because they're going on his show to be like roasted and given financial advice. It's like you guys came to the show for being roasted and getting financial advice, and then you're confused that you were roasted on the show about roasting. You know, it's like you go to a Comedy Central roast and you're fucking pissed off that everybody's roasting you. That's like the purpose of the show.
Like, why are you talking about people this way? You shouldn't be using slurs or for people with autism. But because he is like going there, if you will, you have all these people sort of hailing him as like the resurgence of anti-SJW content. Nature's healing. And I'm being so serious, by the way. Like, hold on. Look at some of these comments right here. Imagine looking like this and thinking you're right about anything. 2025, 12:15. Someone posted this picture.
Oh no, a meme. Comedy's dead. Like, this is one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons that I have a really hard time with this kind of content. Is just because, like, it's like we're just joking, and you can say that some jokes are inappropriate or some jokes are this, that, or the other thing. That's fine, but like, this content is just a big miss for me because I think that it is possible to make a joke about just about anything if it's funny enough. The bar is just, is it funny enough? And the absurdity of the statement as well. But like, I don't know.
Like 6 weeks ago, not in 2015. This is why I'm making this video. It's a mix of me obviously saying, hey, I'm really unhappy that this content is outperforming everybody. But also, I am actually genuinely incredulous that anybody would be like, oh, you have colored hair. You're wrong about everything in the entire world. They no longer have any power. Nobody cares anymore. Caleb Hammer became popular not only because he's good at finances, but it's
I love this one where it's the nose rings. The mental illness is strong in this one, and it's the septum ring. I agree.
because he doesn't sugarcoat things. Oh, look at this. The mental illness is strong in this one. We live in bizarro world. I watched this content die out. I watched it die out. I was there. I was aggressive at that time trying to deprogram myself and disconnect and start calling people like this weirdos. And this content did get smaller and smaller. It absolutely got more insular. I was there. And now I am watching it swing back into existence. America is healing because we're back to saying that dyeing your hair makes you a triggered SJW. This hurts. I'm sorry, Goth Freak. I gotta stop calling her Goth Freak.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's a difference between good-natured heckling and then actual bullying. All the people that he is quote-unquote bullying are people that agree to be on the show. They are aware of what it's like signing up for a Comedy Central roast and then getting pissed that you get roasted. Like they are very acutely aware of the kind of content that he makes. I don't think that you get to double back after the fact and be like, actually, it was really rude of you to make fun of me, even though I literally signed a contract in order to participate in this content. I think it's weird. That's just me.
I just find the term really funny because it's not like offensive. What is the like moral failing of being a freak? I fail to understand. He calls her boyfriend in this clip because she tells him that she's in an open relationship with her partner. And this is how that goes down.
So are you okay with your woman looking like this?
I mean, you know, it's once in a while.
Told you it was a simp. And what do you think about her going out there and slapping flaps behind your back while you're not going out there and having any fun?
Is it the 50s? Does a man's opinion have anything to do with how you choose to present?
Dude, I'm sorry. That's crazy. Okay.
At this point, anyways, I find this to be absolutely fascinating of how Caleb is going to try so hard to make this look stupid, to make her look stupid, to make this guy look like some sort of whatever, and it just doesn't work. All that happens is he commits cringe and dies on camera every single second. It's a new death of Caleb Hammer.
She's fucking and you're not.
Yeah, we've been known about this.
Yes, I'm trying to get you stop talking for him, you domineering dude. I'm trying to understand his opinion from his mouth.
All right, talk to him.
She's going out there and
No, I don't think this is crash out worthy at all. I just think that it's like a dumb criticism. Like, obviously, it's America, you guys. You can think and feel whatever you want. Land of the free, home of the brave. I think that like this, the hand wringing over him, like roasting the fuck out of everybody that comes on is just stupid. But like, I would agree. I don't think that this goes to the level of like, I'm gonna fucking sue you. I think that's kind of crazy. Yeah.
Women, you're not.
Well, I mean, you have higher sex drive than I do.
Yeah, I do.
So,
That's the thing.
Where is the issue? Where I'm struggling. I think we watched him try
The issue is that women belong in the kitchen. Keep up.
to force this issue like 3 or 4 times in a 30-second span. He knows, she knows, and he is not in their relationship. So how does any of this matter? Literally at all. Also, he's racist. So the boyfriend in question is Vietnamese, and upon seeing a picture of him, for some reason, Caleb immediately reacts this way, which I find to be so strange.
Look at that. Look how different.
Oh my gosh.
That was in Vietnam. He proposed to me in Vietnam earlier this year.
Oh, he's such a little gay boy.
A little gay boy.
Yeah. Colton, look at
You're
him.
one to talk, love. You're one to talk, love.
Why?
Why? I don't know. I'm sorry.
Why are you assuming that I'm gay? People say I'm gay all the time, but
I feel like so many things just happen in a
Caleb's bisexual, by the way. He's also Asian.
20-second span. Where do I start? I've commonly seen that emasculation of Asian men is a problem and is rooted in racist stereotypes and misunderstanding of what masculinity looks like in other places. I am not the one who could sit here and tell you, oh yeah, looking at a random person who committed being Asian and calling them gay is racist. I'm sort of from the outside trying to largely point at what's going on here. But if that somehow was literally not enough, he just starts going down the list of the normal things that people do or the more obvious things that people do when they're trying to be racist.
Oh, he was born in Vietnam.
okay. Does he know what you're saying when you propose these plans?
Yeah, I do like
Oh,
children.
he's just a little gay, fat Vietnamese guy that has a domineering clown goth woman.
I'm not a psychologist. I'm not an expert on projection. I'm really not. I'm just going to say,
He's just a little gay, fat Vietnamese guy that has a domineering clown goth woman.
I'm not going to call it projection because I don't know what's going on here and I don't want to know. All I'm saying is, anytime I see somebody drawing like 50,000 conclusions about something out of thin air, I'm just like, where is this coming from? Caleb, where is this coming from? He would be a little happier if he realizes there's nothing wrong with being a fat, gay person who wants to be dominated by whatever. Like, my brother in Christ, this is not it. I say this not to actually make assumptions about sexuality, which I don't know or don't care. And I'm not even a big fan of implying that anytime somebody is being homophobic, they're actually gay. That's not my point. I think y'all understand my point. Everything about this man is some sort of strange projection. It's fake. It's phony. It comes across really poorly. And then he just goes on and knocks the guy's accent.
I'm just seeing the picture. To be very clear, it's just you have an idea and it's okay.
No, why does he have that accent?
Because he was born and raised in Vietnam.
Well, first of all, he moved here when he was like 11. So he's been here longer in the United States than in Vietnam.
Right.
By like,
which means they usually still have an accent sometimes.
We're done. I'm closing it. I'm closing the tab. I'm not done with the video, but we're done with this interaction. I can't do it anymore. I'm out. But he's a finance channel though. He's a finance channel. Okay, so this is the part where we enter the actual Twilight Zone. When I tell you all you have to do is go to this channel, hit oldest, and get a completely different human being. He's the same dude, obviously. Nobody can go this downhill in 3.5 years. When I tell you though, everything about the way he presented himself 3.5 years ago, it's 2 different channels. So his content was actually finance stuff. He was talking to people like a normal human being talks to people. He didn't even sound the same. Some of this is just on-camera awkwardness, and that's fair. That's fair. But some of this is like, there's no way this is the same dude.
I could not be more grateful to everyone who's made this first month absolutely amazing. Celebrate with me by giving this video a like so that YouTube...
Who is this? No, I'm telling you, this is Twilight Zone stuff right here. Let me pull one of the clips where he's actually interacting with somebody, and you're going to be shook because they're actually talking about finance here.
Today we'll be meeting with Clayton, but I did see something on here that made me very happy. That's a lupe tortilla. I go there every Friday. Every Friday, really? Yeah. Dang. I love lupe tortilla. I really do.
Yep. I've been trying to tell y'all that this is actually a form of performance. All of it. Every single aspect.
Well, yes, obviously. The name of the game is entertainment. There's a reason that his content did more poorly when it wasn't, like, intertwined and interwoven with other kinds of content. Like, you know, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. If you want to integrate, like, comedy and roasting and, like, jokes and teasing or whatever into your content, as long as people are aware of that's the kind of content that you make, I just don't really care. But, I mean, like, I agree, obviously, that this does not warrant a level 10 meltdown. This is just, like, somebody who doesn't like edgy jokes or roasting or whatever, which is fine. That is completely fine. I don't think that this requires, like, a level 10 meltdown.
Aspect of it. None of it is real. You have people like this who are a little awkward, a little uncomfortable, maybe even have some snippet of good intention or something like this, and they realize, oh, here is a way to be that is about putting other people down. It's not actually about addressing anything that is bothering me, etc., etc. So no, like, dude, when I saw what his older content was like, I was like, I could have told you he was a fraud, but I didn't think it was to this extent at all. That is inceldom, though, by the way. Like, doubling down on, I'm actually just going to start being really hateful to women because that's easier than working on anything that has to do with myself. Nasty. But yeah, when men finally learn that misogyny is not a shortcut to appearing masculine, we will finally be on the way to freedom. And then when men finally learn that actually appearing masculine is a joke and not necessary or important at all, we'll be free. But we're not there yet. So look at this.
That's a really good time to use I feel statements. I think this is the other thing that kind of leaves a icky taste in people's mouth around, like, the anti-SJW content is, like, when people, and this was really big during COVID, and I think that you see a boomerang effect with a lot of this kind of stuff. But when you are making broad, sweeping generalizations like masculinity has no benefit, there's no reason to want to be masculine. People that want to be masculine would be better off without that desire or that trait. It doesn't sit at all. It doesn't sit at all. And I wish that we would have left this attitude like 5 years ago, because I hate the bastardization of masculinity as a whole. Second of all, I don't like the enlightened, like, I went on my journey to understand my true self, and so I have insight that you don't have access to, and I can make better decisions about your preferences than you can, is what that gives me. Like, I don't like that. It makes me very angry. It's very self-righteous. It's very condescending. And that was what caused the death of SJW content, is the pretentiousness, the assumptions, and the demonization of things that are so general and broad that you must know that surely with the smugness paired with the sweeping generalization that you can be free of all of society's woes if you just stop giving a fuck about masculinity. It's like, that is what killed that kind of content. And for good reason, in my opinion, because it's just a really, like, fucking disgusting way to talk about other people. And obviously this is coming from me. I don't always talk about other people in the kindest ways, right? But obviously I'm joking. Maybe it's not obvious for some people, but I am joking, okay? I do love women, actually. I do love women. But this kind of content, I can't fucking watch it anymore. Because the pretentiousness that's the thing that makes me so upset with this kind of content in general. The thing that I dislike about it most is, like, the air of superiority and the condescension when you're trying to convince people to agree with you. Even if you're right. Even if I'm right. Even if I say, guys, actually masculinity is really bad. Not just toxic masculinity. If I'm like, yeah, well, if only you realized that this was destroying your fucking life and everybody would stop fucking hating you, and you might get that promotion at work if you weren't just such a drooling fucking manlet that only cared about how many weights you could lift. That's not going to change anybody's fucking opinion. You just look like a dick. And you are a dick. That's a fucking stupid thing to say. I'm glad this kind of content died out because it's hand-wringing. I don't like it. I think it's dumb. I think it's dumb, but thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Everybody was really happy to see his growth in the beginning. Caleb just featured on Graham Stephan's channel, and you have Caleb right here on Reddit. By the way, Caleb's account, his Reddit account is going to come back up because there's some stuff there that's like, brother, no. Caleb went on this dude's channel, Graham Stephan. You have someone on Reddit complaining that they don't like Graham's YouTube thumbnails or his packaging, and this is Caleb's response to that. I don't want to get into the negative convos, but I feel I should respond to this. The platform essentially forces content creators to create these kinds of thumbnails, referring to Graham's thumbnails. And once you know which thumbnails work, you are forced to use them. So says Caleb 3 years ago. If you use something that does not get an instant amount of certain clicks within the first hour, your video will not be put in front of people. Trust me, creators do not enjoy this, but we are forced to play the game. Somebody right here said, that's what the Nazi said too. I'm gonna leave that comment in the air. It's funny because Caleb wasn't even talking about himself.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I feel like as you respond, the platform essentially forces the content creators to create these kind of thumbnails. Yeah, so it's just like, it's clickbait. It's algorithm feeding. Like, sure, you can have a problem with it, but like, yes, it's just feeding the algorithm. And then somebody's like, that's the same argument that the Nazis used. Guys, did you know that if you make clickbait titles, you're basically doing the Nuremberg defense of like, I'm just following orders. I'm just following the algorithm.
First hour, your video will not be put in front of people. Trust me, creators do not enjoy this, but we are forced to play the game. Somebody right here said, that's what the Nazi said too. I'm gonna leave that comment in the air. It's funny because Caleb wasn't even talking about himself. At this point, when Caleb posted that, his thumbnails were fine. These are okay.
D'Angelo Wallace is just like 5 years late to the fucking party. I call this the Brianna Wu effect, where you finally assume what was at one point the pinnacle of behavior online, but you do it like 5 years too late. This shit would have fucking slapped in 2021. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Okay, but the idea that he actually has to do this now. Dun dun dun. Y'all look like corpses in these thumbnails. Anyways, look, you have people 3 years ago seeing Caleb pass 1 million views, getting really happy for him, getting 1 million views on one video. He barely has 250,000 subs. And Caleb's over here saying, so blessed for all the support.
Everything that I don't like is actually because of Hitler.
People saying, you've got this, you deserve it. But then you have this Reddit user saying, nice. Do you have any thoughts about why this one in particular has had the most views? Maybe the internet likes to see pretty blonde women?
Dude, I'm so tired of Alex Jones. I'm sorry. Allow me to go on another tangent here, okay? Alex Jones. Global bombshell. The internet has exploded as newly released Epstein files directly connect NYC's mayor, Zoran Mandami, and his mother to Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Ghislaine Maxwell, and others. Alex Jones. Alex Jones. My king. My monarch. My skinny legend. Ozempic has done wonders for you. Keep going, okay? How the fuck are you going to spend your entire career blowing the whistle on the deep state cabal that actually, unironically, was true the whole fucking time? Alex Jones, you were right. There are satanic pedophiles that sacrifice and eat babies in an abandoned pizza parlor basement. You were right, okay? You were correct. But you are unable to do your victory lap because you've been sucking Trump's dick for like the past 2 years. What did they offer you? How many babies did they offer you? How much Molly did they offer you? What did they give you, Alex Jones? Tell me. I want to know. I want to know. Because, guys, he was right. They were putting chemicals in the water. There were satanic pedophiles controlling the world. He was right. And he can't even take his dub because he sucks so fucking bad. How sad is that? How sad is that, guys? How sad is that? I know only the Democrats are in the... All the Democrats are in the cabal, not the conservatives. No, the cabal is that it's everybody. That's the point. Oh my god. Where's my emotional support Alex Jones Bon Iver video? Where is that? I need that. I need that right now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He was right. He was right, guys. He was right the whole time.
Paradigm of absolute control.
The whole time he was right.
And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order.
He's right.
That's why they want to
He
try
was
to keep us out
correct.
of it.
I'm angry.
I've had enough of these people.
They're a
Bunch of Christian murder scum.
giant death
Factories keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people?
I go
Out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin.
and they run around
Screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. He was right. He was right. You guys are laughing. You guys are laughing. But he was right. He was correct. He was correct. Oh. Hillary's into creepy, weird, sick stuff, man.
Just
Sleeps in the same room with that creepy little woman with a thing over her head. What the heck? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot-belly goblins hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. Ah! Ah! Ah!
We're such self-centered crap, we don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and
I'm so pissed. Guys, he was literally right. He was literally right. You all laughed at Alex Jones. You all laughed at him. Right. He was right. There is a cabal of evil pedophiles ruling the world. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
I mean, get berated? Lol. I find this to be a fascinating story because every single piece of what's currently happening right now was foretold. You got people telling him, bro, you saying I'm just following orders has historically been a really horrible way of making decisions. Hey, that's kind of weird, actually, that the first time you ever popped off is because you seem to have framed this video really negatively against a woman. It's fascinating. I don't usually like the word fascinating because it makes everything I say sound like a science experiment. It's fascinating, though, in a vacuum, while also still being pretty serious. I also just feel like he sold these people out. See, all the way up to 250,000 subscribers and then realized, like, oh, I can just switch into all this nasty stuff because it works better. How was that initial 250,000 subscribers supposed to feel? We have the answer. His early audience.
Also, I'm almost done. I'm going to show you guys this, and then we're going to take a quick piss break. Really quick, I saw this, and this made me happy. Well, it didn't make me happy. It prevented me from hurting myself. It's kind of in the way here. So these are the drugs. This is the drug menu from Epstein Island, okay? And I'm going to tell you guys right now, these bitches were getting ripped off, okay? 1 gram of Coke, $65. I guess that's fair. Yellow Coke, 1 gram, $100. Fair price, okay? Ketamine, 400 milligrams, a bag, $60. Insane. 1,000 milligram vial, $160. Reasonable. 500 milligrams of DMT. This is actually very cheap. Comparatively, that's like $175 for a cart. And then this is where it gets crazy. This is where it starts getting crazy, okay? 2 milligrams Xanax, $11. That's like $3. Valium, 10 milligrams, $11. That's like $3. Klonopin, Percocet, all of these are like in the 15. These should be like $1. Nothing. Not worth it at all. 30 milligrams of Oxys, $32. Try 20. Oxy Cotton, 80 milligrams, $56. Try 30. Nice try. And then these are the ones that get me. Adderall, 20 milligrams, $18. That's a ripoff. Adderall, 30 milligrams, $27. That's a ripoff. And we also don't even get to know if they're extended or instant release. Very important. 5 milligram bag of Molly, not even capped, $80. No, that's a ripoff. And then we have 420 and G-Spot, $16 a pop. Again, those are like 10. Ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous. Everybody was getting ripped off. Everybody was getting ripped off and they didn't even know it. The drugs are overpriced on Pedophile Island. Write that down. Ridiculous. I know. Yeah, it's $18 hot dogs at the football stadium. Depending on what it is, yeah. Depending on what it is, yeah. That's, yeah. Some of you guys are getting ripped off. Anyway, I just thought that was a fun little side tangent. I'm going to go piss really quick and smoke girly pops, and then we're going to come back and we're going to finish this, okay? BRB! Everybody behave!
Air that blazes there makes the mosques show red in this nether hell.
Has any soul ever before descended to this depth from the circles above?
Seldom, but once before I was conjured down by Erictha. Shortly after my death, she sent me down to draw forth a soul from the circle of Judas.
Which circle is that?
The lowest, blackest, and farthest from heaven. Well do I know the way.
They were all plotting against me. My life has been spent in anger.
Find peace.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, we can continue. So sorry. Ready to continue. I'm ready to continue on this journey. I'm ready.
Genuinely hates the stuff that he's doing right now. His mods go crazy, deleting any and everything on his subreddit. You have people talking about his course. He was trying to sell everybody $1,000 course, which we'll get into in a second. And sorry, this post has been removed by the moderators of Caleb Hammer. But you have people still in the comments like, nah, this is questionable. This course is weird. Smells like a grift to me. He's a sellout. It's frustrating to hear him using language that sounds like the financial grifters on YouTube. Maybe he is the financial grifters on YouTube. I'm gonna tell you right now. They delete stuff about his content in general. Caleb has jumped the shark. I think it's become more of a drama channel than anything. Sorry, this post has been removed by the moderators of Caleb Hammer. This next next one is actually funny. This next one is actually genuinely funny to me. They also delete posts of people rightfully upset that they're deleting posts. Caleb and his team are actively suppressing negative comments on the investing program on his channel. Sorry, this post has been removed by the moderators of Caleb Hammer. He essentially just ignored them, or tried to minimize them and put them in a box, or essentially kick them out of the community and be like, okay, well, it's not about you guys. Thanks for the money, but now I figured out spam the hate woman button is going to get me way more support than y'all could ever give me. I find that to be really, really, really gross. When he first started, he used to mock these courses, lol. He's literally the epitome of what he once mocked. If you're like, okay, well, D'Angelo, is he at least helping the people on the show? Obviously, the answer is no. But I really like this person who did an AMA. They were asked, like, hey, how much of the conversation did you feel was for entertainment value versus concrete advice you took into the future and your finances? And they said, I technically wasn't doing that bad financially. You had to, quote, find other things to push back on that weren't necessarily conducive or productive. Someone said, if you could go back in time and never appear on the show, would you? And they said, yes, because I didn't really gain much and I didn't get to contribute to the conversation as I thought. They also said, though, no, they don't want to go back in time and never do it because it was a worthwhile experience to be on the other side of. And then the last one I have from them is essentially, how did your opinion of Caleb or the show change after being a guest? And Caleb said, honestly, I watched him less and moved up onto other financial content. So all this to say, we get it. This at one point actually was financial content, but not even the people on the show see it this way. It's more just some like Dr. Phil nonsense of let me invite people who are either fine and make fun of them, or people who are harmful and attribute all their harmful traits to things that are actually bigoted. Someone said, wait, hold on. Chat's going really fast, but I saw a good one. Someone said, it's been tough as an early watcher of Caleb's content to see how comfortable he's gotten perpetuating racist stereotypes. I would imagine the real-time experience of being this dude's fan is not it. Anyways, okay, so this is the course, by the way, that you've seen various people referring to on Reddit. Again, this is a part where I can't sit here and be like, well, yes, I'm a financial expert and this is how I know the course is bad. All I can tell you is charging $997 for the personal audit experience, which is ostensibly supposed to help you get your finances in order. He's claiming that this is actually a $7,000 offer, which he has marked down 86%. I can't sit here and call this a scam, but I could definitely sit here and say this is predatory. It just straight up is. This is obviously for people who don't have a good grip on their finances. And you're like, well, I can fix it for you for $1,000. If you don't have 1,000, don't worry. You got 200. You can buy this one for 200. You can buy this one for 200. But yeah, no, if I
hang on, I need to open this quick. I don't know what screen it's gonna open on. Not my goon folder. Hang on. I need to see what window my goon folder is gonna open up on. 1 second. Let's see if my computer will explode. Let's see how many things I can open. Guys, please sign up for Malcolm Life Advice. It's a low price of $1,000. Thank you so much. Will this hurry up and fucking open, like, while I'm young? That'd be super cool. That would be super awesome. I knew it. I knew it would open on that window.
If I was really feeling desperate right now, I could check out. Allowing people to do this is, to me personally, so deeply irresponsible, especially knowing that it's probably likely to draw people in who are already struggling. Someone said I unfollowed him when he started offering courses. Valid reason to unfollow somebody. All right, he also has this app. Now, I feel like offering people an app to help them with finance and stuff like that is a good thing. I'm not here to knock this. I'm here to tell y'all this is one of the lowest rated Google apps I have ever seen in my life. You have a 1.8. For you to only have your fans installing this app and still have a 1.8, you have to be pissing off everybody. The app is uniquely bad. The free trial does not have any clear or easy cancellation path shown in the app. They gave this a 1 star. If you give somebody a free trial and you try to psy-op them out of feeling like they have the power to cancel it, that way you can get paid, that's scummy at the very least. Even if it's not scammy, can we just say it's scummy? People were saying the app just straight up doesn't work. I'm a huge fan of Caleb Hammer. I'll have his back on anything he does and support his businesses if I can. Unfortunately, I can't with this product. Sorry, that's such a funny review. This app it just simply doesn't work. I signed up for this thing. I tried to link my accounts, etc., etc. Everybody just keeps saying it doesn't do what it says it's going to do. Canceling it is like dying. It feels the same way. My brother in Christ, you got to fix some of these issues before trying to offer people advice. I'll tell you that. That's my financial advice for Caleb Hammer. They know that the app is bad. Look, we're rebuilding DollarWise to help you. A new DollarWise is coming. I guess he is following my advice. He's fixing his problems. So the next thing I would like to talk about, Caleb himself tells a story about what happened to him on Hinge, which is a dating app. And it's just his side of the story makes it sound like it's a funny thing that happened.
I went on this date with a crazy, I hadn't been on a date for 5 years. We went back to my place, tried to hook up. She didn't want to. And I was like, okay, please leave. And she left. And then she freaked the fuck out, got me banned on Hinge and stuff.
You can say things like this on a massive podcast and get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of likes and get it turned into TikTok energy. And that becomes a dominant narrative. And then your side of the story is just like a Reddit post in the dark. And unfortunately, that's what's going on here. So the person who he was talking about here came forward on Reddit and said, no, yeah, that was me, by the way, who got him banned off of not just Hinge, but Bumble and Tinder as well. And they explained, now I'm not going to actually read this for you verbatim, but quite strange, triggering content talking about how he was touching her without consent and it was just immensely uncomfortable. The reason, I believe allegations, regardless of anything really, there's no reason to try to discredit people coming forward, but the reason that you know that at the very least this person is the one who Caleb was talking about was because Caleb came on Reddit and tried to react to this and be like, oh nah, here we go with the over sensationalism that we can't seem to get over since 2020. How much you want to bet he's finna over sensationalize the heck out of this? This is why my creator friends privately recommended I get consent recorded, and we live in a single party consent recording state. So after the insanity of last year, guess what? I did. It doesn't matter if you record somebody giving you their consent. It doesn't matter. That's not a gotcha. This is an absolutely horrible start to this sort of response.
Oh, that's kind of crazy. If you have to like, if you have to like record people like agreeing to fuck you, I think that that's a little crazy. I think that's a little crazy. Is it not? Is it not? Is that not a little crazy? Can you please look into the camera and say I consent before we have sex, please? Thanks so much. That's a little crazy. Is it not? I think that's maybe a little crazy. Just maybe a little bit. I think that's a little strange, but maybe that's just me.
Which we're not going to go through the whole thing. I just feel like that's a strong enough opening for you to understand this guy has everything so backwards. Little does this performative person who is chalking up what was just a bad date. I voice message recorded our entire conversation that she's talking about, and it exposes her for all her lies. But F it, she wants to harm my career, so let's expose her. So yeah, bit by bit, he starts going through. She said that there was a camera in the room, which made her uncomfortable. And he said, yes, as a public figure, I have a security system. Okay, you got to answer for everything. She said that he touched her leg after she said no, and he says that's beyond incorrect. I made a move. She looked at me odd. I pulled away and asked if it was okay, and she specifically said yes, so I did it again. And she said no, she didn't consent. Caleb, that's the only point that she was making. I don't think hopping on Reddit and being like, actually, here are the specifics of why every single point of this was wrong, and I'm going to treat this like YouTube drama with the receipts. Here's my receipts. I recorded every.
I will say, if he was just like shooting his shot and then like he like makes a move and she's like, please don't, and he's like, okay, my bad. Like, okay, what are we supposed to do about that? I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's just a me thing. I don't know. Ever since like the internet adjacent and Parlo shit, I'm like, you can shoot your shot and it cannot go your way. I think, but I don't think that like if you shoot your shot and then she says no and then you stop, I don't particularly see that as, I don't know, like rape. I don't know.
Everything. Really, really disturbing stuff. So it just goes on and on and on. She rejected, and I was okay with it and moved on. Again, it's 2025, so it means the R word, I guess. And no, I did not ask her to, quote, take a bath. I know Gen Z views sex as a bad thing, but consensual sex is not bad. I don't know why she's saying it like this, twisting the situation to make me look bad. It destroys her credibility. That's where you're getting some of this 2015 language popping back up. SJW, destroyed
SJW
by facts and logic, destroyed by evidence.
Yeah.
This is really disgusting. And I don't feel the need to. It's just so long. What I do feel the need to show you, because it's actually quite important and explains a lot. Look at this. So somebody said, I'm sorry, things are so crazy. And Caleb says, people like her right now hold all the power. Does that sound familiar? We don't listen to people that look like you anymore. You've lost all the power. I can't stress this enough. Underneath his misogyny is actually a genuine hatred and bitterness at the fact that anybody ever dared to come forward. And now all of this is some strange like punishment of women in general, because people like her right now hold all the power. They can literally say anything and the commentary community will suck it up like water. And people who dislike me believe it without a single thought. And she'll face zero consequences if she lies about things, but I will face them all. We live in a new era. I know how people like her work. I was ahead of it and can literally destroy her in court. It's not a game anymore. It's time to fight back against this BS. Anybody who is espousing misogyny on main is obviously a problem, but this is actually a vendetta against women. This was a whole year ago and very much explains everything about the way he talks to every single woman. How dare this woman come forward after I tried to use the story of what I did to her for TikTok content. No. It's a no. I hate this punishment of people who come forward in general. You need to be completely silenced, and I'm going to use the resources that I have, and I'm going to try to build a picture where you're wrong. This is why people don't come forward. I am blaming Caleb Hammer as the reason for why people feel so deeply uncomfortable coming forward, feeling uncomfortable calling things SA when it is, but you don't want to say that because you feel like, oh, if I make this claim, people are going to destroy me, essentially. Anyways, if I had to like, in conclusion, yes, I do sort of have a conclusion. At this point, this isn't fun for anybody. I was just poking around his channel and you find comments like Lindsay, being the casting director, just seeks out the most imbalanced and unwell people. It has to stop, referring to a guest they had on who actually was quite toxic. You have stuff like this on the same video talking about everyone was harmed in the making of this episode, including the audience. Yes, this is obviously said in a jokey way, but this is not good content. I guess constantly seeking out people who are either the worst or making fun of people. Caleb, I think we need a palate cleanser episode next. Can the next guest actually just want some help and have an informative chat? And then somebody says, boring. Nah, that would be boring. Wild. This is how people were talking about him a while ago.
He's this guy that has like this financial podcast or show. It has people on his show who have like difficult financial situations because they're like bad with money. And I've been getting a lot of the videos on my For You page. And I also like watched the podcast on YouTube a few times. And honestly, I think it's helping me get my finances in order.
You see people saying things like, I hear him screaming if I ever look at the DoorDash app. I went to Jersey Mike's and I saved $18 for this, that, the other. Having people like this in your audience and then doubling down on racism, misogyny, everything is because you can make an even bigger bag, because really you could just get enough people to buy your $1,000 course and make more money than you were ever going to make off of any one video. 2024, you have people talking about him like this. 2026, you got this video of me saying this dude is like absolute misogyny as a person. He really made sure to hit every single box. Also, he says a bunch of stuff on Twitter and I had to save y'all. I literally had to save y'all. I'm not going to go to his Twitter. I'm just telling you right now, there's a bunch of stuff there. It's not going to make my point any harder. I think I can bow out of this Caleb Hammer situation. But anyway, hopefully you never have to think about Caleb Hammer ever again. I know I will definitely try not to. And yeah, I actually recorded this video live right here on YouTube, where I stream quite frequently, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 12 p.m. Eastern time, unless I don't. In which case,
Okay, so this is just like I would consider this to be a relatively milquetoast kind of video. Like, I don't necessarily agree with all the criticisms in it. I think it's a little hand-wringy, a little soy, a little gay even. I don't particularly care for this style of content. However, I don't think that this is deserving of like a mega fucking crash out, which I'm told is exactly what happens. So I guess we're going to take a peek. I guess that this like pretty run-of-the-mill, like very milquetoast, not like really truthfully, unironically, like nothing to really write home about at all. That this is what caused Caleb Hammer to crash the fuck out, I think is particularly interesting because I don't think that this is anything that crazy personally, but I suppose that this makes him like Caleb Hammer like crash the fuck out. So let's go to this one because I guess he freaks the fuck out over this. So this is the video that made him do this. I don't personally see this as worthy of some kind of like freak out, but yeah.
Doing D'Angelo. So says Caleb Hammer in a live stream that took place on his channel with over 2.8 million subscribers, in which he delivered the single worst response I have ever received in the entire time I've been on the internet. This, for me, is like the equivalent of a ukulele apology or Shane Dawson screaming on a live stream. Caleb came in hot, okay? I'm suing D'Angelo is what he named the live after it ended, and funnily enough, it's not called that anymore. He's been trying to walk this back a little bit. Right now, he wants to play Kumbaya, etc. He seems to think we could be friends or something. I do truly think this man has underestimated the levels of haterade I bring to this game. So if you don't know who Caleb is and you don't know what I said, this is a good time maybe to go back and check out my previous video. The thing that he was threatening to sue me over, I just went ahead and uploaded it. The problem is, before I had a chance to put that video out, Caleb took the original live stream where you just get my unedited thoughts, and that's what he was reacting to, which is why it took him 4 hours to respond to all of my points. And because of this, I regret to inform you, Caleb's live stream is actually unwatchable. It is to the point where people in his audience were begging him, Caleb, please just stop pausing the video every 5 seconds. This is going to take forever. Would you let it play so we can hear what D'Angelo was saying before you go off and start screaming? And this was Caleb's reaction to his fans asking him to do that.
Let 30 seconds play. Fuck you. Unsubscribe. I don't care. Get out of here. Bitch.
Reaction to someone. Base. Average Queeman stream. Average Queeman stream. Average Queeman stream. Average Chud stream. Hey, can you actually let the content play? Actually kill yourself and subscribe. Like that. Come on. This is yes. We be knowing this. I also realized that I did not switch over the thing. Sorry.
I'm talking shit about me. I'm gonna do it how I want, you little fuck.
And if you're thinking, well, that was kind of...
You guys you don't want to look at me? You guys don't want to look at me, is what you're saying. Is there a reason that I'm not good enough? Is there a reason perhaps that you don't want to look at me? Why am I not enough? I guess is my question.
Kind of a lot of energy. Is he like this the entire... Yes. And therefore, sorting through this to figure out what his sort of responses to my main points were was excruciating. I went through 4 hours of this energy just to try to give him a fair shot. I think I'm definitely dumber than I was before. A few of my brain cells have certainly been replaced with rocks at this point, but here is my interpretation of Caleb's responses to my main points that I was making in my video, because I had quite a few. The first thing that I accused him of was uploading misogynist thumbnails, misogynist titles, constantly referring to the women on the shows as the B word, etc. And Caleb says,
we tell them how crazy the episode's gonna be and how the thumbnails and titles are gonna be, and we ask if they're okay with it. They consented, you didn't, you don't matter. It doesn't matter what you think, you fucking weirdo using my name to get views. What is wrong with you?
Shut the fuck up. What is this? Average Malcolm stream, tech issues and losing his own files. Literally, shut up. I hate you guys.
Like, fuck who can't do any research whatsoever. You're a loser.
Oh, it's bad. It's bad. This is a bad response. I sat through this for every single point that I made just to see if he had any sort of criticism. And so if I sit here and respond to every single time he like starts crashing out and going off on a tangent and I don't know, trying to verbally whack me over the head with a cartoon hammer, I think we're going to be here for a long time. So pardon me for just responding to his main point. The people on my show, the women on my show consent to being on my show. They're okay with my titles and thumbnails. They talked at length about this, about how they have a whole onboarding process. And this isn't a case of Caleb just, you know, belittling his guest without their permission or whatever. And he uses the same argument to combat many of my points where I'm saying the things he's doing are wrong. And I think that's hilarious to basically build your entire defense over something that does not actually contradict what I was saying. Caleb seems to think that I am offended for the people specifically inside his videos. And that's certainly one way of interpreting my video, but I definitely believe the vast majority of other people watching were easily able to see. My point is that Caleb is playing into an ecosystem of misogynist content by appealing to people who hate women, want to see them get called the B word on a thumbnail or in a title, say you hate them, etc. The actual individual opinions of the people in the video have quite little to do with what I was saying. Anyway, my next point that I made was that he was an anti-SJW in the year of our Lord 2026, which I don't even think he disagreed with me.
Because every single person I met who's a social justice warrior or like like the old, like not old school woke, but like the new woke, because old school woke was good, but they're actually like the worst people I've ever met. If the guest is an SJW, I will make fun of that. If the guest is a racist, I will make fun of them for being racist.
Yeah,
watch
I
the
agree.
content, you
make fun
pathetic
of
piece
that.
of trash who can't make actual valid criticisms.
Again, we're not doing so hot right now. I guess I didn't say it, but making anti-SJW content is pathetic. It was bad back then, and it is doubly awful now because we all know that this is just stupid. He explains that like social justice warrior is a horrible type of person. These are awful people who are constantly on their moral high horse, people who like hold people to these impossible standards and this, that, the other. And while there are definitely people like this who exist, I just find it quite interesting how the term SJW gets applied to people who are usually just saying things like, oh, hey, don't say slurs. Ooh, maybe you shouldn't treat marginalized people as less than. If you think the people doing this need the same level of being made fun of as actual racists, you have completely lost the plot. Anyway, my next point was that he was being weird about pronouns by purposely showcasing people using alternative pronouns in the beginning of his video. That way his audience of bigots was predisposed to disliking this person. And Caleb's response to this is actually amazing. And by the way, if you want to see the expanded version of any of my arguments that I'm talking about here, you can just go back and watch the last video. Again, it's all there. It's explained in more detail. I'm not actually just going off of vibes. I am showing the things I'm talking about.
Do we respect pronouns?
Absolutely.
On the show,
No.
I have made mistakes.
I mean,
but
yeah,
I was
sorry.
dude, we were fucking researching your pronouns because I thought you were a woman because I didn't hear you speak first. So I just basically
Not
your face.
women,
we respect
bro.
pronouns. What are you fucking talking about?
Oh, the dangers of being a beautiful man. Now you've got proof in the wild that I just walked through this earth and people are like, you are too beautiful to actually exist. You must be a woman. Nah, I'm just pretty. But listen, my point wasn't that Caleb has ever misgendered anybody, because if that happened, I don't know. My point was exactly what I said in my video, which has not actually been contradicted here in any meaningful way. So let's just move on. Next, I accused him of leaning on homophobia as well, which he said can't be the case because
I don't hate gay people. We have someone say too many gays working at this company. No, that's a joke again. You read a title that is outrageous and silly and you say I'm homophobic. You say I'm sexist. No, you're fucking retarded. That's the only real thing here.
I disagree with this.
All right, whipping out our first slur. Let's go. Or let's not go, because this is just actually really tiring. The longer this goes on, I just feel like the less effort I actually have to put into responding to this. I have gay people working for me as an unironic response to homophobia accusations. But just wait, because later he's going to do the same thing with racism and be like, oh, actually, I know black people. If you think I'm kidding, you're in for a ride. Also, I really do love how thus far, not even one thing I said has been contradicted. Not one. If you think I'm leaving out context, because trust, I am leaving out vast swaths of this live stream, you are free to try to get through it. Whether you will do so with your brain cells intact remains to be seen. And by the way, seeing how he just used the R word to describe me for some reason, that was one of my points as well. Hey, being ableist isn't cool. Using this word all the time isn't great. At one point, he was calling a woman's autistic daughter the R slur. And so this is what he says.
I said it for an outrageous moment that she consented to. She consented to. I talked to her about it before we started filming. You don't know anything. You're offended on behalf of someone who is not offended.
I'm going to give a stupid metaphor because Caleb is a stupid person. So I don't even feel like I can talk about this smart anymore. Let's say you have someone on your show and you both agree, okay, we're going to go whack a random person with a stick. When I show up later making a YouTube video called Caleb Hammer should probably stop whacking random people with sticks, I don't actually think you get to say, well, the person I invited to whack people with me was a consenting adult, so you don't know anything. Using slurs is ableist, and y'all were literally using it to describe an actual human being. Are you serious right now?
Yeah,
Same applies to the misogyny, the homophobia, everything that we've covered so far. Again, has nothing to do with your guests. Like, it has something to do with your guests. It's still cringe to watch you sit around and be creepy and sexist and misogynist to real human beings, but their consent is a minor point in this larger argument of you pandering to people who want to see this content. And speaking of just difficult watches, the next thing I talked about was just how icky he is when it comes to many of the guests who are women talking about their bodies. I made the bold claim that actually it's super weird to, within the first minute of meeting somebody, mention their boobs. But you know what? Caleb was like, nah, fam.
Welcome to content.
Okay, but again, like we had like a shelf. We had like an entire fucking shelf. I would agree. That's a little crazy. That's a little crazy. We're going a little crazy with. We're going just a little crazy with the going a little crazy with the shelf there. Okay, the shelf there is a little crazy.
Dude, I'm literally making content. What do you think you're doing? You're over-sensationalizing this for content. That's what I was doing there. Do you not know how YouTube works? Why is it up to him for what's appropriate?
I didn't know that he was the appropriate police. Show me your badge.
I gotta say, though, if Caleb is the dumbest person alive, whoever that is with the pink hair, strong candidate for second place. Anyway, much of this is him explaining, oh, D'Angelo, like, me talking to people isn't the first time I'm actually meeting them. We have, again, this onboarding process they refer to. We do a lot of vetting, etc. And to that, I say nothing, because it's still creepy to talk about people's bodies this way, bro. Especially in content for other people who, again, are clicking in because on some level they want to see this. Anyway, I would say right around here is where the live stream started breaking down. It just started devolving it to combat my assertion that, despite being so very stupid, as I'm sure you're saying even in this video, Caleb is still harmful, and that's why I'm calling this stuff out.
Look through our email, look through our socials. We've had over 50,000 people minimum at this point that have changed their financial lives in the last 4 years because we've done the show. You've never positively impacted someone's life other than entertainment once. Fuck you. You have no moral ground.
That's kind of a crazy crash
And I think after this, he
That's
sort
kind
of
of a
realized
crazy
that the
crash
vast
out.
majority of things that I was saying in my video can't really be argued against because I wasn't wrong. So they just, I don't know, the three of them just started going off of vibes, slowly backing away from making any sort of attempt at rebuttal and just doubling down on the same things they'd been saying the entire show.
I don't know how to react to this anymore. It's the same thing over and over again now.
And he hasn't made a single good point.
No, he doesn't. And anything he tries to is so uninformed of what actually happens here. First of all, why is it up to you to determine what the show is? Like, make your own show.
That was his response to, oh, hey, it's pretty stupid to try to shame people in open relationships. All you have to do is take up any point that I say and say, actually, that's not a good point. And where do we go from here? I guess you would.
Where do we go
Okay,
from
great.
here,
And
guys?
that would be a little bit less
How did
serious
we
if I was just
get
making, I
here?
don't know, nonsensical points that don't matter. But when I'm saying things like, oh, hey, you're doing something racist on your show, and your response is to call a black person on the phone.
I was just accused by a man that I am probably the most racist man out there.
Which he is lighter than you, Robert.
Which, by the way, I will say, if anyone is willing to call me on my shit because he knows, like, it's like nothing bad will ever happen, Robert will always call me the fuck out. Robert, am I racist?
No, not racist.
Okay. Well, thank you, Robert.
Are y'all starting to see why I said this reminds me of the ukulele apology in terms of disconnect from reality? This is a little subtler. It's a little less out there from the surface, but holy moly, this is unhinged. And I think what almost makes this comical is I was saying not to mock Vietnamese people's accents. Also, him saying that I said that he's the most racist person out there. I didn't say that. Caleb's not the most anything out there. I think that's what's so incredible to me about his content being as popular as it is. You're not the funniest. I'm sorry. We don't need to sit here and just start
He's not
dragging
the
him.
funniest.
I think he's
I
doing
agree.
great doing that himself in this live stream. Now, this part's really funny. I point out in my video that so much of what Caleb does with his guests is projecting, or at least to my untrained eye comes across as projecting to many of the people watching it. And Caleb has the brilliant response of, no, actually, you're projecting.
Is that not what he's been doing this entire conversation? You've concluded that I'm racist, sexist, homophobic, you name it. That is literally your entire content. You're drawing conclusions about things you literally know nothing about. You don't know me. You
No,
don't
he's also bisexual, so he can't be homophobic either. Write that down.
or
Really
content you don't know, or I guess you don't know the process. Shut the fuck up. That is all you do.
It's crazy to say this about a video that is live. It is live online. Anybody on the internet can go look and see what I said. This is not like a reality-based interpretation of events. This is like Caleb's reality, which, oh, I would not want to live in, man. I said it before in my last video. You could not pay me. You could not pay me. And speaking of like fake reality, fake everything, one of my main points was that if you go to Caleb's earlier content, this nasty personality, he does not talk to people like this. He's not acting like this constantly in all of his videos. It's forced. And Caleb says, my assertion that he's faking a personality for views is worth suing over.
Tyler, am I me or am I fakey? You're very real.
Yeah. What you see is what you get.
Yeah, you're pretty the same.
Fuck off, D'Angelo. You fucking. Oh, sorry, D'Angelo. I just interrupted a black man. Tyler, please finish.
No, I'm saying the same thing as them.
I totally disavow.
Literal liar.
That's
And
crazy.
actually, that's a lie against our business. I could
That's
sue you for that.
crazy.
And maybe I will. I have unlimited money.
Do it.
He's looking
Unlimited
I
money.
could sue you
huh?
because that's actually
crazy.
defamation against me and my business. Saying that this whole thing is fake, I could sue you, and I have the best lawyers in the business. You would be so fucked.
I suppose
we
there's
should
not
sue.
much room
I think that'd be
in
cool.
Caleb's head for multiple thoughts. And so he got very fixated on this idea. Once it popped up into his head, oh, maybe I could sue this guy. He starts framing the rest of this response as, oh, you made a bad point and you're wrong and the guest consented and I'm going to sue you. And when you mix that with just his grandiosity, and listen, I am a grandiose person for sure. I'll stop and wax poetic about my own good qualities any day. But at the very least, holy God, at least my content doesn't come across like this. This is his reaction to me saying he sold out his viewers for just cashing in the misogyny bucks.
Dude, I could retire tomorrow. I'm sorry. Now I want to keep working for two reasons. One, I enjoy it. I'll be so fucking bored if I don't.
I enjoy
Two,
it. I love
just
it.
fire everyone.
I love it.
Like that wouldn't be very good. But dude, I have more money than you'll ever have. And again, that's not a fucking brag.
that's
I'm
kinda
sorry.
crazy.
It's really not. But it is true. It is true. And I could retire tomorrow.
I'm not charging people like $1,000 for an online course. I'm not posting like 3,000 videos on one channel, taking every single thing I do and splitting it up into 50,000 shorts and a repost for members and this, that, the other. No wonder you're making so much money, Caleb. You are spamming. I personally think like, oh, I don't have to sell anyone out because I'm already super rich is hilarious. You're rich like this because you've been sold out, honestly. Very much proving my point, but that's okay. This next one really took me out when I point out that his mods are deleting criticism all the time, which is a very, very common complaint when it comes to people talking about Caleb Hammer. He decides to lecture me on why this is the case.
So this is what adults have to do in content creators. You know this because you probably received a lot of criticism. There is a lot of criticism and you have to parse through what is valid and invalid, and things snowball like crazy. If it is valid criticism, you respond to it behind the scenes by making things better. But if it's invalid criticism, you don't actually have to think about it and you just don't let it snowball.
Yes, I have received a lot of criticism. And you know what I've never had to do? Delete it or have anybody delete it for me. And yet I find myself coming out on top of every bit of criticism that's ever been lobbed my way. Much of it valid, much of it invalid. The fact that the moment somebody has something to say about you, you either...
I just feel like this doesn't necessitate this level of a crash out from Caleb's part. It gives insecurity. It gives insecurity, you know what I mean?
try to shut it down aggressively like this, threatening to sue me, or you just successfully shut it down by having it deleted. We're not playing the same game here. Also, if you notice my tone in this video, just being kind of like somewhat lighthearted about this and trying to chill, it's not the easiest thing to do in a video where Caleb is being racist and calling me slurs. Actually, he used the R word 42 times. I have a transcript. I control F. This is actually excruciating. Anyway, as for my assertion that the people he sold his original audience out for include a bunch of bigots, he says
every left wing or woman or trans or whatever minority that loves financial audit, you're all bigots apparently, according to D'Angelo, who is the authority figure on what people are allowed to think.
Or your audience is racist. You actually do have the most racist audience that I've dealt with in my time on YouTube. I pissed off Shane Dawson fans, Cody Coase fans. Some of them are really mad at me at one point. Your audience is a mess. Whatever people of color or women or various marginalized minority, this does not change the fact that over the past couple of days, I've seen some of the most heinous stuff. And I love how this is the same argument the third time, right? I say one thing and he's like, oh, well, here's one one person who likes me, so that can't be true. I say another thing and you're like, well, here's one black person, so that can't be true. I say you're pandering to bigots, and he's like, well, look, maybe you should have thought this through a little bit before just going live while you were clearly still like pissed. As per my assertion that he's not even really helping his guests at this point, which is kind of obvious. You just have to watch the content and see it's so much more entertainment based than education. Caleb says this.
But our classes have helped lots of people. 50,000 comments, emails, DMs over the last 4 years of people changing their life because of the show. And again, the average guest has paid off 25,000 hours in 12 months. Not helping people anymore. Just because we have fun and we do some slop doesn't mean there's no help.
That's awesome for the people who have been helped, but truly does not move my needle a little bit, in my opinion, that you're still not helping the people who come onto your show. And your content, as it exists currently, is not helpful for people. Anything helpful you had to say about finance, you have already shared on your channel, probably within the first year of you doing YouTube. Oh, and speaking of that $1,000 course, in my original video, I said I thought it was predatory to take people who are struggling with their finances and be like, oh, you can pay me $1,000 and we'll help you fix this. But
look at any other program that is on the same level.
What gender are you? Woman or trans? Please respond.
Well, welcome to the marketplace. Also, do you know how expensive it is to make and maintain? You have no idea what our payroll is. Listen, I'm not promising I'm suing you, but I'm promising I'm talking to my lawyers about suing you. You can't just say it's a scam. You never took it. But you saying that in front of thousands of people, buddy, I'm going to sue you. It is objectively not a scam. We put a lot of effort and a lot of research and worked with a lot of experts on those. You're done. And also, if it's a scam, everyone can get a refund. If they
You're
just
cooked,
I
bozo.
didn't say it was a scam. I really didn't. I still don't believe it's a scam. I believe exactly what I said. The idea of us being in court and they're like, okay, so he's suing you for saying his course is a scam. And then I'm just like, great, let's watch this 4-hour stream where I never said that. It's a hilarious picture, but obviously that was never a reality, which was why I wasn't concerned about being sued in the first place, despite his crying, kicking, and screaming. Besides his course, he also offers an app, which was terrible and had some of the worst reviews I've ever seen on the Android store. And to this, he says,
it sucked. Our first 6 months were bad. And it was a big learning experience. The app is very good right now. And then in a couple weeks when we launch 6.0, that our development team built from the ground up millions of dollars is going to be incredible in the marketplace of apps.
Has anybody told you that you remind them of Donald Trump? See, now I'm pulling a Caleb Hammer. I'm not actually responding to what he said. This is just a straw man, but marketplace of apps. Okay, Caleb. That being said, okay, so you haven't fixed the app yet, meaning I was right in pointing out that in its current version, it's not a good product. It's funny. I think if you had like maybe watched the edited version of my video before hopping on the live, you might have realized that there was very little for you to actually say. Anyway, we're finally getting to the end of this. Yes, believe it or not, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. One of the most important points in my video was that Caleb Hammer does not seem to understand the concept of consent. Not just talking about, oh, we all consented to call people slurs together, so it's okay. I went over an allegation of somebody saying that he touched them and it was unwanted. And Caleb's response initially was like, oh, well, I recorded me getting consent. And I was saying that does not matter at all, actually. Recorded consent doesn't mean somebody was consenting to everything that you're doing, right? And Caleb says this.
Getting consent is not enough anymore?
I think where he's going is that if somebody gives you consent, they can take it away.
That's why I get it before and after, D'Angelo, you fucking weirdo. Why cover the shit you're talking about when you're trying to destroy someone's life? Dude, you're an asshole. You're a bad person. She tried to make it sound like I fucking raped her for trying to put my hand on her leg.
Whoa,
D'Angelo, you don't understand the impact of the words you have. You can destroy people's lives and it is not funny. This is why no one believes allegations anymore, because of people like you. He said Cody Co was wrong for not responding and now he's freaking out for me for responding.
It's really simple, guys. Somebody says I didn't consent to something. You can burn yourself out, bend over backwards, try to tear the stars from the sky, trying to prove that they did. It doesn't matter. I wasn't acting like, oh, Caleb Hammer needs to be deplatformed. I was just saying that you hate women because you get called out by women. Actually, more frequently than that one post. We're going to get to that in a second. Anyway, the last point I made in my video, the ultimate conclusion I left with was that even some of his current viewers are just tired of him constantly going after the worst people. And it's not even good content at this point.
You can't say that. You get no views. We do. Fuck you. You're nothing. How are you the owner of all content on the internet? Determine what is good and bad. 3, 2, 1.
This show is not for you, and that's okay.
Die. Not actually. Minecraft. No, just fucking, I'm losing my mind. D'Angelo, I love you. You're fine. I'm gonna sue you.
Not the first person who's told me to die, but maybe the first person with 3 million subscribers who told me to die during a live stream and then immediately tried to play it off as a joke. Like, I am so chill right now because I did all the normal things of like,
dude, I think it's so fucked up that you can't use child labor in this game. I think that's like incredibly fucked. I don't understand why the fuck, like, these little freeloading bitches, like this dude, where did he go? Where did he go? Where is he? Little freeloaders. The kids are just freeloaders. They're just walking around in the vault. They're not even doing anything. And I can't put them to work. That's crazy. What do you mean? Like, look at this little douchebag right here. Just walking around, ha ha ha. You should be working. You should be working. Insane.
Let me go to sleep first. Let me wake up. Let me focus on some other things and collect my response to this. But like, what? Anyway, from there, you get this amazing stream outro.
That was the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. You have no idea what the fuck you're doing. You didn't research anything. You're a performative weirdo. You are not the moral arbiter of the world. You do not get to decide what is good content. You are nothing. You're pathetic. You've never contributed to the world. We have real results, real lives, 50,000 people. Every guest that's been on the show. 25,000 hours in 12 months. You've done nothing. You'll never be remembered for anything. You're pathetic. You are 5 years ago, 10 years ago. We've all moved on. No normal person cares. And ladies and gentlemen, say it with me one last time.
This show is not for you, and that's okay.
See you in court, bitch.
Bye.
I need y'all to understand. I think I've only included like thus far about 7-ish minutes of him talking cumulatively, but the stream went on for more than 4 hours and 7 minutes. What was he doing in that 4 hours? Either repeating his points,
I don't know,
drilling down into unnecessary detail on each point. He would get stuck on every single argument for so long. It made this video so hard to like even try to respond to. But like he was also just being unhinged the entire time. I cut out so many parts that just sounded like this.
I don't think you know this because everyone around you tells you you're a good person. You are a bad person.
I just feel like
you are a negative force in this world. You fucking stupid piece of over sensationalizing shit. You have done no research. You have ruined your career. What is wrong with you? D'Angelo, dude, you are a broken individual. You have no ability to actually understand what people are saying. People like this actually need to be held accountable for the fact that they just say things and then they move on and there's no consequences. You're a bad person, D'Angelo. That is an actual lie.
Y'all remember earlier when I was talking about projection?
This video has discredited all of your previous work because now we know you don't research and you just virtue signal about everything, meaning nothing you say and everything should be questioned that you've ever said. This video has confirmed that because this is really bad. This is really bad, man.
How much research does it take to call a spade a spade? He seems to be really hung up on the fact that I was not making a video essay. I was just on a stream saying, oh, this is bad, and it's kind of a point in the larger trend of bad things I've been talking about, so I want to get into it. He doesn't seem too familiar with me, so it's okay if he didn't know this going in. But this is my 3rd channel. I'm not on my main channel. I'm not even on the second channel I made. Truly, the only point of the content here is just for me to yap and for people to watch it if they find it interesting. I wasn't streaming thinking your career was going to end. Surface level commentary, because what you're doing is obvious. You are literally a bigot. I'm not.
That's kind of boring. I'm kind of bored. Is anybody else bored? I'm a little bored. This is a little dry. Like, I get it. He crashed the fuck out. I totally understand. I understand that he crashed out. I'm kind of bored. Can we switch gears? Do I have permission to change the channel? Permission to change the channel, guys? Permission? Permission to change the channel. I don't want to watch Parlo's video because I don't care. I don't care about Parlo's video at all. Like, not even kind of. Get into my watch history really quick. Okay, you guys decide. I'm not watching Parlo's response video. I don't care. Really not having it. I thought I said. I think that. Yeah. We'll go with these guys. Okay. You guys decide which one you want to watch. I need to go and say hello to my wife really quick. I'm going to put on your key jangling. What do you guys want to watch? Because I have these two. The first one, they're both, I think the first one's like 20 minutes long. The CONTRAPOINTS one is like 40 minutes long. So we can do that one. That one's an easy peasy one. And then, oh, night jitters, great. All right, I'm going to put on your key jangling. You guys democratically decide, coalition build, decide what you guys want to do. We might even have time for both if we're lucky, okay? Give me just a moment. I'm just going to go and say hello to my wife and go to the bathroom really quick. And I'll be right back. Everybody behave. I'll be right back. Key jangling. We did do Tricky Town. That was the first thing we did. Parlo did make his response video. Parlo's response video is like 3.5 hours long. And the only thing that I took away from it is that Parlo says that he was groomed into being transgender for some reason. I don't know why the fuck that was in there. And then after he did his like big fucking response video that saved Gotham City, he went on Hippleton's stream and was like, yeah, I know that my video isn't that good. I'm probably going to make another one. So I don't want to get caught in the infinite feedback loop. If you guys want to watch Hippleton's video, you can. Because Parlo's like, I was groomed into being trans, even though he's not fucking trans. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's a whole fucking mess. Okay. I'll be right back. Key jangling. Be right back. Everybody behave.
to this fate?
I do believe we have a deal.
Why has Dante forsaken me?
Sorry guys, I had to put on a sweatshirt. I'm so chilly. I'm also having a crisis yet again. Because I can't work with only one monitor. I have to have two monitors. And the only place that I can put my monitors is next to my wife's, and she works from home, so we can't both be working from home at the same time. I'll go insane. And so I made a Harry Potter closet for my monitors. So it's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing because I did originally have it like right here where this cart was, and it just wasn't the vibe, you guys. It just was not the vibe at all. I'm just really upset. I'm really upset and neurotic, and I don't know what to do with my time. I just don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do with myself. I have no idea how I'm going to continue to live this way. I gotta be totally. I don't know how. I don't know how I'm gonna continue to live because I don't think it's meant. Do this really quick, and then I'm ready to go. And I'm ready to go. You guys are being so patient. How's the vibe, guys? Have you been liking the video? Do I need to check? Do I need to check your work? I think I need to check your work. I think we should do that, don't you? I think that I need to check your work. I don't know if I trust you guys. I don't know if I trust you guys to be doing your civic duty. Let's check. Let's make sure that we're liking the video. Otherwise, I will make vague threats of violence towards myself and others. Make sure we're doing that, guys. It makes me really happy. It makes me really happy. And don't you want to see me smile? You want to see me smile? Let's see. There's 164 people. 115 likes, guys. Come on. You're better than this. You're better than this. You're better than this. You're better than this. Thank you, guys. I literally cannot live without two monitors. I can't do it. I can't do it. And it's one of those really stupid docking stations where you have to have the fucking laptop open. I'm like, this is so dumb. Why do I have to have the fucking Why do I have to have the laptop open? It doesn't make any sense. Drives me insane. Drives me insane. Drives me insane. Make sure that we're liking. It's free, guys. Discord is also free. If you hate free shit, you can buy super chats. You can gift memberships, buy memberships. You get cute little green names. One of these days, I will fix my PlayStation Play app, and I'll play Subnautica again. It's going to happen. I swear to God, I just have to fix this. I'm this close to just buying it on Steam, but I feel like I can make it work. I can make it work. I have my friend that's good with computers coming over later. He'll help me. He'll help me. Okay. And then also you guys can check out my merch because it's so hot. Thank you so much. Morale. It's my best friend, Morale. Smile. What did I think of the video? The response video? I think the girls are cooked. I think the girls are absolutely fucking cooked. And I could go the rest of my natural born life without ever fucking thinking about Tricky Tom's big white cock ever again. I think I've heard the phrase big white cock too many times. Too many times. I don't want to buy it on Steam. I don't like playing games on the computer. I'm a console girl. I'm a console girl. I don't like playing games. I don't like playing games on the desktop. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It makes me upset. It makes me upset, and I don't like it. Okay? There. Absolutely ridiculous. Looking at this, and then we can begin. Yeah, dude, we're... Never again do I want to hear BWC. Never again. XLR mic? No, I avoid that. That's why I have a USB microphone, is because I didn't want to do that. That's why I have a USB microphone, is because I wanted to avoid that like the plague. So, best of luck to you, Morale. Best of luck to you. And also, why the fuck would I help you when I asked you if you would send me your Morale cat and I had to go and do it myself? Why would I help you with anything, bro? Why would I help you with anything, bro? Be so for real. Be so for real. Getting that, and then I can begin. So we are going to be watching the CONTRAPOINTS video. Okay, you guys, this is super cool. This is super cool and super awesome. Okay, friend of the channel, McMad, also known as Clitler, also known as the Omnipooner, has made wonderful videos that we've viewed in the past, such as the Brianna Wu hit piece, which we all loved. We all loved that video. That was an awesome video about Dollcast. We were all really big fans of that, were we not? That was pretty great. So, we are going to be watching the video on CONTRAPOINTS. Now, this is a video topic that is incredibly dear to my heart, you guys. This is a video about how CONTRAPOINTS is transphobic against trans men. So, this is a topic that is incredibly dear to my heart, okay? Incredibly dear to my heart. And I am very excited to enjoy this content with you guys. Very excited to enjoy this content with you guys. And we're going to go ahead and have a good time. We're going to relax. We're going to relax and enjoy our time together, you guys. It's going to be so fun, so awesome. We're going to have the best time ever. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to link McMad's YouTube video, guys. McMad's YouTube video. Shout out to McMad, guys. There you guys go. Go and give McMad some love, okay? Do for McMad what you have all done for me. Okay. And then give me 1 second. I'm going to do this. Pop this over here. Okay. All right. No, stream is not ending. This is what we're watching, guys. This is what we're watching. We're locking in. We're locking in. Go ahead and switch this over. So, shout out. Let's go.
Something I've noticed is transphobia against trans men is not the same as transphobia against trans women. There's a lot of similarities, but they're really two different prejudices, and they come from different psychological places. In the same way that lesbophobia is different from homophobia against gay men. For trans women, I would say the distinctive experience of transphobia is being simultaneously treated as a pornographic female fetish object and as a dangerous male predator, the ultimate sex demon, this kind of incubus succubus who will ravish your wife and trap your husband. Your polygamous commune will be devastated. Whereas I feel like trans masculine people are less vilified, but so infantilized. I guess transphobes view trans men as women, so a lot of misogynistic tropes still apply. So much for transitioning to escape sexism.
One of the most underrated aspects of human language lies in its ability to betray unprecedented levels of apathy simply by the speaker being wrong. While it's often unclear whether an individual's wrongness is due to mistake or malice, there are only so many times it can happen before people start to assume that, no matter the reason, you just don't give a fuck enough to be right. On January 26, 2021, YouTuber CONTRAPOINTS uploaded a video about J.K. Rowling, in which he discusses the famous author's stance on TERF issues. TERF stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist, which represents a cohort primarily concerned with framing women's rights as something which can only survive if it's in opposition to transgenderism. J.K. Rowling, through her social media presence and writings on the matter, has become strongly associated with the TERF movement, prompting creators like CONTRAPOINTS to make extensive responses. The problem being that simply opposing someone like J.K. Rowling, who is certainly wrong, doesn't make you right. And while it's impossible to know whether CONTRAPOINTS is wrong on purpose or through sheer laziness, one thing can be said for certain. She doesn't have enough interest in what she does for a living to present issues fairly and accurately. Unfortunately, Natalie's first video on J.K. Rowling is riddled with issues. Were I to make a comprehensive video explaining all the ways in which she was wrong, I would need both far more time and experience than I currently have. So you can be rest assured that we will be revisiting this video more than once on this channel. Today, however, we're going to be focusing on just one of the many problems with this video, and you can find them all in the clip of Natalie I just played at the beginning of this intro. Starting with the most obvious. You may have noticed that Natalie gives quite an accurate description of how broad society treats trans women.
For trans women, I would say the distinctive experience of transphobia is being simultaneously treated as a pornographic female fetish object and as a dangerous male predator, the ultimate sex demon.
And yet, when she characterizes trans men, she has significantly narrowed the scope of the experience.
Whereas I feel like trans masculine people are less vilified, but so infantilized.
The only group of people who can be accurately perceived as infantilizing trans men are those feminists who already tend to take a different attitude with those of their shared birth sex, which is an appearance TERFs do their best to keep up with. But this treatment of trans men simply isn't true of broader society, and you don't have to look very far, seeing as in even recent times, there have been examples of trans men being targeted within ICE detention facilities, specifically on the basis of being trans as well as being born female. The assistant warden accused of the abuse is identified in the complaint as Manuel Reyes, an officer no longer at the detention center. Sarah Decker, staff attorney at RFK Human Rights, told Newsweek that Reyes was explicitly targeting transgender men and masculine-presenting LGBTQ+ people. The program had actually a much more sinister purpose, and that, from my perspective, was designed to punish and physically torture people who identify as LGBTQ or transgender, Decker said. One example of such labor was pushing heavy cinder blocks or metal cabinets across a dorm, taking around 30 minutes before the detainee was instructed to push the items back where they came from. If this person complained about the abusive conditions, or even when people asked for personal protective gear or equipment when working with dangerous chemicals, the response was always, "If you want to be a man, I'll treat you like a man," or "Aren't you strong enough? Aren't you a man?" Decker said. So clearly, there was something more diabolical going on. Even more recently, a trans man named Caden Rumler was permanently disfigured by ICE after an agent fired a Leslie...
Yeah, I thought that was crazy. The fact that this guy was a trans guy, and that was like not even remotely part of the conversation. I thought that was kind of crazy, but yeah.
...full round into his face at a protest. Since this incident, people have started attacking Rumler online, with the Hodge twins going so far as to post very young pre-transition photos of him on the internet. The vitriol presented by people in the comments further shows us that this individual is not given any sort of grace or charity for his birth sex, nor is he being treated like he lacks agency. In other words, people are not kinder to him because he is a trans man. So right off the bat, infantilization is not representative of what all transphobia against trans men looks like. Now, the cruelty of ICE cannot be overstated for everyone who has suffered at their hands. And while Natalie's video came out way before the Nazism was so blatant in our country, cases like these do help demonstrate that broader society does not infantilize trans men. And really, this should prompt us all to question what other acts against trans men we may have failed to record or take note of when assessing bigotry against them, if we've traditionally assumed that bigotry against them most commonly takes on the form of infantilization, especially because the uproar from the trans community about the cases I have just gone over has basically been non-existent, meaning that most people are likely not even aware of how trans men are treated, and we have all been taking Natalie's completely wrong word for it. Natalie is essentially giving a broad description of transphobia against trans women, but focuses on a pretty narrow description of transphobia against trans men, enacted by a specific group of people known for having a particularly higher level of hostility against trans women. Charitably, this could just be due to Natalie's ignorance on what broader transphobia against trans men looks like. And who can blame her, since it seems like nobody knows. But if you do this for a living, and you can't be bothered to be accurate in how you represent an issue, then the only charitable conclusion I can come to is that you are utterly apathetic to trans issues you can't personally relate to. In addition to this obvious problem of narrowing the scope of what transphobia against trans men looks like, and then contrasting that to the broader scope of transphobia against trans women, Natalie makes other mistakes, and that's what we will be discussing today. First of all, even though TERFs are the group most easily characterized as infantilizing trans men are not actually infantilized at all, even by TERFs. On top of this, categorizing it in this way is actually indicative of how successfully TERFs have divided the trans community, helping everyone turn a blind eye to the actual way in which TERFs will engage with other people born female. From the outside, it may look like trans men are just being babied, but in reality, they're being love-bombed in order to isolate them from the rest of the trans community. It's an attack as old as abuse and misogyny itself. Which brings us to the other problem we will be discussing today. Natalie has no idea what misogyny against people born female looks like. Not only does she completely misunderstand the pretext she cites as being used for justifying state restrictions on female autonomy, but she brings up the topic of abortion as an example. As you will see, however, abortion is completely disanalogous in the way she uses it, and while there's an excellent parallel to be made between trans rights and abortion rights, Natalie fails to make it. Most likely because of a fact she might just not know about. If you were born female, most of society will view you as a resource, not a human being. Anybody with a uterus who does not look, act, or submit in ways which either maintain or raise your value as a resource will be socially punished. As you will come to find out in this video, this principle applies to TERFs just as much as it does to the rest of patriarchal society, and it's a shame that Natalie completely misses all of this. But first,
I mean, this is just like a general criticism all the time of, like, I would say most, if not all, discourse around trans stuff is that it's highly selected to reflect transphobia against trans women. But there's not really like words or descriptors or adjectives or any kind of like meaningful or productive conversation, in my opinion, about trans men. And so it's very frustrating where it's like, I feel like the entire point or the preferred outcome here is that if we are going to be, I suppose, if we're going to be talking about trans men, like, either come correct or don't come at all is really like my whole perspective of it, truthfully, where it's like, I think that realistically, if you are going to talk about trans men, I think that you should very seriously consider consulting with trans men about what that looks like before we even begin broaching the subject, because so many people ignorantly talk about trans men's experiences without, you know, considering or even consulting them. And it sucks a lot of the air out of the conversation. And it's something that I have been forever bothered by, which is quite literally, unironically, why I started streaming. I started streaming because I was tired of so many fucking panels being about like trans stuff, and then people were just left to speculate on trans men and their experiences. Like, just don't comment on it at all, if that's the instance. If that's where we're at, like, just don't say anything at all. You know what I mean?
Let's look at how TERFs divide the trans community and explore how their divisive tactics may cause a community to perceive their methods as infantilizing trans men. By antagonizing trans women and keeping the animosity as tense and hateful as possible, while giving the appearance that they will always give trans men the kid gloves treatment.
My God, I'm loving this look. I'm loving this, like, patriotic, like, shameless look. Like, I feel like I'm watching Shameless right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude, Glenn was here. Glenn remembers TBT to... Literally the entire fucking reason that I started streaming was because of this shit. Because it made me so fucking irritated. It made me so fucking irritated for it to constantly and endlessly be conversations about, like, oh, well, this is what I think it's like to be like a trans person, or this is what I think this is the experience of trans men or whatever. It drives me crazy. It drives me absolutely insane. It drives me insane. It makes me so angry.
TERFs help foster resentment and distrust towards trans men within their own community. This in turn helps keep trans men isolated and separated from the rest of the group, making it easier for TERFs to influence them. And you gotta think, if the treatment over in Camp TERF would allow trans men to be infantilized and never take responsibility for their actions, then who's to say any trans man you know won't one day take that deal? While very few people would ever ask such a thing out loud, and some may even feel guilty for thinking this way in their own heads, this is actually not an unsurprising feeling, were you to look at how TERFs treat trans men at face value. Now, just because I think this perception helps divide the community, and on top of that this perception is actually a sign that the community is already divided, does not mean I don't understand why people have it. And that's because of two weapons that TERFs consistently deploy when it comes to trans men: pathologization and detransitioners. TERFs constantly talk about trans men as if they were sick in some way, be it trauma, social contagion, neurodivergence, etc. On top of this, the way in which TERFs swarm detransitioners with praise and adoration, and the way in which they will vilify everyone who played a part in these people's previous transition can easily give the impression that trans men are being infantilized. But if you look at either of these two strategies more closely, then what you see doesn't actually add up to infantilization at all. Let's start with pathologization. A female-born person's desire to transition is often pathologized instead of demonized. Because the hostility towards trans women is so direct and antagonistic, I think a lot of trans women have a tendency to compare and contrast experiences primarily through the lens of direct violence. However, treating trans men with that same level of hostility would give them too much of a shared experience with trans women and would only cause the community to unify further. On the flip side, trans women's lack of familiarity with pathologization separates trans men from the rest of the cohort. The lack of direct violence against trans men, along with the gentle touch of concern that these girls might be sick, easily causes trans men to be perceived as not being targeted at all. Particularly when you are being assailed with vitriol, the contrast simply does not go unnoticed, and this contrast can mistakenly be labeled infantilization. In other words, infantilization only makes sense as a term to use when it's being contrasted with a more directly vitriolic form of transphobia. CONTRAPOINTS herself talks about how trans men are pathologized when she brings up the book Irreversible Damage by Abigail Schreier.
Ooh, I have that book. Where is it? Ah, you can't see it. It's down on the very bottom. I have that book. I have a hard copy of that book. I've read it 4 times. I think that the problem is that I agree and I also disagree. I think infantilization is a fine term, but the difference is that the... Hang on, I have to do... Alright, I can't type in. Sorry. I can't. I have like the opposite of ADHD. I cannot talk and I can't do more than one thing at a time. Otherwise, I like short circuit. Sorry. So infantilization, I think, is a fine word, but I think that it isn't even necessarily infantilization. It's almost like a pure misogynistic attack. Where it's like women, like generally speaking, so like the criticism is that like women are stupid, emotional, dumb, easily manipulated, very low IQ, very maladjusted, very impressionable, very stupid. And that trans men, by extension of that, are manipulated by gender ideology. And that's why even in Irreversible Damage, Abigail Schreier writes about, this is the craze that's seducing our teenage girls. And the cover of the book is a little girl that has a hole cut like where her uterus should be. And it's like a child, like a 4-year-old. But every person that was documented in Irreversible Damage except for one was over the age of 18 years old. So it's like the constant infantilization is part of it, but it's not necessarily infantilization. It's more like an extension of misogyny, that women are hysterical, very emotionally driven, unable to make logical, concrete decisions. I don't even know if infantilization is the right term there, but let's continue to cook. Tell me more.
Last year, a transphobic screed of a book came out that is essentially to transmasculine people what the transsexual empire was to trans women. It's called Irreversible Damage, the transgender craze seducing our daughters. Chapter 1. The Contagion. Jesus. Laying it on a little thick, don't you think, Abigail? The argument is that female-to-male transgenderism is an infectious social disease, which is literally the argument Hitler made about homosexuality, but okay, great.
Base.
But she doesn't really go into detail about the real problems with Abigail Schreier, nor does she really mention that pathologization is a big part of what Abigail's book is all about. And by neglecting this fact, she completely glosses over the fact that females who have deviated from what is considered natural have always been pathologized. And if Natalie had known about this, she would have realized that this is not the same thing as being infantilized. Meaning that while I can understand using the term when you're comparing it with maybe your own transphobic experiences, it's still completely wrong. Because remember, females are first and foremost viewed as breeding stock. Historically, marriage was the only avenue by which they could be reasonably expected to find financial and physical security. By whittling down their options to one like this, females were robbed of the ability to move through society as equals. In order to survive then, females had to compete with one another for male companionship, and whoever was the most appealing to a man's desires was the one who got married. In short, femininity can be best described as the marketing strategy women have historically adopted to sell themselves as products to the men they were financially dependent on for survival. What really highlights the dehumanization of the female sex throughout history, however, is that this kind of subjugation was seen as being a female's natural state, and therefore what was best for her. It doesn't feel so great when we use words like product and marketing, because it starts to sound a little bit like slavery. But as I've mentioned in past videos as well, slaves who ran away were not demonized as much as they were diagnosed. To explore the concept concept of pathologization further and how ingrained it has been in misogyny's history, and how this sort of treatment indicates a deep level of dehumanization in a species, we can simply look at Sarah Hoagland, a feminist writer who in the 90s published her book Lesbian Ethics, a book TERFs would be terrified about you reading because of how one-to-one some of these quotes apply to their own ideology. The further we go, I want you to think back about how Natalie thinks you're just being infantilized. Hopefully you'll start to realize how contemptuous her laziness really is. In this book, Hoagland talks about how females who violated social consensus about them were often framed as being mentally ill. Quote, those individuals who have perceptions undermining the consensus are discounted and rendered imperceptible, even labeled mentally ill. So let's consider the consensus TERFs constantly push, that a woman is an adult human female. Trans men, going by their chromosomes, are also adult human females. Yet trans men are constantly being dissuaded by TERFs from taking testosterone, because in the same way TERFs dislike how trans women violate the consensus of what a woman can look like, they also despise the fact that trans men violate the consensus of what an adult human female can look like. TERFs are effectively a product of patriarchal culture, which not only aims to gatekeep womanhood from trans women, but to also gatekeep.
Well, yeah, and that's something that I like don't understand at all, is if you're like a big female, you know, empowerment person, I think that it would then stand to reason that if somebody who is a female wants to augment or modify their body to be perceived a different way, that would be like the ultimate test of, do you actually give a fuck about like female bodily autonomy? Like, do you respect female autonomy in the sense that you would allow somebody to make a choice that you wouldn't make, or even a choice that you think is bad? Like, autonomy doesn't begin and end at what you think is personally acceptable or personally, like, moral or good. It begins and ends with, do you believe in the right to people, or the right for other individuals to make choices about their own body that don't affect you in any kind of meaningful way? So
keep femaleness from individuals who are born as such, yet whose appearance is deemed unnatural. And remember, being natural is what best markets you as a product here, aka your femininity. But as we all know, femininity is not something you're born with. You're not born with shaved legs and makeup. Those are things you do to yourself, just like wearing a binder or taking...
what's the quote? It's that to be a man is the absence of action. So men are allowed to just exist, as women must work to be perceived and existed, or to exist, essentially. Men don't shave. They let their body hair and their facial hair grow. They don't, like, pamper themselves, maybe take a shower. They don't get dressed up. They don't get dolled up, shit like that. To be a woman is to fight nature. To be a woman is to shave your legs, is to shave your body hair, is to get dolled up, is to wear makeup, is to wear non-functional clothing, things like that. Like, to be a man is to not act. To be a woman is to do nothing but act. It's a really interesting juxtaposition, I think.
Taking testosterone. Adding implants to your tits is just as unnatural as cutting them off entirely, but you never see TERFs rally against the former as some sort of grotesque mutilation. And that's because TERFs seek to maintain the consensus of what it means to be biologically female. To do this, they have to discourage trans men from transitioning, since the existence of trans men also creates the existence of non-women, who still share their birth sex with TERF women. Trans men, when they transition, are making a decision for themselves which challenges the consensus of how females are supposed to look and behave. They are, in this way, resisting a consensus.
No, and they're... Radical feminists, at the end of the day, first and foremost, are always conformists and assimilationists. Because anything that doesn't fit into this rigid understanding of biological essentialism and feminism, the weird intersection of those people are essentially designated other, and therefore not part of the in-group. For a really long time there, I spent a lot of time in TERF spaces because I was just fascinated by this behavior. I was in a group where there were people that said that women who have male children cannot be radical feminists because they are raising their oppressors. And if you are a radical feminist or a TERF, gender critical in any way, it is a moral ought that you terminate male pregnancies, because that male will grow up to be your oppressor, and you are not a true feminist by facilitating raising this person. There's also radical feminists that say that you cannot be a radical feminist if you date or have sex with men, because all penetrative sex is violence and oppressive. These people are quite literally fucking deranged and have such an unnatural view of the world that pales in comparison to that of transhumanist gender ideology, luxury, gay space communism. It's just quite interesting to watch. Quite interesting to watch.
But as Hoagland explains, the response from society to female resistance against the consensus about them is not to adjust the consensus, but rather to frame the resistance as something which is wrong with them. When you hear the word resistance here, understand that I'm not saying that all trans men feel compelled to transition as some form of political protest. However, by transitioning, you are automatically resisting a consensus which already exists about what you are. This concept of resistance is important to understanding what Hoagland is talking about in these upcoming quotes. Hoagland here is not talking about resistance in the way you think about, say, protesting on the street. Resistance here is being defined as acting on your own independent impulse in ways which challenges the consensus of what is deemed natural. reciprocal in a subhuman species. In the first chapter of Lesbian Ethics, Hoagland expands on how resistance to an oppressive consensus is often pathologized. This is where you start to get those mentions of slavery as well. If officially slaves are subhuman and content with their lot, and masters are acting in slaves' best interests, then it follows that any resistance to the system is an abnormality or an indication of madness. Indeed, in recollecting the stories of her grandmother's slave days, Annie Mae Hunt tells us that if you run off, you are considered sick. That is to say, slaves existed in a conceptual framework where running away from slavery was generally perceived by masters, and even at times by slaves, as an indication not of healthy resistance, but of mental imbalance. Such was the extent of the coercion of the master's framework. However, by creating a different value framework, we can understand the behaviors of slaves, out of which the masters constructed and fed the slave stereotypes as providing ample evidence of resistance and sabotage. What I find so interesting about this is that trans men are constantly being accused by TERFs of transitioning because they want to run away from womanhood. And yet, when they say womanhood, they logically cannot mean the adult human female part, since according to them, that part is immutable, meaning that no matter what you do, you will always be that way.
Yeah, the argument is that trans men betray womanhood by virtue of transitioning to quote-unquote the bad. A lot of people will make the argument that the social subjugation of women is something that drives young females to transition. So they'll say, obviously, patriarchy is uncomfortable. Obviously, growing up as a woman is uncomfortable. Being sexualized at a very young age is uncomfortable. Being essentially the property of a man, being sexualized by men, being sexually subjugated to men is what drives people, young women, to transition. It's fleeing womanhood like a house on fire. I think it's by Sasha Ayad, is the one that I'm thinking of. A lot of it is, it fundamentally misunderstands that transitioning in and of itself is not entirely lateral. So what I mean when I say that is so this is my experience. It's not completely lateral in the sense where you're woman, you transition to man, you shift all of your oppression and privilege from one category into the other, and it's a quick, easy coin flip. You inherit an entire new set of prejudices. You inherit an entirely new set of oppression, stereotypes, barriers, systemic issues, things like that. And the problem is that being a trans man still inherits and begets a lot of the same structural issues that oppress women. So, for example, women, notoriously, are not taken seriously by medical professionals, especially when it comes to pain. It's an old wives' tale that women have higher pain thresholds than men. Women get prescribed painkillers at lower rates than men because it's believed that women are, if you can bear a child, you can suffer through pain. Men get prescribed higher doses of painkillers than women for the same conditions, things like this. Women often are denied access to certain kinds of medical care without the consent of a spouse or a man in their life. So getting a hysterectomy, your husband has to be okay with it. Good luck getting a hysterectomy before the age of 30. Things like this. All of these problems are inherited, and they transfer across for trans men as well. So the medical gatekeeping that exists that I think is incredibly unique to trans men specifically is that reproductive care aspect, where if a man wants to get an oophorectomy for any reason, it's like, whatever. If a woman wants to get a hysterectomy, it's like, hang on, have you thought about this? Do you want to be a parent? Do you want to talk about freezing your eggs? Should we talk about fertility treatments? What got you to this place? Let's sit down and write down a bunch of letters of recommendation. That comes with you. You don't disinherit all of the structural oppression that comes with womanhood when you transition. You just inherit more. The other argument, and Maya Poet makes this argument a lot as well, is the idea that sometimes women will transition to get away from homophobia, that it's internalized homophobia, that it's uncomfortable to be perceived as a lesbian and therefore easier to transition into a man and be perceived as a straight man. But the truth of the matter is it's not completely lateral. Yes, you move through the world in a certain way, people perceive you a certain way, but you also inherit a whole other subset of structural issues, up to and including that sometimes straight women don't want to fuck a vagina. That is definitely something that's inherited in that. Because the stereotypes are diametrically opposed. They're completely opposite. So the stereotype for trans women is that these are creepy incel men who transition, to get pussy, to get laid, to get social credit, to get status, to get access to women's spaces, etc., etc., etc. Trans men transition to get away from the negative implications of lesbianism, to get away from the negative social implications. It's like we're adding and subtracting. It's a push and a pull. Is the way that I look at it. And it's very, very interesting to me because the lack of sexual access that trans people often have by virtue of being trans is something that is vastly overlooked. And anybody that spent a nanosecond in trans spaces would tell you that you are actually descaling significantly when you transition, because you're narrowing your dating pool already. You're handicapping yourself before you even get out of the gate, because you're already highly selecting for people that are tolerant of what would be, you know, a butch lesbian. Now you're selecting for people that would be okay with a butch lesbian, quote unquote, with like a fucking beard and no tits. So the argument that this is unilateral, just sidestepping and getting out of oppression, just simply isn't true. The structural oppression, the structural challenges, all of these obstacles, the biases, the treatment in every avenue of life, it just shifts. It doesn't decimate. It carries over and multiplies. It's like carry the one of all the bullshit that comes with being a woman, and then add 20 to it for all the other shit that people are going to bring up now. The thing that is most common, I would say, is probably trans broken arm syndrome. So I have been to doctors before, many different doctors, and every single issue I have somehow has to do with me being trans. I had to get staples put in my leg because I cut myself on chicken wire. It was nasty. It was almost to the bone. And I was getting staples in my leg, and they were looking at my chart, and they were like, they said something about like, oh, well, are you going to get the surgery? And I was like, what the fuck does that have to do with me getting fucking staples in my leg? What are you doing right now? And they were like, oh, well, you know, sometimes you see a lot of trans people do like more risk-taking activities and shit like that. I've had doctors try to tell me that health issues that are not related to me being trans at all are the root cause of a lot of these issues. It's the same thing with therapists. Anytime that you go to a new therapist, it's like, well, have you considered? It's like, yes, Janet, I have. I've been transitioning longer than you've been practicing. I can guarantee you that I fucking thought about this. It's a lot of stuff like this. And obviously this is something that is not foreign to women. This is not foreign to women. This is something that's foreign to men. But people assume that if you transition into a masculine role that all those things go away. It doesn't go away. It doubles. They double the oppression and they give it to the next person.
It's inescapable. So when TERFs accuse trans men of wanting to run away, they have to be talking about womanhood, the product, and femininity, the marketing, meaning that even if they're not consciously aware of it, by attempting to maintain the consensus that a woman equals an adult human female, they are really just upholding a centuries-long supply chain of feminized female bodies as marketable livestock. The existence of trans men and the ability for them to make choices about their body threatens that supply chain, because even though most of them are immutably female, taking testosterone would make them useless as breeders. When TERFs talk about how there's some social contagion causing girls to ruin their bodies by transitioning, they're not talking about some inherently natural state of being that you're destroying by transitioning, because femininity is not any more or less natural to the female body than injecting cross-sex hormones. And to be clear, there certainly have been horror stories of medical complications some individuals have faced when undergoing an FTM transition, and TERFs happily latch onto these stories to scare females out of even thinking about it. But if you're a healthy trans man who has no complications in your transition, they will still claim that you ruined your body. Likewise, if half the trans masc population suddenly decided that they wanted to—
Well, that's the other thing too, is, I mean, like, it doesn't, and this is, I think this is an ironic parallel to womanhood as well. No matter how skinny you are, no matter how pretty you are, no matter how fat your tits are, no matter how perfect your hair is, how perfect your skin is, there will always be something to criticize. There will always be somebody telling you that you're chopped. That is what it is to be a woman, is to be endlessly criticized. It doesn't matter what you're doing it wrong, okay? That is womanhood. This is something that is true for trans people as well. And it happens with trans women, but the prevailing narrative with trans men is that you are a woman who is destroying your body. It is irreversible damage. You are quite literally mutilating yourself beyond recognition. And this is something that is very unique to trans men. And it's usually under the guise of you have been manipulated and bamboozled and tricked into doing this to yourself. No woman would ever do this to themselves. That would be insane. No woman would destroy her precious ovaries. No woman would ever do that. That's insane. You must be unwell or delusional. And oftentimes people will pick out of a hat like random horror stories. And there are things that are true about some of the complications or the concerns when it comes to medically transitioning, especially on testosterone, higher red blood cells, higher rate for heart attack, higher rate for stroke. Sometimes you can be allergic to the suspension of the gel. It can cause atrophy, male pattern baldness, obviously, mood swings, all kinds of shit like this, right? Surgically as well, hysterectomies are generally safe but can be considered very dangerous. FTM bottom surgery has about a 50% complication rate, depending on what you consider a complication, because some people consider like needing an extra stitch to be a complication. Some people only count like total tissue death as a complication. It totally depends. But if you have, quote unquote, like seemingly uniform and unproblematic transition, it still is you're chopped. Like, I got surgery 8 years ago, and I don't have scars. And people are still just like, you're chopped, you're zipper tits, you're this, that, you're the other thing. It's like, I'm literally not. I'm literally not. I literally don't have scars. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just like a generalized like attack where it's like you mutilated your body, and it's like, mutilation is an eye of the beholder, my dear. Some people say that I mutilated my body when I got tattoos. Some people say that I mutilated my body when I stretched my ears. It's just very odd. The virgin gender dysphoria versus the Chad being gay is icky. Dude, hell yeah. Very true. Everybody witness those bleed seeds. Thank you so much. I know, bro. I'm so fucking chopped.
To be feminine, even if it severely impacted their health. Perfs would never call that a social contagion, because at the end of the day, they're not diagnosing you according to your health. They're diagnosing you according to your market value. The closer your market value approaches zero, the more useless you become to patriarchy, is the only point.
Yeah, my humblest brag is that I have Kino surgery results. That is my humblest brag. No, it's not even a humble brag. It's my biggest flex. That's my biggest flex, is that I have phenomenal surgery results. Amazing. I love not having scars. It's great. I still love all of my chopped brothers. No, I'm just kidding. But I've even known people that have gotten T-anchor or double mastectomy. Double mastectomy, no shit, Sherlock. Double incision, T-anchor, double incision, and their scars are completely non-visible because they either had like really good, like some people's skin heals better than others, right? Like if you're, like some people are bad scars, or you can get like keloids or whatever the fuck. Or you get somebody that has no fucking idea what they're doing and they totally fucking butcher your chest. That's totally possible as well. But yeah, my biggest flex is that I'm so mindful and demure.
Point of your existence was to keep you around as a product, since being a good product is considered what's most natural, and therefore what's best for you. Your value and your health become linked. Therefore, when you are no longer of value to them, their flawed logic causes them to conclude that you're just sick. Hoagland talks about this as well. Quote, significantly, one and the same word means insanity and anger, mad. As Phil is—
And what is mental illness other than the hallmark of womanhood? You're delusional, you're insane, you're neurotic, blah blah blah. Like, spin the wheel.
Kessler documents. Mind gynecologists call women mad whose behavior they can no longer understand as functioning in relation to men. On the other hand, madness in relation to anger is defined as ungovernable rage or fury. We can ask then, ungovernable by whom? Madness and anger and madness and insanity indicate that men have lost control. When women are labeled mad, they have become useless to men, a threat to male supremacy. That's crazy, because trans men are—
Also, guys, just for the record, I did what I was doing earlier when I wasn't paying attention to you, is I was putting new stuff in the merch shop. Everybody enjoy.
Are labeled as mentally ill, BPD, desperate for attention, socially diseased. Their trauma, their PTSD, even their autism is used against them as reasons for what might be driving their desire to transition. All because they've become useless to men. Now, having looked at all of this and how pathologization has worked, not just to oppress trans men, but pretty much any group deemed subhuman, would you call any of this being infantilized? Because I sure as hell wouldn't. And quite frankly, go fuck yourself if you would. Pathologizing trans men is not a sign of infantilization, but rather an attempt to preserve the cultural idea that femininity is something natural to being an adult human female. That being treated as a resource is in fact the most natural way of existing as someone born female. That deviating from this isn't an indictment of the consensus of them as an animal or resource, but rather that is an indictment of their health. These types of diagnoses about women's health used to get them lobotomized, by the way. Many detransitioners who get platformed by perfs talk about how they were victims of gender grooming, often avoiding any and all of responsibility they had in their own transition.
This is 100% true. One of these days I'll do this. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I just never got around to it. What is this one? One of these days we'll do a deep dive on this, you guys. One of these days we'll do this. So I don't know if you guys know this person. The detransitioner that most people are familiar with that use Twitter is Maya Poet. This is Hendrix. This is the pissed off lawyer. Hendrix is someone who believes in the idea that they were brainwashed into the transgender cult or whatever and made irreversible changes and damage to their body or whatever. Hendrix was like in their 30s when they transitioned. Another person that is that does this as well is Aaron Kimberly. Aaron Kimberly is another prolific detransitioner. And Aaron Kimberly is somebody who said that he was brainwashed by a gay marriage advertisement on PBS when he was 35 fucking years old. I'm sorry. If you have such a loose sense of self that one commercial about gay people causes you to cut your fucking tits off, I don't know what to tell you other than you don't belong on Twitter, you belong in a fucking sanitarium. And it's the same thing with Hendrix. Back in the day when I used to talk to detransitioners all the time, there were a lot of these people that would claim that they were victims of the gender cult and gender ideology, and they were just a poor, innocent minor at the age of 27. You made a decision and you fucked up. And I find it really, really, really interesting that detransitioners specifically are some of the only people that we do not expect to take accountability for their mistakes and their shortcomings. Let's get a little, sit down, everybody powwow, okay? Hold my hand, we're gonna talk a little bit, okay? I'm an alcoholic. And I have been, I've had a incredibly problematic relationship with alcohol since I was probably 14 years old. I've struggled with alcohol. No one has ever given me grace by saying you were brainwashed into thinking that partying and drinking is cool because of where you went to school. Nobody tells me, oh, well, it's not your fault. It's because society treated you a certain way that conditioned you to behave this way. This is correct. I am expected to take accountability for my mistakes and my decisions and my choices around the consumption of alcohol. I don't get a free fucking pass. As I shouldn't, because it was still a choice that I made. Whether or not I'm sick or whether or not I have issues with this, that's besides the point. These are still choices that I made, and I still have to take accountability for the mistakes that I made. And I do. Detransitioners are the only demographic of people where we will allow people to get out of jail for making mistakes? I think that's insane. People get a rhinoplasty because they hate how their nose looks, and they fuck it up, and now they can't breathe out of their nose, and it's like, well, that's what you get, dumb fuck. Why would you get a rhinoplasty? You get, big bazongas or whatever. You get a breast implant. They totally fuck that up, and now your boobs are trapped. Well, that's what you get for getting a fucking boob job, idiot. Somebody is addicted to heroin and they relapse, and it's like, well, that's what you get for doing heroin, idiot. No one ever says this about detransitioners. It is the only group of people that are coddled and babied this much. Never mind individuals who are fucking adults. Fucking adults. One of these times we'll go over Hendrix. Hendrix is a very interesting person. I've never seen somebody so fucking insecure in my life as Hendrix. It's incredible.
And pinning their actions on everyone else around them. It should go without saying that detransitioned women are not trans men, so it may be odd for me to include this here, but while they might not say it outright, most of these public detransitioned women will heavily imply that every trans man is just like them, and that they were simply the ones who were brave enough to cure themselves. And as I hinted earlier, I think that there's a constant never-ending tension between trans men and trans women, caused by the fear that any one of your FTM buddies might one day decide that they were groomed this entire time, and now they want to throw the whole community under the bus to be cured. So there's this sort of invisible link between trans men and detransitioned women superimposed on trans men, both by TERFs and the trans community, where TERFs is to try and recruit.
And we have to remember as well that trans women outnumber trans men in detransition every single fucking time. There are more MTF individuals than there are FTM individuals. It then logically follows that there will be more detransitioners who are MTF than FTM. Every study, every survey that you look at is going to show trans women desisting and detransitioning at a higher rate than trans men because there are more MTF people than FTM people. Write that down.
More female bodies for their movement. For the trans community, it's the fear that one is at constant risk of becoming the other while selling out the community in the process. And I think that it's this fear which sometimes causes people to preemptively claim that trans men are being infantilized because they see what trans men have to gain from detransitioning. But in reality, the lack of accountability these famous detransitioners enjoy has everything to do with the fact that they are pimping themselves out as resources for a hate movement and nothing to do with having once been trans men, because TERFs still treat female bodies as resources. Every detransitioner that they bring into the fold is another foot soldier which continues to affirm femininity as a woman's natural state of being. Every female they can cure and turn into a figurehead means that they have one more cudgel with which they can manipulate and guilt trip all of their critics. For example, let's say that you were a trans man, you transitioned for a few years, and then you realize it wasn't actually for you. You take a step back from transitioning, decide to live as a masculinized butch lesbian instead, but you continue to support trans rights for those who are helped by it. You think TERFs are going to be nice to you? No, because you haven't actually done what they wanted you to do. You will notice that the most prominent detransitioned women are not butch lesbians, gender nonconforming women, androgynous.
And also, there's this new phase, there's this new fad of people that are detransitioning that never fucking transitioned in the first place. Maya Poet was never on hormones. Maya Poet wore a binder and then was supposed to be in Israel, but then was supposed to be at the Nova Festival, but then wasn't at the Nova Festival. And then October 7th happened, and then had an epiphany that being trans is bad, and never did anything other than get a fucked up haircut and put on a binder. Okay, yeah, sure. Who's the other one? It's X-Trans. You know what I'm talking about? Trans... Blue. I don't know how to say this bitch's name. This bitch was never on hormones either. She took Depo-Provera. I've also known people that are like, yeah, I know about hormone replacement therapy. I'm on TRT. It's not how that works. Nice try. Crazy. I remember back in my day, guys, detransitioners actually fucking transitioned. Crazy.
Or even remotely deviant in any way, shape, or form. For example, Prisha Mosley, one of the most well-known detransitioners, is a perfect model of femininity. This is what being cured of a gender ideology looks like, apparently.
Right.
These sorts of detransitioners are the ones who are rewarded with the most money, attention, praise, and sympathy. It's not about whether you call yourself a man or not. It's not.
And if you look at somebody like Syned Watson, who is an FTM detransitioner, who is literally destitute and like a crippling alcoholic, mentally ill, deeply unwell, has been cast out to the wolves. Because she's an alcoholic and doesn't behave in an appropriate way.
Not even about whether you're actively taking testosterone. It's about denouncing an entire perspective on gender, actively fighting against it, and performing femininity in a way which continues to reaffirm your performance of it as your natural state of being. If you don't do these things, even as a detransitioner, you are in fact, more likely than not, going to be ignored at every turn. And if you refuse to back down, they will get just as nasty with you as they get with trans women. The only difference, of course, being that at that point, you have absolutely zero representation. Because again, you are a bad product, a diseased resource. You are, in other words, expendable, even to the people who claim to fight for you. In short, TERFs will only suspend accountability for trans men once those trans men have stopped being trans. And even then, only when you are willing to further the narrative that TERFs want to push. In other words, the most infantilized trans men are actually not trans men at all, but rather detransitioned women who most perfectly fit the description of what TERFs—
Because they're dumb little idiots who never would have done this if they had their wits about them. They were brainwashed by the transgender cult. Take some fucking accountability for once in your life.
Want you to think trans men are. If your takeaway from this dynamic is that trans men are in fact infantilized, then you are in all reality falling for a narrative furthered deliberately by TERFs. So to wrap up this section, I can understand why people like Natalie perceive trans men to be infantilized. But the reality is that trans men are not treated like dumb babies who can't make any decisions. They're treated as resources, both by patriarchy and TERFism. Not only are they treated as resources, but the justification for this treatment is that it's what's natural. You could very reasonably argue that TERFism is an extension of patriarchy designed to police female bodies from within their own ranks, purely to maintain this narrative. This treatment of females as resources, justified through some sort of appeal to the existence of a natural femininity, causes deep and severe isolation of trans people born female, cutting them off from support and putting the pressure on them to conform in one way or another if they want a chance at recognition and solidarity. Classifying this treatment of trans men as infantilization makes it sound like you think the height of bigotry against them is excessive niceness. Anybody with a brain would know how stupid that is. In reality, the narratives about trans men are not rooted in the belief that adult human females are stupid babies, but rather that they are inherently subservient, subhuman animals whose natural state is to be appealing to men at all times through practice femininity. All that so that they may one day fulfill their natural purposes in life as breeders. Within the first few sentences of Natalie's assessment of transphobia against trans men, she has already severely watered down an issue which is crucial to understanding both TERFism and misogyny. And she completely misses the most glaring issue with TERFism because, as you may have noticed, all of this from TERFs is about as anti-feminist as you can possibly get in the realm of gender politics. In fact, one of the biggest mistakes Natalie makes throughout the entire video—
just for the record, I sourced these. The Jacobin, and then there was another article, I can't remember off the top of my head. One of them is called The Pitfalls of Radical Feminism, and the other is titled There's Nothing Revolutionary About Radical Feminism. And it's the idea that in subservience to quote-unquote female liberation, women will sacrifice other women in order to get that. So the most prolific example is during the 1980s. It was a big moral panic about pornography and prostitution and this, that, and the other thing, right? But women's rights were also something that was what everybody was looking at, kind of being like, we should maybe do this, right? So what ended up happening is radical feminists sold out to conservatives and said, you know what, I agree, we should totally ban porn, I'm on the same page. Let's lobby with conservatives in order to get this passed. Only in turn to then learn relatively quickly that the conservative party that they coalition built with actually didn't give a flying fuck about them and threw them under the bus as quickly as possible. And you see the same thing happening now with people that are detransitioners that are coming out, and even radical feminists that are coming out as MAGA. So Hendrix is one of these people, Maya Poet is one of these people, Prisha Mosley is one of these people, Chloe is one of these people, and because this is the party that will amplify their voices, give them attention, money, clout, popularity, any of these things, they are woefully unaware that one of the big goals of Project 2025 is to make it so if you are a woman who has been married and you have your name changed legally, you take your husband's name, you can't vote because your name does not match the name that was on your birth certificate. We are willing to cut off our nose to spite our face. Radical feminism has always been about throwing other marginalized communities under the bus in self-service without realizing the boomerang effect is going to come around and take you out anyway. So all these people are fucking idiots. The party that's like, oh, we protect the children. Meanwhile, your guy is a fucking pedophile. We care a lot about the kids, don't we?
as a whole is that she lends far too much credence to the idea that J.K. Rowling is sincere in any of the beliefs she holds, when in reality, Rowling represents an ideology which engages in the same cold, calculated battle over the cultural ownership of the female body, which comes with being the product of a patriarchal culture. TERFs don't want independent women with autonomy. They want soldiers who are going to first and foremost prioritize the group's movement over what's best for themselves. The other issue we're going to discuss today has to do with Natalie's analysis of both the description TERFs give of trans men and their prescription of what to do about it.
The story is often that these vulnerable, confused girls can't possibly decide for themselves what to do with their own bodies, so the courts must intervene to take control.
The mention of the courts here is in reference to abortion, and I found another clip of her talking to Matt Berenstein where she says this more explicitly.
So the idea that trans men or that any kind of assigned female at birth trans person is this sort of confused, vulnerable baby child, like, it's not vilification to the extent that they vilify trans women as dangerous predators, but it's infantilizing in a way that I think can be just as...
I just want people that aren't trans men to shut the fuck up about this forever. It's vilification in the sense that what do we think of people that are morally bankrupt enough to be manipulated by an evil cult? You think that those people are probably not good themselves, right? Like, it is so short-sighted.
Is harmful in its consequences, right? When someone says, oh, you can't make decisions about your own body because you're too confused and childish, like, you know, that has devastating consequences, which we see, and you know, any feminist should be aware of how this works, because this is what they say about abortion, it's what they say about contraception, it's what they say about women's health in general. Shut up, little...
It's not even necessarily infantilization, it's more about total control. Like, it's that your choices are something that I think are too dangerous for you to make, therefore, I'm going to make them for you.
Right? You can't make decisions about your body, we'll do it for you.
Here is how Natalie's framing of the TERF argument looks deconstructed. Trans men are vulnerable, confused girls, therefore, the government needs to take control of their right to make decisions about their own body. This brings us to the most obvious problem, which is that abortion is actually completely disanalogous in the way that Natalie is using it. The second problem here is, in framing the TERF argument in this way, she implicitly agrees that, were the premise true, the conclusion would be justified. A. Abortion is disanalogous. Bluntly, pro-lifers don't give a flying fuck about the safety of women, much less whether or not they're vulnerable or confused,
Correct.
and rarely do they ever even remotely pretend like this is something they care about. Pro-lifers will make the argument that a woman's body is carrying a human life inside of it, and that by terminating a pregnancy, you are effectively committing murder.
Well, yeah, because pro-lifers value more so the life of the child than the life of the mother. So it is a pretty disanalogous comparison, and it's not even necessarily about the woman's right. It's about the they consider it murder. It's considered murder that you're unjustifiably killing a living thing.
But really, this is an emotionally manipulative argument designed to justify calling women who have had abortions baby killers. In reality, if women have access to abortions, or even contraceptives for that matter, they are violating the aforementioned natural order of things in the same way trans men are. Because at the end of the day, whether you're taking testosterone or having an abortion, you are still a bad resource, acting unnaturally. The anti-abortion lobby has pretty much nothing to do with calling women vulnerable or confused. In fact, women who have had abortions are often assaulted with vitriol, hatred, violence, severe judgment, and face ostracization from entire communities. In the broadest sense possible, any decision a female makes which threatens the natural order of their status as a breeder will be met with both manipulation and threats. People are against trans men accessing hormones and surgeries for the same reason they don't want women to get abortions. Not because everybody thinks females are just stupid babies, but because both transitioning and abortions are considered abominations to what is culturally held to be a female's natural state. You aren't supposed to have the ability to take testosterone.
Well, yeah, and that's part of it as well, is it's always like, what do you mean you don't want to participate in the miracle that is giving birth? What is it to be a woman other than to give birth? Women who don't give birth are also, like, very socially stigmatized as well. People hate a woman who does not want to have kids. That's certainly true.
That would make you ugly to men and likely dry up your uterus and effectively make you a useless breeder. Likewise, you aren't supposed to have the ability to have an abortion either, because in broad society's eyes, the whole point of having you around is to give birth to the thing, even if it's to your own detriment. If Natalie wanted to make a more legitimate point in her favor, which uses abortion as an analogy, then a great way to do this would be to show how both trans men and women who have had abortions are often crippled by their isolation due to society's repulsion towards resources who lower their value. But of course she doesn't do that, likely because she hasn't actually given it much thought, which should just about sum up for you how much she actually cares. B. The premise does not...
That's a big problem with discussions of trans men. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. We just didn't think about it, true.
Justify the conclusion. Natalie's characterization of the TERF argument implies that this supposed vulnerability of trans men is something that TERFs are attributing to them, not something which they actually are. If Natalie believes TERFs are classifying trans men as vulnerable, confused girls who can't possibly decide for themselves what to do with their bodies, it can easily give off the impression that to counter such a narrative, you would have to concede that trans men are not in fact vulnerable or confused. To put it another way, Natalie seems to be implying that a vulnerable, confused woman does justify the state violating your bodily autonomy, and that the real issue is not with the state's overreach, but with the classification of the group they are targeting. The problem here is that everyone with a uterus is made to be vulnerable on purpose, because being vulnerable is what allows you to be preyed upon and then exploited. Not only are trans men an extremely vulnerable population, but additionally, this is done by design, and it is this very vulnerability which allows TERFs to target them. We just talked about how being pathologized as sick livestock from the outside, while being regarded with suspicion and resentment from the inside, often results in deeply isolating trans men, separating them from the rest of the community. This is the very definition of being vulnerable. On top of that, even when transitioning is the right thing for you, the perceived loss of your sexual value as a female can have very jarring effects on your psyche, and this can lead to internal confusion. The pressure to maintain a level of sex appeal in line with what is deemed culturally acceptable for your birth sex is still very real for transitioning FTMs, and almost everyone born with a uterus has things which they have internalized from being treated as a resource their entire lives. Part of the emotional struggle of an FTM transition can be about learning how to untangle your own desires better from the deeply ingrained misogynistic messaging you've been fed since birth. Even if you like the changes from transition, there's a high chance that you'll experience several changes which society would consider ugly in someone born female. And I'm not here to say that all trans men deal with this, because I highly doubt that, but I also don't think it's unheard of for some trans men to struggle with their identity in ways which may not be relatable to trans people like Natalie. Because when you're socially rewarded for being a good resource, and then you begin to damage yourself, you lose access to the already restricted social rewards you were able to benefit from by conforming, without ever gaining the full privileges which come with being born a different sex. The issue, of course, being that it's very difficult for trans men to open up about these kinds of things and have a genuine conversation, especially when your own side is hypervigilant that everything you say may be an indicator that you're turning against the community, which only further drives them into isolation, making them even more vulnerable. And this is exactly where TERFs want them: lonely, isolated, limited in who they can turn to, and alienated from the rest of the community. This allows TERFs to swoop in and dangle in trans men.
Ooh, Sacramento 89. Sacramento 89, guys. Turkey Tom update. Yeah, I overblew some shit. Like I said, I gave into it and told him I liked it. Should have been more 100% about that. But I will say, I didn't lie about Brandon doing whippets. Katie brought it up first. Who cares? And those texts were real, hence why he doxed me. And yeah, a response is coming at this point. It's all out there, so whatever main Ralph Mail is ugly as fuck, whoever he is. Sick, more Tom Tent. This is awesome. This is awesome. This is exactly why there will never be a female Lord of the Flies, is because they cannibalize each other. Very true. Is we have this really big, strong, insightful conversation about, you know, feminism, womanhood, all this other shit. I'm like, the hoes are fighting, guys. Guys, the hoes are fighting. Guys, the hoes are fighting. More updates coming soon. More updates coming soon, guys.
Men's faces, everything that they're missing: acceptance, belonging, allyship, comfort, a shoulder to cry on, etc. All with a catch that they have to give up this gender nonsense, renounce their old ways, and return to the natural way of being a female. When one former trans man by the name of Hendrix began publicly discussing struggles they were having with their identity, they were bombarded with love from TERFs, to the point where they were even getting contacted by J.K. Rowling herself. Since this initial decline, Hendrix has announced their detransition, aligned themselves with TERFs, gained acceptance from an entire new friend group, and 2 days before a lesbian was shot in the face by ICE, came out as being Team MAGA. Now, Hendrix didn't do themselves any favors with the rift they helped create between themselves and the trans community. You can learn more about the lore surrounding them from Dead Domain's video.
Good video. Would recommend
on the subject. But it serves to illustrate the predatory way TERFs seek out trans men for recruitment. Specifically, they seek out trans men who are most alienated and vulnerable in their own community. Just like a rapist is more likely to target women based on how vulnerable they are, TERFs work to divide.
TERFs are rapists. Based, write that down.
Trans men and trans women in order to isolate trans men. Once they are sufficiently vulnerable, they love bomb them as a way of recruitment. The premise is real. Trans men are not girls, but they are vulnerable, and maybe sometimes they are also confused. But these things do not mean that the state should be justified in violating their bodily autonomy, and you shouldn't have to pretend that you're not vulnerable or not confused in order to have the right to speak to a doctor about treatments which could vastly improve your life. What Natalie does is weird, because she implies that this characterization of trans men as vulnerable and confused girls is what caused the UK to restrict access to gender-affirming care for minors.
So the courts must intervene to take control, which is exactly what just happened in the UK, where trans youth under 16 will now need not only the approval of a doctor, but will need to seek a court order.
It's a very reductive understanding to say that the reason that there is restrictions on gender-affirming care is because they see trans men as like confused, like dainty little girls or whatever. The real crux of the issue is control. It's always been about control. It's not about safety. It's not about concern. It's not about any of these things. It's about control.
In order to get puberty blockers. And the justification given for this mirrored exactly Joanne's concerns about fragile, vulnerable teenage girls being unable to make informed decisions.
As if the UK government decided to sentence all minors to a life of clockiness and misery because they thought trans men were just too ooh-woo small bean. I don't know, man. It's just funny how one of the most successful trans representatives we have seems more interested in dividing any community she's a part of. The loss of Kamala Harris to Trump? Oh, that's just because leftists were too pro-Palestine. The loss of medical rights for minors in the UK? Oh, that's because everybody just saw trans men as such little babies while they...
Every breadtuber has turned into such a prolific pussy. It's so crazy. Everybody's like, actually, guys, ICE is just doing their job. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Nosebleed seats for the 5. Homie hates fake grass so much. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. Everybody witness.
Hunt us in the streets, always breeding resentment, always leaving a little bit of room for you to hate one of your own more than the people who are using the state to restrict your freedoms. Oh, fuck yourself, bitch.
Based.
When society wants to target those they see as women, they don't target you directly. They target your mothers, your fathers, your older brothers, your friends, your clergy. They mock you to the men in your life, and then they bond with the women through exchanged performances of fake concern. They will speak to everyone around you who has authority over you, painting a picture of who you are, with the goal of discrediting you before you even get a chance to speak up. Because who, in their right mind, talks to the property instead of the investors? The result is that everyone has already decided what you are. Even Natalie Wynn, a trans woman, has already decided what you are. If there's one thing I want you to take away from this entire video, it's this. CONTRAPOINTS doesn't care about you. She doesn't care about your problems, your issues, your struggles, or the things you face in your everyday life. She doesn't care about advocating for you. She doesn't care about respecting you. She doesn't care what her work leads to, who sees it, or what her impact is. So stop expecting it. Don't get me wrong. CONTRAPOINTS is a great YouTuber if you want to see yourself in that pretty girl who has all the money for the surgeries you wish you could afford. She's great for that, but she's a dogshit advocate. In fact, she's not really an advocate at all. Really, she just runs a business. Her job isn't to be accurate, it's to turn a profit off your feelings. Are you not yet sick of it all? How many trans grifters do we need to enable before we start realizing that most of our advocates are just opportunists who don't give a fuck about us? I feel like we're all sort of holding on to hope that one of these people is eventually going to get up and do something with the power we've spent years giving them. Nope, they're just going to keep tweeting through it. How many notable trans people stayed quiet about members of their own community being tortured in ICE facilities or getting permanently disfigured by state violence? Do you think they even know about these stories, or are they all genuinely so out of touch with their own people? Which is worse, do you think? Being a dishonest cunt or an out-of-touch aristocrat who knows nothing about the marginalized people they
I
taunt for their
disagree.
continued
Wow,
existence.
disagree,
Saying all that to say,
disagree.
if
Wow,
you pay
I
this woman
disavow
money,
this
you're a fucking
language.
moron. I know you don't believe me right now, probably because you're not FTM, so you don't really lose anything when Natalie gets lazy about issues you're not affected by. Maybe you think that, even if she doesn't care about trans men, she might still care about you. You'll see how wrong you are eventually. May God protect you from the pettiness I intend to unleash on you when that happens. In the meantime, if you're FTM, understand that TERFs have played a very large role in dividing the trans community in order to isolate you from everyone else. You may not feel like a target, maybe because you think being a target means being treated with overt hostility, the way trans women so often face. In all reality, however, you've been targeted for years now, and you probably didn't even notice. Anybody telling you that you're privileged is really just trying to find an excuse not to listen to you, because they see it as a threat to their monopoly on the conversation. And anybody telling you that you're infantilized is someone you can safely write off for good, because they don't know what they're talking about. So as we wrap up today, I want to leave you with this. In a few years, when they drag you away to be lobotomized in the Mar-a-Lago loony bins, you will resist, you will scream, you will fight, and you will, perhaps, even raise hell, because you're a human being, and that's what we do when we're in trouble. Understand, however, that the people who notice your cries for help will do nothing but look on with blank, inhuman apathy, including people like CONTRAPOINTS, because looking at you, they will not see a human being in trouble, they will not see a damsel in distress, they will not even see a stupid baby, well, maybe except for Natalie, of course. Rather, they will see you as an annoying animal, asking to be put out of its misery, because hatred against the female sex only comes once people can no longer be indifferent. And hey, maybe some trans men don't mind that. Maybe they don't mind being viewed as subhuman animals, as long as it means people will leave them alone and won't hate them. Me personally, I'd rather be a dick than a swallower.
Ooh, feisty. Ooh, Yeah, I think that I don't know. I used to do a lot of trans content. It's been a while since I've gotten on the trans horse. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do some more of that. Because Ape Gamer did recommend some good ass fucking content, you guys. I'll put this on my list. This is right-wing trans YouTuber Mary Chu interviews poppers addicted, terminally unemployed, deadbeat trans inseminator Firebat regarding her cheating on her baby mama for poppers. Firebat then confronted by woman beater and sissy hypno enthusiast, also known for his Aiden and Diorio leaks, Maltese Menace, also known as Purple Perry Gaming. Firebat ends this debate, calling Perry the N-word, question mark. So that's what we're watching the next time that we stream, guys. That's next on our list. So maybe we'll get back into the trans content, you guys. I'm thinking about it. Just, you know, a little trip down memory lane. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that, guys. All right. I'm going to come back. I don't know what day yet. Maybe tomorrow? I don't know. If you're not in the Discord, you should be in the Discord, because that's where I ping to let everybody know when I'm streaming. One of these days, this week, we'll do this, because I'm in the market for new pet cows, and this seems like this would be a good cow to add to my herd. Okay, that sounds pretty fucking awesome. So we will do that the next time that I see you guys. Maybe tomorrow. It's gonna be tomorrow, Wednesday, or Thursday. I know that's very broad. I'll try to do Wednesday just for you, Glenn. Just for you, because I love you. I'll do my best, okay? I will try to do Wednesday. But I will ping in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, be in the Discord, okay? That's where all the good shit is. And then, obviously, you guys, make sure to go and give McMad some love. Okay? Love McMad. Let's go. All right, guys. With all that said, I'm sending you over to Resevere. Resevere is going over the Turkey Tom stuff. I will be back later this week. Eyes on the Discord, okay? I'm trying to get better about scheduling streams. I have no fucking promises, okay? I have no promises for you, but I will continue to try my best, okay? I love you guys so much, and I will see you later this week. Everybody have a wonderful rest of their week. I love you guys endlessly. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for being generous, as always, and I will see you later, alligators. Hug, hug, kiss, kiss. XOXO. Awesome girl.
Look like the Hulk compared to me. Now, one thing to note here is that at no point does she express that the videos were taken without her consent. Once again, I just want to...
Not that, like, it could have happened, you know, like this whole, hey, I asked you to stop and then you didn't, and then I talked to my friend about it, but I didn't talk to you about it because I could have downplayed it. Yeah, that still could have happened. Okay, that still could have fucking happened, man.
I just want to have that.
But yeah, it's like, even in these, it does kind of seem like Tom, starting in like September,